So there were a lot of pretty bad experiences with iCarly that not only I had, but a lot of the fans had. It seems like the culprit is everything in the later seasons, similar to the other shows, similar to even Sam and Kat's existence. There was just a point where the writers weren't trying to impress us and we weren't watching them anymore. Like, you could have kept up with our intellect. In high school, I would have watched it if I thought the jokes were more relevant and necessary, but this just feels like they knew the generation that watched the episodes were leaving, so they had to just throw things at the wall just to get people's attention. And I guess it worked, because now we're here talking about it 20 years later. I mean, who's the real hero here? Not me.
You can also blame your mom for buying your
I do always enjoy my rewatches of iCarly, like the commitment to the environment, the cynicism kind of owns it. It hits a guilty part of me that remembers growing up in this time and thinking that it was okay to make fun of people, that it was okay to ditch your friends or be a bad person. Like, it's funny and it's quirky. But now as an adult, I'm like, there's parts that work. There's parts that remind me that life is fun and games and everything is about empathy. But then there's parts where I'm like, okay, I don't subscribe to this. I watched it, but I don't believe what we're advocating for here, especially when we're talking about the Earth. No, I'm just kidding. That'd be a weird hill to die on. Oh, and I noticed a lot of the episodes were either a big special episode where the expectations were set so high, and that's the reason the episodes might be viewed lower. But then others were also like the guest star episodes where it was kind of special, but it wasn't the reason the episode was bad. Okay, so we start with the episode. It's called I Dream of Dance. I'm sure you guys remember it. It was like one of the first iCarly episodes to air in general. I can't remember if it was like the premiere night or a couple nights after, but I just remember this being a big deal at the time. I was in middle school, probably wondering what Austin Butler was doing so early in his career. Starts with Carly walking into the classroom, seeing Sam eating a full breakfast at her table. Ew, who's gonna clean that up when you're done? Carly takes the turkey bacon and stops questioning her, which makes sense. Gotta acknowledge that this is before iCarly went like a little off the rails. I feel like for me, pre-season 4 was all the good stuff and everything after is just unstructured. So this is supposed to be the best season, you know, like this is where it started it all. So why is this a dance episode? It would be one thing if it was a musical episode, like give me a couple Freddie numbers, give me Sam singing jazz, even Carly can sing Stay My Baby, you know, one of the 2000 classics. But no, this is the earliest dud, I would say, for being so high quality. So clearly Miss Briggs is up with the times because she brings in a Scottish dancer, and you know how we were in middle school, always talking about those Scottish dancers. Please just wear plaid and dance in my class, that's all I need. Sam boos him, and even though I'm thinking that, you shouldn't say that out loud. That's actually really disrespectful. I remember once somebody was doing an audition for a talent show and the teacher said no, and that kind of broke my heart. In all fairness, this doesn't actually have to do with the subject they're learning, so it's like, Carly has a point here. So this whole event strikes the iCarly team to have an idea. Though they're traumatized by the experience, they're like, we should allow other people to submit dances to us and we could showcase them on the website. Wow, look at these guys. They essentially founding TikTok. Because at the time, these videos didn't exist everywhere. It was like every so often on YouTube next to all the parkour videos or emo rock compilation videos. It wasn't that common, so even this was a clever idea at the time. So Carly and Sam announce it on their webcast, hey, submit a video to us, we'll check it. The way they talk on iCarly is kind of condescending to me. Like, I feel like adults just assume kids are that eccentric and peppy when they're talking, but it even feels unnatural for Jeanette and Miranda to be doing it. Like, I get it. I get what they're going for, but it's like, I don't know, it's like on YouTube with thumbnails. Like, you do something inauthentic to try to get somebody's attention, and once you have them, you can keep going. But they just keep it up every time. What is it with this? So Freddie runs to the girls and is like, guys, like, we got so many submissions. And check how big this laptop is in Freddie's hand. It is like half this guy's body. It is way bigger than his head. It looks like an iPad XL. And it makes Freddie look a little ridiculous in this moment. Gibby's adorable. He has a little cameo when we find out that Sam was attacking somebody's locker and it was his. I can't believe how young they all are. Like, this is insane. So they end up watching all these dance videos and there's like an obscure amount, like they're exhausted. Spencer introduces a B-plot by saying he wants to be one of the dancers, and that's funny to me. I love this character. We get a little glimpse into Spencer's room, which I never realized they did. Does it feel like a normal episode so far? Yeah, that's because it kinda is, and this is where it starts getting off the rails. So Freddy, Sam, and Carly fall asleep watching all these weird dance videos. Next thing you know, they all appear in the same dream back at Ridgeway. There, everybody is dancing for no apparent reason. It's not like these guys have like a lesson to learn that they have to figure out through their dreams. It's just like, oh, what if every day was an inconvenient dance number that didn't necessarily need to get solved? There's nowhere to go or do per se, but we're just gonna be attacked by these dancers. Everybody has a different dream. Then we have Sam's dream where it's like her versus Miss Briggs, and it ends up being one of the Scottish dance numbers, and it's actually really impressive. I'm like, how did they get Sam to do this? Oh wait, it's an actor. Gibby comes in with his shirt off. I think this is like one of the first times that's happened.
Get out of here, Gibby. This is my nightmare.
And then Freddy's dream is actually really funny. It's like a guy hitting on Carly and he has to like step in the way, and it looks like it's about to be a rap battle, but instead he just does silent movements. Like, imagine this entire scene without any dancing. Like, it's just cringe. But it is kind of impressive. Like, it reminds me of High School Musical, The Boys Are Back, when they're dancing on those tires. And then we get Carly's dream. It's like her in a floral dress, which, by the way, I don't know, it's not my style. A bunch of handsome men in suits appear and dance with her. Again, what are we working toward? What is happening? Where's the episode going? Is the web show at stake or just the main character's sanity? If so, like, why isn't this I Lost My Mind with Sheldon Cooper? She wakes up from the dream finally, and it's Spencer trying to make his dance video for them like he said he would, and we didn't really see much into it, but he ends up having the exact dream Carly did.
I don't know what's going on here, but I think I like it.
So overall, like, this episode, while it was wildly entertaining and the dance moves were borderline impressive, I feel like it didn't have anything to do with the core premise of the show. It wouldn't have worked as any Dan Schneider shows, and it didn't progress anything. It just feels like one of those let's do whatever we feel like doing episodes. And it's like, when I was at that age, I saw right through that. I'm like, guys, I need to see these characters going through stuff. I'm not having fun watching them dance. If they were singing or like had a goal, that would be fun for me. But there's not that. It's just, there's nothing to overcome. But with that said, it's like a really impressive season, like high quality for sure for the show. And I feel like this episode is the least impressive out of all of them, but still an impressive show. So this will go as my first season least important episode. Sorry guys, but I don't know. It didn't work for me. And I'm not crazy. Apparently this episode pulled in about 3.5 million viewers, which is a solid number for an early iCarly outing, but it wasn't a fan favorite either. Contemporary reviews were scarce, like critics don't always review kids sitcoms, but people have later talked about online that this is season 1's weakest overall. Not trying to toot my own horn saying I'm right, I'm just saying that the numbers don't lie. No, I'm just kidding, it's an opinion. But legacy-wise, they needed to introduce Gibby, I guess, so having this be his first episode, it's important for that case. The next one is season 2, I Go to Japan. So this is ridiculous, because season 2 of iCarly kicked off with the show's first TV movie special, I Go to Japan. It's like a supersized 3-part episodes. And it was ambitious, the gang leaving Seattle to go to Tokyo. And on paper it sounds epic, like Carly, Sam, and Freddy going on this big adventure to another place. Like, that's all fine and well. The idea that they, like, created a fake Japan already is a bad one, and they definitely didn't do any research on the appropriate way to go about this.
Did you understand any of that?
I'm not sure, but I think he called us dirty street monsters.
The idea of it being for this iWeb Awards, a big event that iCarly could finally be recognized for what it does, is exciting. I like that idea a lot. And I like the fact that we see our crew fly across the Pacific for this whole ordeal. And of course, every character being involved is perfect. Like, I like that Spencer's here. The only thing we're missing is Tebow. Why wouldn't they just put Tebow in here at this point? And it's one of those episodes where it's like everything that can go wrong does go wrong. The first class tickets get traded for sketchy seats in a cargo plane, which leads to them meeting this random man with a possum, and they have to emergency parachute jump into Japan. And once they're there, Carly and the friends, they fall for this rival group that's trying to trick them. Yoko and Yuki, who have like their own competitive
few extra towels and some unscented toilet paper.
They don't work here, crazy.
web show, and they basically lead them astray. It's weird because it makes Japan look like it's this scary, sketchy place, and if you ever wanted to go, you'll probably have to get on a cargo plane, jump out, and then nobody there is trustworthy. I mean, I know they're not trying to make a point about all this, but it's just fun to view in retrospect, you know? Spencer and Mrs. Benson have this whole side plot about taking a seaweed spa day.
Stop! What are you doing?
I'm eating!
Eat faster!
I'm eating as fast as I can!
Getting wrapped in seaweed in the nude. And of course, it's as comedic as it sounds. It's literally them trying to get out of the spa, and everything just turns out well when Spencer decides they could just eat the seaweed to get out. I mean, weird resolution, but okay.
Getting closer to the light! There! I can touch it!
Good! Can you get out?
I think so! Yeah! Hey.
All ends well. I'm not sure if this is a spoiler for being so long later, but the gang reunites in time for the chaotic award show showdown, and then they get this whole karate chop antic on stage. It's like a roller coaster of emotions. It's definitely pegged as one of the series' worst. Why? Because I pegged it that way. It's a little too cringe comedy. I mean, as a kid, you like the slapstick journey, but here, the fact that the cultural stereotypes, you could tell the writers just needed to get out of telling cultural jokes, so they focused on more physical comedy, slapstick. But the nonsensical plot is speaking for itself. Like, it just doesn't go as far as being like this great feature event that leads them into growing as characters. It's a series of tragic things happening, which is usual for a Dan Schneider show. If you've seen Drake and Josh, this essentially is every episode in a nutshell. Sometimes it even feels like this live-action cartoon, and not in the big time rush, Ned's Declassified Scott Fellows way. No, it's not that cute.
Honey Higgles! Oh yeah? Uh-huh. What's up, what's up, what's up?
It's more Looney Tunes before they realized they had cultural sensitivities out there. And it kind of ungrounds the show for a little bit, especially since everything about it is so grounded. Like, it's this web show using modern day technology to go through something. That is exactly abandoned in this special. So it's almost like, and there's a fine line between funny and cringe. Like seeing Freddie, Sam, and Carly have to get all the way back to the web show after being abandoned on the side of the road. That's interesting. You even see Los Angeles City Hall as a Tokyo building in the background, so it's not like the editors were committed to making this accurate either. I just wish I didn't look back on this episode and was like, oh, that's the craziest iCarly episode. I wish I looked back and was like, oh, that's a cool special. Kind of like I am with the Jimmy Timmy Power Hour. But this doesn't hold a necessarily important place in history, and it doesn't really make the image of iCarly look any better, even for the fact that this was its peak. Like, quality-wise, storytelling-wise, character-wise, they did everything right. So having this little bump in the road, as you would say, it took me out of it. Oh my gosh, in one scene, Carly's team is literally stuck in a hole in rural Japan. Despite the fact I hate this so much, the I Go to Japan episode drew in 7.6 million viewers, and that's like one of the highest rated iCarly broadcasts to date. Kids were excited to see the webcasters go on this international adventure, and since we didn't have a lot of online presence at the time to fact check any of this, it definitely didn't suffer at the time. It's more so like in retrospect, this was not such a great episode. I do think it's relied on the fact it's a spectacle to get away from the storytelling. Like, there's such high production value either because of a guest star or because of a current location that they almost expect the audience to forgive a little bit more than they're used to forgiving. Because I don't forgive this anymore. But you know what? It's a TV movie. They have to have a reason to do it, I guess, is if I'm coming up with any excuse for them. So I'm not gonna harp on it any longer. While some categorize this as a TV movie, I also had a backup episode planned just in case it it doesn't feel like it could be a part of the video. So I put also I Go Nuclear from season 2, and this was just out of left field, I feel like. Like when they have an eco-friendly or Earth Day themed episode, I get a little hesitant because it's not like we have like a lot of traditions. When we do episodes about holidays that aren't necessarily holidays, it feels like very, very Western culture-y.
What happened to you? What happened? I tried to make an electric scooter to cut down on the need for gasoline-powered transportation.
I mean, it's funny because it all happens in an ironic way, like Carly Shay nearly committing environmental felony, and I don't know, it's just so crazy.
You're a criminal.
What?
So the plot is that there's Green Week at school and Carly has to help create a project that benefits the environment. So our girl Carly, eager to impress and procrastinating, builds an electric scooter, and it's a bust. The thing goes 4 miles per hour, spontaneously catches on fire. It's kind of crazy. It even reminds me of like a Victorious out-of-the-box gag. She gets a weekend extension to do a little bit better, and she enlists a cute science geek named Cal to help her build a generator to power the iCarly studio, which is a really cool concept. I love that they're able to wrap the web show into the narrative and somehow make a green, eco-friendly episode without being too preachy. It's very grounded in that sense. In Zoe 101, Miranda Cosgrove makes an appearance, and she's like this scientific genius, even like challenging Quinn from the main cast. And the plot is that they found a way to also use an eco-friendly generator to power the entire campus of PCA, which is funny because I never realized how close in nature these two episode plot lines are, with Miranda Cosgrove playing the girl as the main character. It's just funny to me. Because they also end similarly. Like, Carly runs this nuclear reactor to light up some Christmas lights. She ends up getting an A+, but the government shuts everything down because it's against the law for a teenager to have a uranium-powered generator in her apartment. How is Cal getting this uranium? What does Cal do in his daily life that makes this something he was able to accomplish? I mean, they're 14, 15. So moral of the story is don't do too much research when you're doing your eco-friendly project. I don't really know why this episode needed to happen. I feel like if, gun to my head, I had to choose 5 episodes of iCarly to take off the existence of the planet, this would be one of them. But I really hope you guys don't do that. Please don't do that to me. And the threat of her having to go on this root and berry retreat as a punishment isn't that dramatic. Like, I don't see her actually being harmed for it, so like, I don't mind if this doesn't work out for her. And of course we get a teacher that I'm not really used to seeing here. Like, I don't know why he just comes in for this episode. I mean, it was probably before they decided, like, everybody that was a mainstay on iCarly versus, like, not. The B-plot's not as interesting. It's like Freddie and Sam building this labor-intensive composting project, with Sam doing nothing to contribute to it, which is not that surprising. And then Freddie ends up getting a D- and Sam gets an A for essentially doing nothing. Yeah, it's one of those kind of episodes.
Bravo! Bravo, Sam! No!
And if you're thinking, it sounds a little mean-spirited, you're right. I Go Nuclear is infamous for its unpleasant tone and nonsensible message. Like, I saw fans online call it out for being one of the worst episodes of the whole series. And Carly casually building a nuclear generator in a kid's sitcom? That's already bizarre. It's a wild plot, even for iCarly standards. And that's saying something. Viewers had to seriously suspend their disbelief, even if we couldn't. And the second is the tone. Carly and Freddie, who work hard on these projects, get screwed over while Sam slacks off and gets rewarded. It's very cynical, and the vibe is just giving me mixed messages. Like, I feel weird about showing this to my son or daughter. But hey, it was 2009, I guess. It's like an anti-lesson episode. I'm not gonna lie, some of the bits are so ridiculous that they are pretty amusing, like Carly riding the rebuilt electric scooter and screaming, "I'm helping the environment," only for it to set on fire. Like, that's funny. I like that, and as a kid, I thought that was probably hilarious. And I guess if you like dark humor, the idea of Carly nearly contaminating half of Seattle is kind of funny in like a twisted way. Either way, the amusing bits don't really save the episodes. They just give me a reason to explain why I wasted 20 minutes of my time. And the moral lesson, trying too hard makes you lose. Doing nothing gets you an A is just, I don't know. It's just not helpful. I can't help but wonder if this was like a forced episode from Nickelodeon to celebrate Earth Day, but then I can't believe that that would even be like a thing. I don't remember. It's an unforgettable misfire, to say the least. One that unironically keeps the iCarly fandom talking about the show's lows as well as highs. So just remember, kids, don't try this at home. Seriously, you leave the uranium to the professionals. Cal. Oh, and before we jump off this, can we talk about how much this environmental teacher is being mocked just for caring about the environment? Like, they treat him like he's some hippie nut job. And it kind of reminds me of Psychowitz. Like, seeing him eating at the Groovy smoothie with Carly, Sam, Spencer, like, that's also inappropriate outside of school.
We take our buckets and do this!
So season 3 of iCarly had some fan favorite storylines, like the Carly, Sam, Freddie love triangle, but it also gave us I Space Out, an episode that promised an out-of-the-world experience and ended up in a crash landing. The concept is straight from a wild kid's imagination. An eccentric billionaire recruits Carly, Freddie, and Sam to compete for a chance to host the first web show broadcast from outer space. You know that thing that Katy Perry was trying to do recently? Yeah, that's exactly what they were trying to do. That's right, iCarly in space. Doesn't it sound like amazing? Initially, the gang is excited and undergoes a series of astronaut training tests, and they do fine in a series, and there's like a bunch of obstacle courses and zero-G simulations. I feel like this would have done better as even a Big Brother type challenge. But where they find real trouble is when they get the last assignment, which is to spend 36 hours in a mock space capsule to test if they can handle the confinement. And of course, things go very wrong. It's notably one of the episodes where we were actually introduced to one of Carly's fears, which is funny because it's season 3, and she's afraid of enclosed spaces, something that might actually just come up one more time. After cooped up together, Carly, Sam, and Freddie succumb to space madness, this delirious, drunk-like state where they're essentially scared and irritable.
I knew it!
You smuggled a whiskey here?
That's some cream corn!
Freddie starts babbling, and Carly notably has a full-on panic attack. She freaks out so badly that they actually smash the capsule window to escape, disqualifying iCarly and the crew from the space, which, wow, that was quick. So much for boldly going where no webcast has gone before. And then in the bizarre subplot, Spencer is at home experimenting his own psychological thriller, and he keeps encountering a mystery little girl in their apartment. The child appears randomly, doesn't speak, and vanishes before everybody else sees her. It almost feels like a plot taken exactly from Drake and Josh.
See, this is okay. Because I know you're just my imagination. So I'm just gonna open the fridge.
Because it's named Dr. Paxil after the anti-anxiety medication, which, don't ask how I know that. He suggests Spencer's probably hallucinating because he's missing Carly. Aww. Spencer almost believes that he imagined her because obviously it's a realistic reason to think that your sister's going to space and you're worried about her. Like, I like how that ties into the main plot. But when Carly comes home after the failed space test, she sees the little girl too, so Spencer wasn't ridiculous or crazy.
Hello. Who are you?
But why do I dislike this episode? One, I thought it was a 2-part special, which is crazy. The marketing hyped it up so much to seem like this big event, but it's really a half hour with the idea of going to space and not actually doing it. It's like when you see a YouTube thumbnail of a really cool image, like Mr. Beast or something, and you're like, I want to see him actually do that. And then you watch the video and it's nothing like that. It's called being catfished, people. But the fact that they ultimately never even left the ground, it feels like the episode sets up a fun scenario, like in astronaut training, only to use it as a joke, like Three Stooges style. It's like, it's just one long bit. And then, of course, Carly's sudden claustrophobic meltdown is just for laughs. It's supposed to be like the climactic, humorous moment in all of this, and it's kind of making me feel bad because I don't want to see her not well. It could have been comedic gold, but it had such a weak execution, and the space madness antics would have been really funny if it actually mattered in the end. If anything, the B-plot saves it from being like a horrible, horrible episode. Like, I like the fact that Spencer almost cares that Carly's missing. It makes me enjoy it a little bit more, and it's a little funny to watch him think that he's hallucinating. I did like the training montage. It was definitely a little funny. Seeing Freddie and Sam bicker mid-gravity is also, like, hilarious. How crazy would it have been if they were dating at this time? Like, you saw the chaos they had in their relationship. Imagine it was in space. Freddie and Sam in space! Arguing.
So no stopping.
But wait, one question.
What?
Why are you so stupid?
Carly?
Sam, I'm curious. Go.
I feel like I've seen this in old sci-fi tropes, the idea of somebody going to space madness. But Carly definitely doesn't act it super normal. Like, you could tell this actress has never been through something like space madness. I'm now realizing how crazy that sounds out loud. None of us have been through space madness. Oh, and the ending, being like in the middle of the hardcore training and just having them break a window and that's where it ends, it almost takes me out of the most exciting parts I was looking forward to for a special like that. And I just remember being a kid, when it was 7:30, it was like, oh cool, time for the second part. But it was like, nope, that was the whole episode. And now SpongeBob. Yeah. Rip off. iCarly should be building momentum, getting better. I wanted to believe they would go to space because of how popular they were getting. It's something a rich person would do. But you know what? You let us on. iCarly, you let us on. Okay, season 3 is an interesting one. We have I Do. Now, this is the season where Carly switched her room. The season where I don't know how we figured out what season 2 was. Just 39 episodes of confusion. But this is season 3. And in the episode, it's about this guy that wants to propose with iCarly as the platform he proposes to her on.
Here's my situation. I want to get married.
Well, I'm still in high school.
Right. Super funny.
So yeah, Freddie and the girls are excited. They finally get to do their first proposal over the webcast. I like that we're actually expanding into bigger deals of things for the iCarly crew. And that this guy is just odd enough to be a character in this universe. The fun thing about this episode is it starts to take place only at this wedding, because they're invited to the wedding as a part of the whole ceremony. It's funny because they kind of justify it by being like they don't have a lot of friends, so they have these random strangers that are on a web show be a part of their bridal shower.
Freddie, you could be my best man!
And it's kind of sweet. Like, I like seeing the main cast in suits and getting ready for a wedding, but the wife is a little crazy and obsessed with Spencer, so she almost backs out of this whole wedding.
Honor, respect, and care for him as long as you both shall live.
I think I'm in love with someone else.
Whoa.
Spencer.
Spencer isn't even into the idea. There's no romantic connection at all, and this woman is just ready to jump ship. So I'm not really following her plotline or caring that her wedding goes well. Like, I wish Carly saw there was like a good spot in her, or maybe Spencer actually had feelings for her, but it just kind of goes off the walls for no reason. And if you know me, you know I hate random musical numbers that are out of context. Yeah, Miranda Cosgrove sings in this episode. She sings in iParty with Victorious, but that's an event episode. I feel like it's just weird because iCarly has never had her sing, and this is the one time they did, and it didn't really lead to anything. It just kind of brought everybody together by the end of the episode. It kind of reminds me of the Drake and Josh episode where they're all stuck in the house in the storm, and Helen sings "We Will Rock You" to get everybody cheering up. This episode does have like a successful conclusion, along with the full wedding, but it doesn't really go above production standards. And I just don't like the attitude of everybody in the wedding party. Like, it seems like nobody else cares for these kids and blame iCarly for everything that kind of goes wrong.
Gordon, I invite you guys to my wedding. I pay for your plane rides, and you go and steal my honey.
And Carly resolving this whole adult mess with a heartfelt performance even stretches sitcom logic. But it's definitely worth watching for Spencer's reactions. Like, it's hard. He's such a funny character, so it's not like the writing had to be good for this. Just throwing him in the situations and having him react is half the jokes. But this episode is actually pretty plot heavy, which is weird. It's too much plot to be laughing the whole time, and yet there's too many wild and wacky jokes that make it hard to follow the plot. So it's almost like it's shooting itself on both accounts. Carly's motives to fix this whole wedding are not even rooted in something genuine. I feel like she's just trying to get out of an uncomfortable situation. It's not like the webcast is at stake. It's not like anybody's reputation's on the line. It's just like low stakes and high laughs. I don't know. It's still a fun watch. I feel like it was leaning away from when iCarly was at its best, but they got me with the premise. Like, I love the idea of a wedding type episode. I just feel like they kind of wasted it. They definitely wasted this idea. It started out interesting in the beginning of the episode, and it went too far, as iCarly will do often. I'm not sure if you guys even remember this song Carly performs. Like, maybe there's mega fans of iCarly that could tell me what this is, but for now, I'm just gonna write this off. Okay, for season 5, we had a lot in the run, but I'm gonna give this hands down to I Still Psycho parts 1 and 2. Yeah, another special. Something about iCarly is when they're given a 1-hour special, they choose to go nuts with it. Or in this case, a sequel to going nuts with it, going double nuts with it.
I'm kind of in the middle of a lunch date with Cassie.
I don't know, Kathy.
Of course, we bring back Nora Dershlit, this clingy, karaoke-obsessed fan who once kidnapped Carly and her crew in the basement. And she's up for parole. Despite Sam and Freddie actually wanting to let her go to prison, Carly is essentially trying to be a good person and be like, no, it's not fair. I want to see the good in people, which, only comes out when it's convenient for the writers. And it's really kind of crazy how pathetic her life is, because her parents are like, oh, we're not going to love her after this.
I guess it'll just be me, my mom, and my dad.
Sorry, I can't make it, baby.
Why not?
I want to go camping alone tonight.
So Sam, Freddie, and Carly start to see that their impact is actually going to ruin somebody's life. So they kind of cowered out of pressing any charges for when they, kidnapped them. By the way, I feel like kids shouldn't advocate for themselves in this situation. Like, they were kidnapped. And even more irresponsibly, in a really annoying episode. They essentially copy and pasted this premise into this whole new special with a little bit of a different beginning and ending. I wish they called this Nora 2.0, because it's mainly her episode, and she's a really funny character. I feel like the actress does a good job at playing crazy, but it goes off the rails a little too much, almost to the point of like kind of mocking mental health or what it's like to be weird and different, with our heroes being the epitome of normal. Like, I feel like it's a weird moral issue here. And since the crew feels so bad for her, they end up going to her house to be a part of the party. Which, guys, okay, everything from here on out is kind of your fault. Like, it's one thing to show up and defend her, but are you really gonna take the extra step to go back to her house? So it seems like really normal, but it's still kind of awkward. And they're trying to find a way out of this experience. I don't know why they can't commit to doing something nice for somebody. They have to pretend they actually wanted to be here. I wish they just committed to, like, did you want her free or not, guys? And of course, they have to make fun of whatever culture they made up Nora to be by having Norwegian liver balls at this party, and it's really disturbing. Things go haywire when Spencer shows up trying to take the kids back home, and the mom tricks him into the basement where she ties him up to a spinning wheel.
Carly!
Spencer!
Help! Help me! I'm on a wheel!
And this is just going a little bit overboard. It's not like people coming up with this last minute idea to, like, take these kids in and trap them. Like, you had to have had an entire wheel built in order to trap Spencer. So this must have been thought out somehow. It only makes it a little bit scarier. I don't know how else they could communicate the fact that these people are crazy. So yeah, Spencer's tied up to this thing and is rotating almost the whole episode, and it's kind of like a little torture sequence. It kind of reminds me of Saw, like the Saw movies, but this episode of iCarly would be a really funny escape room idea, don't you think? Nora goes haywire, stops every exit, and manages to trap the kids in her living room this time. It bothers me the whole time how Nora doesn't expect them to escape. She's somehow keeping them in, and I don't know why she's stupid enough to think that they wouldn't outsmart her this time. Although she does a good job at trying to fit security so they can't get out, but not enough that, like, they're able to stay. They trick Gibby into going up the chimney to try to get help, and he gets stuck there.
Fresh air, baby. Now I gotta get to the cops. And then Crazy Nora's gonna find herself back in prison where she...
So it's like everybody kind of has their own bit, and comedic way of trying to get out of the stuck situation, but none of them can successfully do it. Not only that, the methods are kind of boring. Like, the different ways they take to get through it are really mundane and simple. Not like a Drake and Josh stuck episode where they're in the treehouse or stuck on the side of the road. Nope, it takes place in all one location. And if that episode of Drake and Josh couldn't extend into 40 minutes, I don't know why this has to. There were some outlandish jokes while the plot wasn't super interesting, and those are always entertaining, like seeing her tackle Freddy onto the table. Although when you realize the reality of the situation, it's almost not that funny. And I get it, it's a sitcom, we're supposed to suspend our disbelief, but here it's doing overboard again. Everybody's stuck playing party games, and there's no real point to any of it. And the thing that really bothers me is Sam pulls out her butter sock, and the audience claps as if it's a guest star.
I'll tell you what we're gonna do. As soon as those two freaks walk back in here... No butter sock.
And I didn't know if we reduced ourselves to clapping for a sock with butter in it, but it's weird to me. The B-plot is interesting. It's a lot about T-Bow needing to stay with Freddy and his mom, but his mom doesn't like who he is normally, which is kind of disrespectful. Like, he's just a normal guy, and now he's pretending to be like a put-together businessman that has like the utmost respect, and Mrs. Benson is like falling for it the whole time. So it's all about him trying to keep up this charade in front of Miss Benson, and it kind of feels a little bit shallow because it's somebody that the main cast cares about, but not cares about enough to let him come clean, and Miss Benson is just downright against everything he's doing. It definitely feels like it could be racism. I don't know what else it could possibly be implying. I mean, maybe if this were a different race as T-Bow's part, it's definitely controversial. It would be one thing if the jokes kind of made up for it or were funny enough to justify it, but I feel like it didn't necessarily get there. I mean, it's nice how that plot wraps into Freddy's mom and T-Bow saving the day inevitably, because then they come together and they make up for whatever reason. But most of the episode, it's just a little bit annoying. They're only able to get out of the Nora situation by having Freddy enact this tracker chip in his head, in which Sam lasers him, leading Miss Benson to realize that they're in danger. So then they show up, everybody is trapped in the house, but it's quickly solved as Freddy's mom and T-Bow destroy the bad guys. And it's like, this was supposed to be a web show. A show about a web show, and now it's about kidnapping and breaking and entering. Jeez, guys. And I'm a pretty forgiving guy. I feel like a funny joke or two would let me just forget about all of it, but I just felt like Freddy's mom and T-Bow's plotline was a little off base, and the A-plot wasn't even interesting enough to hold 40 minutes worth of time. Like, I feel like even in 20 minutes, this episode would have been below average. I do feel like T-Bow as a character is really funny, and the situations he gets in. Like, I want to know the guy behind the juice stand, and have him be a person outside of it, as opposed to just another wacky adult character that backstory is super vague for no reason. Like, TiVo doesn't need that.
It says you must stay at least 100 yards away from some girl named Portia Sweet.
I keep accidentally calling him TiVo, like the TV, and I don't know why that keeps popping in my head. But yeah, the plot just mirrors iPsycho almost beat for beat, just with more people and louder stunts. Nora's parents being deranged is never really explained or mattering, you know, so we don't feel bad for her. There's no reason to have a miscommunication about this. It's just an easy jailbreak episode. The fight scene, although, is a fan favorite. I feel like a lot of people remember this part of the episode, but like I said, you don't need a two-part special to justify this kind of action scene. But yeah, no characters had a before point and after point. Nobody grew. It was just an episode for the sake of being an episode, which I guess is okay. It's a kid's show. Do what you want. As a viewer, I was like, yeah, this isn't it. This is not fun. This is not exciting. This is not storytelling. It's just somebody trying to create a skit and not only be 20 minutes, but 40 minutes long. I can't be entertained like that. Yeah, then for season 6, we have I Go One Direction, and this one was surprisingly bad. They've had guest stars before, some actually famous, and this is another one of those. Spencer and Carly get back from vacation, and they just plop the characters in the living room doing nonsensical things, like they don't even care what they're doing with the characters anymore. Tebow is in a kiddie pool, while Sam is grilling. The doctor comes by and lets everybody know that Carly got sick on the trip. She's dizzy, hungry, and it's a really bad sign.
I just found this at the junkyard. Amongst the junk.
What is that, a motorcycle?
Motorcycle? What about this looks like a motorcycle?
Do you see wheels?
A motor?
Anything motorcycle related?
Look, I'm just a kid. I'm not a wizard.
Meanwhile, Freddie gets good news that One Direction wants to be involved in iCarly. And it's really exciting for everybody, specifically Gibby. Gibby has a big crush on them, and that is probably my favorite part of this whole episode, having a crush on One Direction. I love it. I feel like the interactions with the band members are so few and far between, and these guys are essentially used as a prop to bring around the set. Unlike Fred, that was like weaved into the plot, now it just feels like they're putting guest stars on the show just to stand there and not even have a lot of lines. Like, none of these characters even have distinct personalities outside of being One Direction in real life.
Do you guys want to hear my idea?
Yes.
Does it involve the motorcycle? No.
Whoa, wait, replace Harry?
Well, not for real. We just make him think he's being replaced. Who with?
At first, it's kind of annoying. You think it'll be over in a little bit, but then Harry Styles takes Carly's drink and gets her disease. Oh, jeez. So yeah, he becomes sick, and it all happens within the iCarly studio. So it's essentially one location this whole episode. And Carly ends up taking care of him in her bed. I don't know why Harry couldn't go anywhere else. He's rich, he's well-known. I don't know why he would impose on somebody that is trying to work with him only professionally. And he takes advantage of the situation, but they don't actually give him enough lines to make it seem like he's asking for these things. They're just basically like, Carly, he's so overwhelming, he's so overwhelming. And then at the juice bar, they're actually trying to figure out a way out of this, and like I said, it's like Carly, Sam, and Freddie are the only ones talking, and they barely chime in. They get involved in the next scene, though, with them convincing Harry that they are going to move on without him. The most annoying part of this episode for me is that Harry immediately removes Gibby and is like, no, I want to be the singer. And it kind of just ends there. Like, I would have loved to see him be sick earlier, and then maybe Gibby takes over One Direction. It's more than just a single dance rehearsal. And they have to essentially trick Harry into admitting he wasn't sick. But it's none of that. It literally is like, let's do this thing to Harry. It changes in one scene, and then the final 3 minutes is a music video of them just singing on the iCarly set. No personalities, no actual payoff to the plot. It's not like anything is changing. You could turn this episode off at the 18-minute mark, and you will have seen it all. I feel like early iCarly that's not lazy, would have done it more impressively. Like I said, maybe Harry would be sick for longer, maybe the boys would take a more active role in the episode. But there's not even enough time in the episode for us to believe that Gibby would even be a member of One Direction. And that's like the whole gimmick for me. Like, I want to see how One Direction could interfere Carly, Sam, and Freddie's lives when really it's one interaction with one band over the course of one single day. Like, at least have given us a big finale where Gibby's about to go on the iCarly podcast and change it, but there's nothing at stake, there's nothing the boys need to interrupt, and Harry being sick in the first place really doesn't play a role in their lives. Overall, it just feels like a promotion of an episode, like Disney Channel did Studio DC almost live with the Muppets, and it was all about promoting the Muppet stars. This is what it feels like with One Direction. I hate when networks lean into the fact that they could probably just put in famous people and that will make up for the story. And sure, like, in retrospect, we did kind of drop everything for an episode and watched it, but I feel like we deserved better than this episode. I saw people online talk about how Spencer's B-plot is just a little goofy, even borderline creepy, because the whole thing is he's trying to impress a girl, so he says he'll teach her how to work out, even though we all know Spencer doesn't know how to work out, and she assumes that she means her daughter, so she gives her daughter to Spencer for the day and just abandons her. And I feel like the adults in this world are not painted in a beautiful picture. Spencer spends the entire episode taking care of this girl, giving her a makeover, and Nothing conspires at all. Like, Spencer's not worried about impressing the girl. She actually leaves in the first 2 minutes. There's no reason that Spencer doesn't kick this girl out. There's no retribution if he doesn't do this. It's more just him hanging out with a little girl around the apartment. I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's worth watching, honestly. But I gotta admit, the Gibby jokes were 1000% worth it. I would watch this episode just to see Gibby fangirl over One Direction. That is all. One Direction is definitely the worst episode of all, and I don't even not like One Direction. Like, I do genuinely like them. I just feel like they tried to take themselves too seriously, and then the acting of the boys just got in the way, and I couldn't excuse all of that just because it was a boy band. You could tell it's a marketing ploy just because they wanted us to watch it, and I was already out of teen TV at that point in my life, so I don't know why anybody would think I would go back to watch this Australian boy band. So in order to not feel like I have a huge ego, I did want to go over some information I found about fans' reactions to the worst episodes ever. And let's see if any of ours match up. I want to see if we're on the same page. So let's go over 6, because there's 6 seasons of iCarly, of the worst episodes other people put. At the very last, they put iCarly I Meet Fred, which of course they did. I definitely felt like this episode was good enough. Like, I thought it was funny. I liked Fred. I felt like diving into the internet culture of reality is exactly what iCarly needed to be authenticated. I felt like they handled it in a very grounded way while still making it really funny. It still deserves to be higher than I Go One Direction. Like, that episode is really horrible. I don't know why it wouldn't be right here. Then 94, the second least best episode, is I Bloop 2 Electric Boogaloo. And I totally am happy this is here because I didn't want to include the Bloop specials because obviously they're clip shows. Like, the Dr. Phyllis episode of Drake and Josh was a clip show. Like, that's their way of showing the outtakes in a way that counts as an episode so nobody has to do as much work. Not a big fan of that. But this one in particular was really off the rails in the sense that not only did it make no sense, but they were breaking the fourth wall in ways that didn't even work, with having Rex from Victorious be the host. And it's like, I don't understand who the fan service is for. Like, maybe the people that liked the Dan Schneider universe, but I like the shows from the universe, but I still didn't even appreciate this event. It felt like I just couldn't trust the writers from now on to even believe iCarly's real. But that's a critique I have for a lot of the ending episodes anyway. I do think I Bloop 2 is a super big low, and I'm happy it's low on the list because it definitely doesn't deserve to get credit. And then, 93, we have a video, I April Fools. Oh, thank God, guys. I hate this episode so much. I know Quentin Reviews talked about it a lot, and I remember seeing it later because I did not grow up watching this episode. Like, this did not show up, and I understood what was going on in middle school. This episode virtually had no structure, no character growth, and then also no reality to it. Like, Spencer shows up as a woman randomly in the middle of it, and it feels like a sketch comedy show with no actual sketches in it, just interwoven character conversations, not forwarding iCarly in any way. And if you saw the Victorious episode, it's kind of the same thing. I don't know what was going on in Nickelodeon's mind that they thought to celebrate April Fool's Day is to let these shows just be one big joke. Like, we already established that these are kids that are trying to relate to us through their own things, but then you send us these episodes where it's like, are we on the adult side laughing at them, or are we still with them? Because I've never experienced something like this. Have you? Then let's group together the next 3. We also have I Fix a Pop Star from Season 2, I Sell Penny Teas from Season 4, and IQ from Season 5. So these episodes were super low on the list, and it makes sense. This was like the later half of iCarly. 2010, 2011 is when it started to get into that April Fool's era, with every episode being a joke on the audience. And while I didn't put a lot of these even in my top 6, I definitely see where everybody's coming from. Like, these episodes were definitely veering too off the iCarly path, and that's definitely a pattern I noticed in the last couple seasons anyway. I did, however, like the I Fix a Pop Star episode. Like, the whole Ginger Fox premise was really good. I liked that they had that episode with the chef. Like, that's both of those episodes, iCarly trying to help a celebrity outside of the web show is just always interesting to me. So I felt like they did it good here. I don't think this should have been one of the least enjoyable episodes, but I'm not surprised. Same thing with I Sell Penny Teas. I thought that was funny enough to be considered a good episode of iCarly. It didn't take anything off the rails. And IQ also, I think IQ is specifically not a good one anyway, because of the fact it's just about iCarly, just about Carly trying to impress a guy. It's like the most stereotypical sitcom trope, and to be so far in the series, like, we want to see more episodes about the web show. We want to see about these characters, not them backtracking to a point where they become, like, stupider and stupider. Like, it feels like this episode definitely shows its cracks in its main plot. Phew. Now, that was a long-winded one. I thought this video would be more in the spirit of my channel, as usually my band videos are the ones that get the most recognition, but if you guys ever wanted to see me do iCarly or any of the shows I've been mentioning, just let me know in the comments.
You and I being your best friend, are going to see the one, the only, Hannah Montana! Woo! Ah!
Hannah Montana was nearly a perfect show. I loved everything about it, from the doubling as a blonde superstar to getting her teeth fixed on a live cooking show. Yeah, Hannah Montana had a lot of variety in the best way. It's really hard to find episodes that I felt like weren't good, because I love that show so much, so I'm kind of biased. But I did. I have this new series called the Offensive series, where I kind of talk about the worst episodes of TV shows. And of course, offensive is just a buzzword I'm using just because I guess that's what the algorithm likes. I mean, it doesn't matter if the algorithm likes toast. I'm not going to cook it for you and put butter on it. Anyway, so we're going to talk about some of the worst episodes in each season. I usually choose the worst episode in every season, but then I also talk about a follow-up episode that I feel like is just as bad. I just like to give it a lot more variety, make these videos a little bit longer because it is fun to talk about. So if you're ready to see all the negative sides of this pop sensation, which if the news didn't show it to you already, I'm surprised, then it's time to dive into the most offensive episodes of Hannah Montana. Let's start with Season 1, shall we? Season 1, Episode 8. We have a little episode I like to call, and literally the copyright office likes to call. So this episode's called Mascot Love, and it's interesting. This whole show deals with Miley's double life, and this episode is one of the episodes that does that. They have 26 episodes in the first season, so they had a lot of time to establish what Miley's life is like, both on the celebrity side and the regular teenage side. And this episode feels a little bit redundant because it does everything the other episodes do, but slightly worse, I feel like. Mascot Love is about Miley joining the cheerleading squad, but since she can't be a cheerleader, she has to be the school mascot instead. It's Pirate Pete is their mascot, which is like, what middle school has a pirate as your mascot? I mean, it's borderline offensive because you know how like they have those sports teams that have like older tribes or like things that kind of relate to outdated cultural times. Like, I don't know, that's just kind of what I see happening. And this head is so smelly, it like basically disgusts Miley, because not only is she not on the cheerleading squad, but they make her do something humiliating, something that she is not used to at all, being this superstar. Like, it just shows at school that she is clearly not the person she wants to be. It kind of tests her in terms of being able to handle not having any attention and or her commitment to having this be a secret as opposed to just being an open celebrity and actually put herself out there. And it definitely deals with her complications of having that be at stake. We get a lot of really funny moments, like Oliver is the MC during this whole thing. Miley ends up getting in a fight with the opposing team's mascot, the flamingo. I was about to call it a pink pelican. Can you imagine the pink pelican? Yeah, so Miley is essentially fighting this pink pelican this whole episode, and I mean, it's the first season. Like, we gotta cut them some slack. They're still trying to figure out what works. They did a lot of these plot lines, and they're trying to figure out, like, the best parts of them. And I feel like this was definitely just, like, a miss all around, because it focused on a school extracurricular that wasn't really natural to any of the main characters. Like, Lily is normally a sports girly. Like, we've established that many times. for this episode, she's a cheerleader. Miley is not a sports girly, nor is she like a super girly. I feel like she's more stuck in the middle. She just wants to make friends and like actually form connections, which is really sweet, something that none of us actively go out of our way to do anymore, which is kind of sad. I was just watching Wizards of Waverly Place, and it's just so funny to think of how many shows did this trope of like joining the cheerleading squad. Like, what? Not all of us joined the cheerleading squad at that age, and I feel like most of us watching these shows were like somewhat involved in theater or things that were like a little bit more artsy because we spent time watching entertainment. I just feel like that was like natural. So seeing this episode was definitely, it felt out of character. It felt like this was one of the misses of the first season, that if this was like the first episode I saw, I don't know how I would feel about it. You gotta admit though, it starts off pretty strong with Miley like running backstage and back on stage, arguing with Lily about how busy her life is, which is definitely the role of a superstar. So to contrast that with her joining the sports team, it's a funny episode, but it doesn't actually do anything that Hannah Montana did best. So I had to put this as like the number one not best. Speaking of not good episodes from the first season, Schooly Bully, I think I made a video ranking all the episodes, but this one was also really out of place. Schooly Bully is season 1, episode 23, so this is like toward the end of the first season. Like, they should definitely have their bearings around this time. Like, Miley in this episode is focused on dodging a school bully, something that doesn't feel like it represents Hannah Montana necessarily at all. The only connection this episode had to Hannah Montana is the incorporation of Roxy, which, by the way, is one of my favorite characters. Like, I'm so happy we get a Roxy episode, and it's a funny concept. It's basically Miley can't defend herself at school, so she has her bodyguard from the Hannah Montana world come in and defend her, which is so crazy. It's definitely a funny concept, but I feel like they didn't lean into the joking part of it. They more so just used it as a plot device to try to communicate a couple things. And yeah, so it felt kind of unnatural to me, especially for the fact that it is already a comedy. Like, they could have leaned into it a little bit more. They just focus on making fun of the school bully, who is a stereotypical bully, like just this emo girl wearing makeup. Not really a fine representation of what a bully is, but back then I guess that's what we assumed they were. And she just like used a lot of intimidation tactics, like she's just like threatening Miley like outwardly, when really bullying could be nuanced sometimes. It's just somebody sometimes intending to hurt another person. And that's what this girl is doing this episode. I feel bad for this actress because it's a very one-dimensional character to have the bully. Like, we've had more interesting episodes where people have gotten under Miley's skin, but they more so have to do with her celebrity life and not necessarily just her school life. Like, I would love to have seen her be bullied by somebody a little bit more impactful, like Amber and Ashley. Just this random person doesn't really develop the plot any further, so I'm not really into this that much. Roxy being her first episode, that she's like in the plot a lot, I have to give that credit, because that is something that I feel like their best episodes have Roxy in it. So the fact that this one really didn't do too well wasn't super fun. They kind of play a lot on the bullying, where it's like Miley getting hurt or Lily being intimidated. Like, it doesn't really show them like having their character flaws put on blast or giving them an obstacle to overcome as well as other episodes. Like, it's hard because Hannah Montana is one of the best shows I've ever seen, so going against it and being like, this is not a good episode, is very nuanced for me. But I would say that this one feels just so off, and it could have been a Disney XD show at this point. They have a little side plot with the guy from Malcolm in the Middle, which I find really cool. It's funny to think that, like, Robbie and Jackson end up doing, like, this father-son getaway, but they get put in a cabin with a giant heart-shaped bed, and then they get snowed in and can't leave. Something that really doesn't have anything to do with the original A-plot. Like, it's just two random plots going separately. I mean, you gotta hand it to them. The second part is really funny. I love that we get to see Jackson and Billy Ray try to, like, talk their way out of this snowstorm. They end up getting stuck with the guy from Malcolm in the Middle, and he actually has a dummy, which is horrifying. I hate when shows have a character have a wooden dummy. Like, it's definitely owned by Goosebumps, Night of the Living Dummy, and I don't know why we have to bring it to Disney Channel, you know? Anyway, overall, this episode is just a little off. I don't think it represents the show too well, so that's kind of where I'm coming to with this. Then, for the final episode, I really feel like let me down about this is On the Road Again, Season 1, Episode 12. And if you've seen my videos, you know I have an affinity for the Disney Channel crossovers. Like, I like watching them, just feel like they don't do a great job at putting out the fan service that they're promising. Kind of like when I put out a video and I say this is offensive and then I never talk about how it's offensive. Yeah, I'm Hannah Montana-ing you guys. But yeah, this is the third part in the That's So Sweet Life of Hannah Montana crossover event, and it's the one episode that ends up not bringing any of the other shows back, which is really frustrating. That's why I had to put it on this list. It was definitely a really big disappointment to see this episode be so counterintuitive to what I loved about Hannah Montana. Like, Hannah is barely at the Tipton. We see a little bit of Ashley Tisdale, and then the entire episode redirects to be about Robbie Ray, something that is not really fair. So yeah, I feel like that episode of Hannah Montana, I couldn't not talk about On the Road Again. The third part in the That's So Sweet Life of Hannah Montana video, where we start off at the Tipton, Miley and Ashley Tisdale get to have a cool conversation, but it becomes very quickly about Billy Ray. The whole episode ends up going back to the regular Hannah Montana set, so it's not really a crossover anymore, and just them dealing with their dad not being able to be famous anymore. Jackson and Miley kind of team up to give him that experience to go on stage and play once again, and he realizes that, hey, my love is at home with my family, and I'm like, I just want to see Raven-Symoné and Zack and Cody, and you guys are taking me on a trip that I did not want to go on. It feels like I'm traveling 6 hours to a wedding I didn't want to go to. Then we get to the second season, so stop blasting on Hannah Montana. I feel like just from this point forward, it's never as bad as that one. The second season of Hannah Montana gets a little redundant, where they kind of emphasize Miley in high school as opposed to middle school like the first season. Her stakes are a lot higher. Being a celebrity is a lot harder to pull off. She has to deal with her celebrity friends a lot more. Like Tracy, for example, like she's in this season a lot. Things feel a little bit more saturated and exaggerated. They really lean into the comedy this season, which is definitely a plus for me. I feel like every time like comedy is cleverly integrated, you've always got a Johnny 2000s vote. Like, that's always the best kind of episodes. So this is season 2, episode 15, Songs Sung Bad. And this one I kind of feel bad about because it's all of us making fun of Lily. Lily can't sing, and that's the premise of the episode. They have a school talent show, and Miley is essentially trying to break it to Lily that she's not a great singer, so she doesn't embarrass herself. But, oh, instead of actually telling her the truth, Miley lies? Something she never does ever? No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, she lies a lot, and in this episode it goes a little too far because it seems like she's, like, more worried about how she's gonna be perceived by Lily than she actually cares about her embarrassing herself, which is not super fair. It's definitely redirected away from Miley. That's maybe why I don't love the episode as much. I like that Amber and Ashley are back as the antagonists and serve as like the main ones for this episode. Like, that's fun. It gets really funny at the very end when we see everybody, all the main cast, go up on stage and actually try singing themselves. Like, look at this. This is so funny.
So let's make it rock, make it rock. That's what you make it. So come on, everybody now.
La vida es como tú la haces, so let's make it rock.
Yeah, otherwise, it's a really good episode. It just feels off from the regular series. I think Miley's not coming from like a genuine place, and I think the plot that is used in this isn't very Hannah Montana friendly, but that's really all I have to say about it. The other episode I thought wasn't super great was season 2, episode 17, Don't Stop Till You Get the Phone. So we've seen this episode actually a couple times. There's like the episode where Miley is trying to get or use money. That's happened a couple times. So season 2, episode 17 is similar to that, where it's about her wanting the new O phone and kind of how far she's willing to go to get this new technology. Something that is kind of a shallow opportunity for her. Like, it's not coming out of like a good place. It's more so coming out of like not wanting to fall behind socially. I mean, it makes sense. If you're Hannah Montana, you want to keep up with pop culture, especially since you borderline are pop culture, Miley. Like, seeing her have to struggle with this regresses her character a lot, especially since it's happening at like the middle of season 2. I feel like she's a little bit better than this at this point. It goes way too far when we have our guest star in this episode, Mr. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Moral of the story, during the episode, Miley gets a picture of her secret being revealed, essentially. Everybody will know she's Hannah Montana if this picture is released. So there's a lot at stake, and that's really good for the episode. I think that's like one of my favorite parts of this episode, aside from Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson's guest appearance. And she's willing to go really far in order to get this picture taken down to a point where she starts being rude to other people. It's so funny because it parodies that idea of like Spider-Man, like when Peter Parker worked at the Daily Bugle and he kept taking pictures of himself just to tell people. I love that Hannah Montana takes on that trope because it makes her seem more like a superhero. Like when I hear interviews about Miley or like the showrunners talking about this show, like they always talk about how like the wig is essentially a superhero mask. Somehow nobody recognizes Miley as this main character, and this takes the journalism aspect of that plot device and spins it on its head. And we see Miley actually go too far into this to a point where she ends up embarrassing the heck out of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson just so she can get away with it, but then realizes that she's her own monster. Yeah, Hannah Montana gets deep sometimes, and this is definitely a good episode. I feel like it's hard to find the episodes I don't like when I really like most of Hannah Montana. But I do feel like Miley can be a little too cynical in this. The fact that everything is stemmed from wanting this O-phone is not a great character, organic reason to do all the things she's doing. Like, it's one thing if she does it on behalf of Oliver or Lily or to make her dad happy, but she doesn't. It feels a little too selfish to be a better reason. And I feel like a lot of the jokes in this episode could have been a little bit more funnier. Like, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson's only in a part of it when he could have done a little bit more, but having him be the one to actually stop the photographer from putting out the picture, I'm not even sure what that message shows. Like, oh, if you accidentally put out an embarrassing picture, you're supposed to hire Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson? I don't know if that's the angle they're going for, but I guess I'm gonna have to do that next time I have a bad comment on the internet. It's so funny because it's like not relevant, but at the same time, like, things are all like that now. Like, that was a more new thing back then to be so embarrassed by a post or a really embarrassing video and to think you can get rid of it. Now you can't get rid of anything like that. Doesn't matter who took the picture, it's ending up on the internet somehow. This episode did a good job at like kind of jumping ahead. It was definitely ahead of its time, but was it as good as the other episodes in the second season? No, the second season had like 30 episodes, and this one was one of the ones that I don't think needed to be there, so I'm not super happy about it, but I had to put something down, so thank you guys for listening to me on this one. So season 3 of Hannah Montana is where it kind of gets interesting. I would definitely describe this as the peak season. I think Hannah Montana was never better than it could have possibly been at season 3. It was right after the Hannah Montana movie. It was right when they're leaning into the most comedic situations they possibly could, and they were just throwing stuff at the wall at this point. Like, this is the Wizards on Deck with Hannah Montana season. This is the season with Lucas Cruikshank. This is the season that Miley moves out. There's a lot to like about season 3, but of course, with every good season, we need to focus on the bad episodes, because I am a glass half empty kind of guy. Now, I just brand myself that way. I'm not really like that. The weakest link in Hannah Montana season 3 has got to be episode 5, Killing Me Softly with His Height. And I'm not sure if you guys remember this episode or it rings a bell, but it's the episode where Miley meets this new guy. He's friends with Oliver, and her and Lily kind of debate of who gets him pretty quickly. You know, very 2000s trope with girls fighting over the guy. Miley ends up winning and falling for this guy until she realizes pretty quickly that he is short. And that's where I check out. I, too, am a short fella, and I get upset when that becomes like the central point of a plot line. Now I know how it feels like when they make weight jokes or like things that you can't control about yourself. Like, Hannah Montana really leans into it in this, and they've never done this before. Like, when has height been a super negative thing for the culture? I don't understand why it affects her so much. Like, this whole episode is her being insecure about being shallow or coming across shallow, and you could tell that almost everything she does in this is doubling down to not look bad. And it reminds me of a big publicity stunt, something that I think works really well within the realm of Hannah Montana. Like, she has this deep desire to be loved and liked, especially as half pop star, but she actually is not really Hannah Montana in this episode. The whole episode is about her and this guy. She ends up going on a date with him to prove that she's not shallow, but can't stop making fun of him the entire night. And they act like she's like a huge victim of it. They're like, oh my gosh, what if he gets a toy that's actually the same height as him? It just feels like it's going a little off the rails for no reason. She even has a flashback nightmare where she imagines herself as short, and I mean, that's a good moment for empathy. She's like, oh, that's how I would feel if somebody was making fun of me in that manner. But Miley, you're not even doing this for any good reason. You just feel self-conscious about the fact that he's too short. And it's so funny to think this is like the Christmas episode, essentially. Like, it's as close they get to a holiday episode where the guy that Miley likes just happens to be playing the elf in Santa's workshop. So it feels like the story came first as the Christmas episode, that they needed it to be Christmas, but it really didn't have to be. It's not about giving. It's not about anything holiday season related. It's just to make this kid dress up as an elf and look short. Not something I'm a super big fan of. Lily and Oliver don't really play a vital role in this. It's just more making her feel bad about it. It's just that the whole episode feels a little awkward to me. And season 3, like, when I said they throw stuff at the walls, they really do. Like, there's a whole episode where Miley goes on a cooking show and has to avoid breaking her teeth. Like, that's a good example of they were just having fun. And I really like that for the most part. Like, I liked that episode. There's a reason I didn't name it here. But there's also some really negative episodes. Like, for example, season 3, episode 20, the third part, once again, in a 3-part crossover special in which Hannah Montana disappointed. Yeah, from On the Road Again in season 1, episode 12, now episode 20, we have Superstitious Girl, and it's actually doing a lot better than the first episode did at being a crossover. I mean, for instance, she's actually on the Tipton boat this entire episode, as opposed to the first 5 minutes. She has interactions with Mr. Mosby, Lily, her dad. Like, it's a lot of the elements of the Hannah Montana episode. It just feels like the background's changed. That's why it's good, but it's not great. It's them in a hotel. This could have been done in any setting. I don't know why Hannah Montana specifically had to do this plot line, but it is cool to see that Hannah is superstitious. Miley is barely in the episode. It's mostly Hannah, which I kind of like. That's a nice change of pace. And then they subtly weave in the characters from Sweet Life on Deck, but not enough to make a difference. Miley's looking for her mother's anklet this whole episode because she's worried that she's going to have really bad luck at this concert in Hawaii if she doesn't have that anklet. Lily is no help, just being the comedic relief the whole time. And the part that bothers me the most about this episode is the B-plot being about Oliver, Jackson, and Rico opening a package. Like, you're doing a full-on crossover episode, and you're telling me these guys are only worried about opening a package? It's just such a waste of time when you think about it, so I was just kind of annoyed at that whole concept. Otherwise, though, it's a really decent follow-up. I love that we get Miley and London interacting. It's something I really wish would have happened in that first 3-part episode, but I guess I'm glad to have it now. Rico, Jackson, and Oliver just make it horrible because it's like, I feel so bad that they weren't allowed to meet the rest of the cast. Miley never got to meet Selena. They like very carefully worked around them being in the same episode, and it ends on a 3-minute musical number that doesn't have anything to do with the Sweet Life on Deck cast. I don't know how to bash this episode harder because it's just so annoying to think that our expectations were so high for this to go so well. I think Robbie plays a funny role in this. He's seasick the entire episode, and seeing him not go anywhere is just a funny gag. Like, even using the porthole to throw up in was a good bit. Miley losing her wig was a really funny bit. I wish we had a whole episode about that, but the fact that it kind of jumps back to being a structure that Hannah Montana is familiar with is great. I think it's just the context. The context of the expectations of a 3-part crossover are not being met. So yeah, that's like one of the episodes I really felt like didn't represent season 3 so well. Kind of made the whole series look a little worse. But not worse than On the Road Again, so I guess fine. I guess that's just how it goes. And then I kind of have to point to episode 26, Come Fail Away. This is the episode with Lucas Cruikshank, the guy who plays Fred. And I talked about this episode in my Fred video. You should definitely check it out. But the whole premise is that Miley is up for a cartoon role. Something that I think is a really, really interesting idea to read about. In execution, they could have done better. So in the episode, Miley's getting the part of a duck in an animated cartoon, something that was really common in the 2000s, 2010s, even till this day. It's cool to have celebrities portray new characters in newer movies. It makes you actually want to see it. I know the Smurfs have redone themselves like 4 times, and I'm getting a little tired of that, but I guess you'll save that for my revivals video. Miley can't get her character right because she wants to be the best voice actor after her first time of doing it. Sure, she's like a pop star, but she wants to be good at this too, and her insecurities in this episode is trying to be like the best voice actor she can be. Not a bad plot, but it is kind of annoying that it doesn't have anything to do with being a pop star, anything to do with being a teenage girl. It's just kind of making fun of Hollywood just long enough to be ridiculous. In the episode, Miley tries to get into her character by adopting a duck and learning how it works. So it's just her flapping her wings around the house, and Robbie is like, okay, this is getting sad. See, even Robbie realizes the 3rd season has gone too far with this episode. It's at the tail end. Like, there's only 30 episodes in this season, so the fact that it's like toward episode 26, 27, it makes me think that they're just running out of ideas. Overall, like, there's some good jokes, and the fact that Lucas Cruikshank is in it is great, but why do we need to go here? This is not something a part of Miley's journey that I necessarily needed to know about. Looking back, I wish there was more things they covered that were different within the same realm, but this feels a little too out of character. Robbie's role in it as like kind of mentoring Miley to doing it and not giving up is really inspirational. I feel like Miley tries really hard in this episode to make this work, and that's something you have to admire. Like, she's a really hard worker, despite the fact that she has diva-like tendencies, and seeing her like not be able to get it right just kind of makes you feel bad for her. Even up until the end, I don't think she can fully get it. It doesn't have like a great ending. It just bothers me that Lucas Cruikshank is in it so much, but not necessarily a big part of the episode. He could have done a lot more here, but the writers kind of limited this to the studio and Miley at school, and then learning from this duck, something that I don't think we needed to get in the Hannah Montana canon before the series ended. Yeah, like originally they said the 3rd season might have been the last, so the fact that this would have been one of the last episodes, it really bothers me. I don't think that like comes into my judgment of it though. I don't think that's what makes it so bad. I think it just has comically unnecessary moments where it felt like maybe like a comedy writer tried to write this episode and make it just be one of the funnier ones, but it didn't necessarily get to that point. Miley just keeps failing and trying to follow Billy Ray, but nothing is availed. In the B plot, we have Jackson actually trying to be a responsible adult, something that happens really often. It's very much him proving to his dad that he needs independence, but it's actually kind of funny because it's about Robbie texting and giving Jackson boundaries. He like doesn't know how to do it. He just texts and texts, and it's so funny watching an old man assume they know how to text. Like, I don't know why. It's just, I picture my dad being on the phone and being like, LOL, okay, haha. You know, like, they don't know how to do that. So Jackson's dealing with it is the funniest part. The fact he's so old for this part, he's like 30 at this episode, I feel like Robbie's only like 20 years older than him. That's weird to think about when you think about it. But yeah, overall, crazy episode. I wish Oliver was in it a little bit more. He's like barely in this. But Hannah Montana Season 3, they went there. And I'm not sure if they liked going there, but they did. So yeah, Come Fail Away, that is definitely one of the worst ones. Then we have Hannah Montana Forever. So this is the 4th season. It's only 13 episodes this time around, and I put a lot of love into my final video for this show. I mean, I started this channel talking about this show specifically, and I had a lot of fun actually diving into all of these last episodes. Like, I take a really deep, intimate dive into how everybody progressed throughout the show and ends up by the end of the series, so definitely give that a look. But I do want to highlight some of the episodes that I thought were the worst and most unnecessary of this season. So they're on a ranch now. They're not at the usual locations they used to. It feels kind of like a reboot type revival setup where a lot's changed, but nothing is like completely altered, I guess. Like, the relationships are intact. Rico still works down at the boardwalk. A lot of things are similar, but there's a lot of things different. I think season 4, episode 3 is when things kind of got off the rails. This entire season is kind of about Miley and how she reveals her secret to the rest of the world. Something that I feel like they could have easily done in season 1, but they took their time to really develop her as a character, have funny episodes, have a lot of thoughtful things happen. Like, if this were current day, this would probably be the first season of Hannah Montana, you know, like her revealing the secret, dealing with the aftermath of it. And I'm glad that we actually got to have a slow burn when it came to it in this show. So I feel like the worst episodes in this season were things that didn't contribute to the slow burn, but made everything a lot longer and more of a drag. Something I hate to see when TV shows do. Like, don't waste my time like this, especially considering all these seasons of Hannah Montana before were gold. Like, there's a new high standard that now that they're in this new place, that they won't have as many good episodes. So I'm really rooting for this show to keep the energy of the original 3 seasons while also still being worth the watch. California Screamin' is not that. I feel like this is a Robbie-centric episode, Miley trying to make him happy and actually get him to date again. She thinks that Robbie is way too lonely and almost like borderline depressed, which is, I feel like it reminds me of a Victorious episode where their teacher Psychowitz was sad and then they just like looked back on his life and he got even more sad. But Miley and Hannah Montana take a less cynical approach and are a little bit more fun with it. We've had episodes where Miley tried to hook up her dad in the past, but never quite worked out. And this time is not an exception. It feels like a very repeated episode where we don't get anything new. We just see Robbie acting a little bit ridiculous, very boomer energy, and there's a reason he's not dating, because he's not self-conscious about who he is. He likes being himself, he's happy with his new life, and Miley just can't get that. She has to meddle. So even as Hannah Montana, she's like, Jackson, we have to do something about this. Jackson obviously doesn't like to play a big part in it, so Lily is kind of her duo partner in this episode. And it's really funny. They want to hook Robbie up with the school nurse, so Miley actually pours ice down Lily's back to get her attention, and Robbie has to show up. The two actually do connect and start dating, which is crazy. Miley actually makes this work out. I feel like the writers were like, oh, as long as it works out this time, that's different enough of an episode than the last time. And I'm like, guys, the Robbie dating episodes don't need to happen that many times. Like, I like it when we see that he used to be a rock star, and now it's like, it's just his personal life? Like, I don't need to hear about all that. The jokes in it weren't even that interesting is the problem for me. It's just about Miley getting these people together, and I feel like the plot doesn't really happen until like the second half of the episode. Miley's really self-conscious about Robbie being too much of himself, that he pushes away a potential partner. Something that I think a lot of like younger kids would imagine. Like, they just want their parents to be happy, so they try to get involved in their love life. And this just goes a little too far. The plot kind of kicks in a lot more halfway through when Miley is worried that her dad is going to embarrassingly scream on the roller coaster. That's why the episode's called California Screamin'. So it's Miley essentially trying to get her dad to not be himself on this roller coaster in front of this girl. And her dad ends up having to have a talk with her and be like, hey, somebody's got to love me for me, Miley. And it's like, whoa, that's kind of depressing that she thought that that wasn't possible up until this point. All around, like, an episode that just felt like it was so unnecessary, with the precious 13 episodes of the final season, like, wrapping up this whole story and then we're wasting one on this. Like, I don't need to see Robbie Ray be embarrassed to scream. That's not interesting to me at all. Then one of the last worst ones, I feel like, for me, is Love That Let's Go. So this episode, it's not that bad. I feel like I was looking back and I was like, okay, like, I definitely like it better than I thought I did. But it's like about Miley and Lily's relationship. Miley lies to Lily. If she can get to the top of the rope in gym class, Lily will ride a horse, like Blue Jeans. So we dive a lot into Miley's ancestry, and it takes a little bit of a break from the Hannah Montana persona, something that we definitely needed in this season because it's just so focused on the diva life that it's like not even working. Miley goes so far as to hire a full-on stunt crew to make it look like she did this thing to get Lily on the horse. Like, that is full-on coercion? I don't even know how to define that, guys. Put it in the comments. But yeah, horrible episode for Miley. Really didn't do good on her, and I hate when they make the main character look like a terrible person just for the fact they need a plot to happen. Like, Lily ends up breaking her leg, and most of the rest of the episode, you think it's about Miley taking care of her, but she's actually really reckless with Lily, like bumping her into different things, like poor Lily in a wheelchair just trying to survive, and then the entire episode shifts to being more so about Blue Jeans being sick. So we forget about the fact that Miley just took advantage of her friend just to have a better time horse riding herself, and now we're worried about this horse. I mean, your best friend was just in the hospital, and now Blue Jeans? I feel like they just want to connect it to Miley's home life, but it didn't do such a great job. And again, with only 13 episodes this season, it's really easy to do it the wrong way. It's nice that we get Noah Cyrus at the very end, and we see like American Humane, no animals were harmed copyright at the end, which I forgot they even did at one point, but that's kind of cool. Overall, like, it's barely a funny episode, it's barely character development, it just feels like it's taking a step back in what Hannah Montana really represented. So yeah, overall, season 1 through 4 of Hannah Montana, they definitely had some episodes that weren't perfect, but if I had to compare them to any other show like the Dan Schneider shows, iCarly, Victorious, this one is at least in good faith. Hannah Montana did a great job at juggling the double life of Miley Cyrus, all the flaws she went through, while being hilarious in the process. I feel like Disney Channel shows are usually good at being well written, they just have a tendency to not be as funny or entertaining. But Hannah Montana did everything in the world, and it did it so well, so it's so hard to find these pokes and flaws in it, but I'm so glad we got to actually talk about it here today. Like, I hope you guys don't not watch these episodes because of this, because they're really good episodes. I feel like they are definitely off kilter and taking away what made Hannah Montana so great. But what did you guys think? Is there worse episodes of Hannah Montana for you? I'd love to hear your thoughts and comments, like what characters didn't you like? I'm curious. For me, I really didn't like Jackson's new girlfriend in the last season. I feel like Sienna was just like so random, but we'll save that for a whole other video.
Baby proof in the gutters.
Get down from there.
This minute. Okay.
Drake Bell and Josh Peck. They've grown up on The Amanda Show, battling lobsters, fending off frog puppets, and getting beaten up by girls on a regular basis. So what's next for this dynamic duo? Their own show.
Okay, I've been having fun making these offended by videos. I don't know if you guys think I take it this seriously, but it is fun to talk about in retrospect. Of course, Drake and Josh is one of the most interesting shows to me. Not only have they had controversies in the past, but they have episodes taken down. They have horribly rude endings sometimes. But some of the more crazier stuff happens within the episodes we don't think are good. Yeah, so today we're gonna be going over the worst episodes of Drake and Josh, the ones that are so bad, it pretty much offended me. It made me feel like I was wasting my time, which, spoiler alert, I always am. But this time it was in bad taste. So what's up, everybody? It's Johnny2000. Don't forget to subscribe for more 2000s nostalgia. And we're going to be diving into more shows like Zoe 101 on Fabulous, more Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, Sunny with a Chance. So if you like any of those shows, make sure to join me. But without further ado, let's jump into Drake and Josh. So the first season is really short, 6 episodes to be exact, not exactly a long season here. And you know what? They didn't do a great job at varying the episodes a lot. A lot of the same themes are repeated throughout the first season, as they only really had the fact that these guys were stepbrothers as their main plot, so it would more so be one episode is about Drake liking a girl and Josh getting in the way. A second episode is about Josh liking a girl and Drake getting in the way. Like, it's a lot of the same stuff. I feel like what made Drake and Josh really funny overall is when their dynamic really ripened, and it became more of a character ensemble-like show. One of the prime examples of this is the 2 Idiots and a Baby episode from season 1. I think it was episode 4. Yeah, so this episode was a lot of montages.
Drake's really smart, but he's all about having fun. Fun.
The cold open starts us off talking about Drake and Josh's differences. Surprise! But it's a lot more mundane here because they didn't get to the nitty-gritty of what was funny about their characters yet. It starts with Josh literally doing carpentry in the boys' room and Drake and Josh getting a fight over it. Like, why is Josh the one being silly here?
I can't hear you! I'm wearing earplugs! Oh.
It's so funny that, like, Drake is the straight man in a lot of the first season. It just shows that they really didn't know what worked yet. Oh my gosh, and the drum set was taking place of Josh's bed. Where did he sleep before? The couch? That was crazy. Looking back though, I think it was a good decision to move the couch facing the camera as opposed to the side like it is before. So yeah, when they're arguing, Drake uses the guitar as a way of drowning out Josh, which is kind of disrespectful. Like, this is his room.
All right, let's compromise. We could... I was just gonna say, but I just wanted...
And you're moving in. Like, come on. I just realized we never see, like, the actual move in. Like, even in the pilot, we just get thrown into Drake and Josh's lives. Oh my gosh, and Megan is so young in this episode. The only thing she really does is try to chop Josh's hair off when he's not looking. So I guess her pranks were a little bit more physical than it is actually like mental or psychological, which she's known for in the later seasons.
Megan, you bring up that song right now.
Nah, I'm gonna go get a snow cone.
Audrey and Walter are going to dinner with Walter's bosses, and Josh volunteers him and Drake to take care of their child, which is kind of crazy because Drake actually has a band rehearsal that night. Josh defends that this is actually something they're trying to do nice for their parents, which is essentially the bane of Drake's existence.
He's trying to get a promotion.
Yeah, well, my band's show tonight is just as important as your dad's dinner.
And we get to see Drake's band again. Aw, I miss all these guys. I wish these were the ones that were in the Storm episode. You tell me these actors didn't want to come back for that? Come on.
Nobody's talking about an alligator.
Well, maybe somebody'd better start before it's too late.
So yeah, of course, Drake and Josh don't know how to take care of a baby. It reminds me of Baby's Day Off in the sense that it's event after event of the baby getting into danger because of Drake and Josh, and it's definitely a stressful episode if you care about children. You get a sense of Megan's deviousness a lot in this episode as she's definitely working against the boys. But yeah, like I said, it's just annoying with all the montages they use. The transitions are a little weird too. They like pop through so quick with these arrows, and I just can't tell how much of this was scripted because it looks like they just improv'd a lot of this episode. Some of the shots don't even seem like natural for Drake and Josh. I do like it though when Drake hits Josh over the head. Them fighting is definitely really funny up in the earlier seasons. Like, I feel like that's the one thing they've kept. But earlier on, this was also a little bit more physical. Like, it's more Drake and Josh doing slapstick comedy as opposed to really funny back and forth banter. The band keeps pushing Drake because he has to go on soon, which is crazy. I can't believe Drake has an actual performance and is taking care of a kid right before. Josh, that's a negative point for you. I do like that we lean into the fact that the guys are clueless and don't really know how to deal with it.
Well,
It's not bad.
Really? Oh, that is the worst thing I've ever smelled.
I do not like the joke where they're smelling the baby. Like, it's so gross already. Now you have to show me them sniffing it. Ugh, these poor teenagers.
That reeks.
And the catapult that Josh was working on at the beginning of the episode just happens to be a factor in this. Like, that's crazy. So the baby goes missing. He talks about the fact he made a catapult. And of course, they assume that the baby was in the catapult and sent to the roof.
No way.
You see what I'm saying when I was talking about Baby's Day Out vibes? The concern is definitely real, and the stakes are a little too high for what I would consider a Drake and Josh plot. I like how they simplified it and had Drake and Josh getting into situations that were a little bit more against them in the sense that it pitted them against each other as opposed to them trying to get this goal. So this incident of actually, I don't know, losing the baby forces Josh to call Drake, who's actually about to go perform. Drake faces the moral dilemma when his guitarist actually tells him he should be focused on what he cares about. This is actually kind of annoying because they do this exact scenario in Number One Fan in the second season where Drake is debating going on a radio show or coming back to his number one fan. And of course, Drake makes the right decision every time. It's a TV show. These are the standards that's forced upon them. But hey, I'd be scared to see what happens if they had creative freedom. But Josh trying to get the baby to say Marco and then Polo is so funny. I don't know why that's just such a genius bit.
I'm running all over the house. The baby won't say Polo.
We do get to see the side of Drake and Josh's house, which is funny because I feel like the worst episodes just happen to feature things that are new or exciting, which is funny because it's like, of course you guys couldn't cling to the script. You had to just give us some lore. Josh impersonates the baby, which I think is genius, but also not even in his character comedy. I feel like this character isn't the funniest at that stuff. But I gotta admit, I did laugh out loud when I heard him on the phone saying goo goo gaga. Like, I can't get over it. Josh accidentally says the word mama, not realizing that the baby never even said mama before. So the mom is like, oh my god, we gotta get home. And the dinner ends early for them. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. Josh ends up falling off the ladder and dangling from gutters, which is the perfect time for Drake to come to his senses and actually come home. I do think it's cool for his character to lie that his gig got canceled just to show that he actually wanted to help take care of the baby. Like, it definitely makes him look like a better person. Although, I've never seen Drake look this concerned or serious as a character. I feel like he just gets stupider and stupider as the show goes on. So Drake solves the problem by sniffing out the fact that it was Megan who took the baby. Oh my gosh, Megan. That was a weird kind of low. Like, it's very specific to take a baby from somebody.
Megan! 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 Hey, Megan! At least bring me a snow cone!
Josh ends up falling off the roof and then onto the boss. Oh my gosh, poor Walter. It's his actual son too, so that's like even worse.
Walter?
Yes, sir.
Your son is on me.
I'm sorry, sir.
Drake is able to surprise Josh by having the baby back just in time for his parents to come home. So everything is safe and secure. Once again, rewarding the bad behavior, which is kind of funny, actually. It does kind of end on a depressing note as the mom is trying to get her son to say mama, but he can't get him to say it, so it's kind of depressing. Drake and Josh have more character moments than they need, and they agree that they are good in each other's lives. I don't know what Drake is wearing, though, like all denim. This must be like a 90s fiasco. But yeah, pretty unnecessary episode. It kind of brings them together, but they also are brought together at the end of every other episode in this season, so it's not like it's special or, I don't know, necessary. It is funny watching them try to take care of a kid, but like I said before, it feels a lot more montagey than actual plot happening. I do like the catapult idea, but like I said, that seems like something stupid enough for Drake to do, not necessarily Josh. But this early in the series, they were still feeling things out. What can you say?
The baby's missing, the house is destroyed, and my dad's gonna get fired.
It's funny because Dune Buggy and Pilot I've not been able to find on streaming services, which is kind of crazy to me. I feel like those are also not great episodes. Like the first season was definitely trying a lot of things out, but even to reference these things, I couldn't watch them. What the heck?
Because with all the pain and hunger and disease in the world, there's really no better use of my time than to make sure every blessed cup holder is rock solid steady.
Okay, so the reason I'm putting movie job here, debut of the premiere theater. I mean, what more could you want from an episode? There's just something about movie job that just feels like underdeveloped, especially in retrospect, like looking back at what Drake and Josh is so known for, like its characters, its situational comedy. It just feels like it's a little still trying to figure itself out.
No!
Yes.
Oh, Drake, say it's not so.
I'm afraid it's so.
No!
And for me, that's not why I watch Drake and Josh. I don't watch Drake and Josh to see plot develop. I watch it to have a good laugh. And unfortunately, the characters don't feel figured out at this point. Crazy Steve debuts here, and I feel like he's not even himself quite yet, although we do get a hint of Jerry Trainor's neurotic, loud attitude here. I feel like the whole episode is revolving around this one joke.
The only thing you might want to check out is the cup holder in seat 34C. It's a little wobbly.
Well, I'll get my toolkit and have a look at that just as soon as the next movie lets out.
Great.
It's not like the jokes aren't funny in this, it's just they feel less clever than earlier ones. Like this feels like it could be copy and pasted onto any sitcom, less of what makes the characters of Drake and Josh unique. Drake and Josh go to the theater they always go to, and we see that they love watching movies, which is kind of nice. It's nice that there's a little bit of a through line for this.
I love the way the director used hot girls as a symbol for, hot girls.
People keep going up to him and asking him if he works there, and asking him questions about the theaters, which doesn't make any sense because he doesn't work there. They have nuns come in, which I did not expect this early in the series.
Excuse me, son. What time does Buckets of Blood begin?
Well, there's a show at 7:50, but instead, might I recommend Headless Honeymoon?
They're looking to see something gory and bloody, which is like kind of crazy for nuns, but definitely funny for a teenager. And it bothers me how into it these nun actors get. Like, are they real nuns? Because they seem to be really into Josh. And Josh is a teenager. The funny thing is that Helen is immediately the funniest version of Helen there is, off the bat.
You made Crazy Steve quit? You hired a guy named Crazy Steve?
Had to. Long story, not pretty.
So Yvette Nicole Brown is such a good actress that She's already season 4 Helen in her entrance.
See, a couple years back, Crazy Steve found out my niece was having her bat mitzvah, and he got upset because he wasn't invited. So while we were all in the temple, Crazy Steve showed up and slashed everybody's tires.
It's like, it's so crazy how good you have to be to do something like that. Yeah, but she hires Josh, and labor laws don't really matter immediately. I also used to work at the movie theater. I remember I had a badge with my favorite movie on it, and it was the SpongeBob movie. Don't make fun of me, please. So Josh comes home pretty quickly and frustrated at his new job and all the stuff he has to deal with, which is so funny because he's like already a 40-year-old man at, I don't know, 15 at this point. He really wants to be the assistant manager and trade in his red vest for a gold one, which is actually kind of funny because it takes like 3 seasons and a finale for that to actually happen, but I don't want to break it to him here. I feel like he's getting too into it. Let him enjoy this. He's got the new iBot phone, and already the show has dated itself.
I got paid yesterday. Money!
Drake only is interested when he talks about the prospect of making so much money, and then, of course, as kids, we're like, wow, I guess having a job is the dream job. Whoa, ironic, right? This episode also begins the long-running joke of Drake insisting that he has access to all the perks that Josh does, which is kind of crazy. I feel like I would be too scared to say no to my brother in this scenario, especially if it's like a new job and he's asking for perks. Like, what am I supposed to do about that? Drake admits that he wants a job too because he is out of cash and he can't afford his dates anymore, which is so funny that that's the reason all of this starts. Drake says that he could just work at the premiere, and if I were Josh, I'd be really angry and I'd be like, what makes you think that's gonna happen? Like, you're not entitled to a job.
Don't get your hopes up. She's really tough, and it's not like she just hands out jobs.
Hey, Helen, can I have a job?
Sure, start tomorrow.
And then, of course, Drake asks Helen and immediately gets it, like as if it's no big deal. But good for Josh. He's very peppy in this season, very optimistic and excited to work with Drake, which your optimism is not going to last, Josh.
Last year you gave him a coupon book that you found in a dumpster.
It is kind of trippy watching Drake in a premiere vest, especially since for the rest of the show, this will never happen again. This episode is a perfect example of the Dan Schneider universe always rewarding bad behavior.
Clean up these straw wrappers.
Like, this whole episode is Drake talking his way out of issues and ending up rewarded for it. Like, these little girls go into an R-rated movie, it's Megan and her friends, and Drake justifies why.
PG-13 is actually PG-9.
I know, metrics.
So, I didn't want to create an international incident.
Smart.
With Helen only getting him, like, promotion after promotion following this event. Josh is, like, the only one that's, like, realizing how messed up this is, and I feel like it's the beginning of Josh's, like, utter resentment toward Drake. I know we're only in the 2nd season, but, like, what else could this possibly be? I feel like if it wasn't for Josh's dramatic, repetitive outbursts, this episode wouldn't even be interesting. And of course, Drake gets promoted up to the gold sash, something that Josh was never able to do. Helen keeps looking at Josh as if she doesn't know who he is, which, Helen, there is like less than like 3 employees at this place. You can't even remember Josh, like the one that's in the lobby. Come on, Helen. Josh ends up taking a jar of honey and, correct me if I'm wrong, Tyrannosaurus Rex, and he makes them talk to each other.
We have a gold vest for you right here.
Why, it's just my size.
Fantasizing about getting a promotion. Of course, there's this father-son talk, which never really happens in the later seasons, but I like it when Walter's attempting to connect with his son. I feel like it's really genuine, and it connects us to him being a newscaster. I feel like it's one of the earlier times we even know he does that. Josh takes away from the conversation that he needs to do something to impress Helen, inspiring him to do a little giveaway. And I don't know if you guys remember this, but this is kind of an iconic moment. Basically, Josh puts a bunch of popcorn buckets on the counter, and one of them has a gold ball. When he tells everybody in the premiere about it, it causes a giant, chaotic mess.
Now, if everyone will please form an orderly line, I would be happy to give you all the...
You gotta admit, though, this is such an iconic moment, and it's so funny watching everybody straightforward beat up each other as this is going on. And listen to Drake watching, like, he has to be the straight man in this scenario. I can't believe that Drake is pushed to actually do something responsible, like tell Josh this is stupid. But that's all he does. He doesn't like take an active action to do anything about it. He just watches the fight go down. And as people are taken out on gurneys and the entire floor is covered in popcorn, Josh is pretty much screwed at this point. So he has to go to Helen, admit what he did, and immediately get fired. But wait, Drake comes in and actually has a big heart in this episode. He decides to save the day by taking the fall for the popcorn incident.
It says right here in the corporate handbook, anytime the paramedics are called, someone must be fired.
So Helen fires Drake, but he still somehow makes the episode genuine. And we end on Helen not even remembering Josh worked there in the first place. So does it even matter? No. And of course, we get rewarded for lying. This episode felt like kind of a waste of time. I mean, except for the fact it set up Crazy Steve, it set up the premiere, it set up Helen, and it set up Drake being the straight man for once. Is the cost worth the price? No. Of course, this is such a fun show. It's like hard to almost pick apart the things I think are negative because it's not going to be anything like Victorious or iCarly. But that's a good thing. There's nothing overtly offensive about any of this stuff. It's not really a negative episode. It's essentially a Josh-centric funny episode, but only he's the funny part. If we're talking about the second season though, I do have to shout out Little Diva. You know, the episode where Drake and Josh have to watch after a celebrity child, but then she ends up being knocked unconscious, so Drake and Josh have to take her to the premiere and actually make her give a speech. I just feel like the Weekend at Bernie's parody doesn't really sit well with fans, like especially me, somebody who never really watched that movie or knew about that joke. Like the concept of somebody being passed out but still needs to go through life as if they're not is funny, but like it's a little too dark funny than it is like outward funny. And I see a lot of people online also complain about it. I know it was definitely not one of the favorites, but that's probably why it's taken off some of these streaming services. We can't not talk about my boy Citrus though. I loved that character in this episode. It sucks when shows this good have episodes this bad because they're so swept under the rug because of how good the show is that we forget about even just the small moments that might have been funny. Like, this whole episode didn't need to be thrown out just because majority of the plot wasn't interesting or kind of creepy, honestly. But hey, then I guess the entire series of Victorious wouldn't even be around now, would it? Ooh, got him. But yeah, I talk more about this episode specifically in my Banned Drake and Josh episodes video. You guys should definitely check that out. And if you're in the mood to see something that isn't that interesting, definitely check out Little Diva from season 2. Oh wait, I would be crazy if I didn't talk about the Helen recasting. Yeah, they had a different actress play Helen for one episode of this show. Immediate negative 10 points, Drake and Josh. That's so stupid. Especially with my favorite bodyguard, Roxy from Hannah Montana. Yeah, that actress is the one from Hannah Montana. She's really good at what she does, and I honestly forgot that Helen was even replaced for a single episode. But this is big enough of an issue that you definitely could have got away with having the other character still there. Like, I don't know why Drake and Josh didn't think this would be a good character in the beginning of the series. Like, Helen in Movie Job was so funny. They should have known that they would need this specific actress time and time again if they wanted to keep the show funny, and I don't know what was going over their heads. Okay, so the first 2 seasons of Drake and Josh are out of the way. I feel like it's no secret that they are some of the least strongest episodes in the series. So now we're getting to the real Drake and Josh, the parts that me and you all grew up with watching new episodes one at a time, seasons 3 and 4. With season 3 specifically, right before the show got to super peak, there were 2 episodes that really started to bore me. Not just because they were basic plot lines or didn't necessarily have anything interesting going on, but they both kind of annoy me. So let's talk about them. So the next episode we have is Girl Power. So Drake wants to break up with his girlfriend Lucy after finding out that she possibly is tougher than he is.
I'm not done with you.
I beg to differ. Now you and your little hoodlum friends get out of my movie theater before I pop you like a zit. Move it!
but he challenges her to a fight to prove that he is tougher than her. And I like this episode's premise because it's not a lot that we talk about gender norms anymore, but like the fact that Drake is falling into them and it's kind of a lesson about coming out of them, like this is what TV should be made for. Like,
You weren't even looking. Okay, Lucy is not tougher than you.
Yeah, I guess you did kind of catch me off guard.
accidents like this, like misinterpretations of gender, like that's, like overcoming that is where real stories come in, and I'm happy they have episodes like this. Meanwhile, Josh tries to impress Mindy's parents so he can continue to date her.
That flickering bulb is giving me a headache.
Huh? Well, it's probably just Lucy. I could fix her. Now, who would like some chicken?
He later organizes a dinner with all of them at his house to prove that he is a stand-up boyfriend, but it happens to fall under the same night that Drake and Lucy are planning on fighting.
Drake, you know how hard it was for me to convince Mindy's parents to come here and have dinner, all right? This is my last chance to impress them, and if I don't, they're not gonna let me date Mindy anymore.
So she's icky.
It's normal that you see an episode with a guy challenging his bully to fight, but like a boyfriend and a girlfriend fight? Like, this is so weird. Josh is concerned that the fight will ruin his chances of impressing Mindy's parents, so he makes Drake and Lucy wrestle upstairs in the bedroom, where Megan is waiting to watch the fight with her groups of friends cheering them on, which is so funny.
You can't throw us out. I charge these people $10 admission.
You charge us $20 each.
But during the dinner, Drake and Lucy wrestle their way into the living room during the dinner. Josh gets so upset about how Drake ruins his plans, he calls him out in the worst way it's ever been in the series so far. But it's understandable, like, Josh really cares for Mindy.
It's a draw!
Mindy's parents see how much Josh cares for their daughter and allow her and Josh to keep dating because of his commitment.
What were you two fighting about?
Because he didn't believe that I was tougher than him.
Well, of course you're not.
Huh?
Physically, boys are genetically superior to girls.
And then Mindy's dad asks Drake and Lucy why they were fighting, causing Mr. and Mrs. Crenshaw to fight each other and see who's tougher, which is super funny. During the end, Josh tries to pick up a piece of chicken for his dinner by using his fork, but Mindy's brother Aiden gets mad because Josh picked the piece of chicken he wanted and he leaves the dinner table, which is funny. So Lucy actually does come back in the Storm episode, but this is like one of the only times she's here.
I just made a date to fight my girlfriend.
This is definitely a good episode for Mindy. The Josh and Mindy storyline is actually kind of sweet. Like, I like following their relationship through its ebbs and flows because, let's face it, there's a lot of ebbs. But Drake is definitely hitting a new low in this one. I feel like seeing him be this sexist is crossing a line. I mean, it's one thing to be into girls and date them all the time, but he's always kind of had like a line drawn. It's not until the later seasons that they keep running out of ways to cross that line or make Drake seem more like a player. But in this episode, it's taken so much further, and even Josh is kind of sexist too. But I kind of like that he's sexist, because it's like, we all have a little bit of sexism in us, like about the gender we don't really know super well, so of course you're going to make assumptions, and that's kind of what they're doing in this episode. However, I do think that Drake's is a little too far, especially given how he is in this whole show. Moral of the story, you could have wrote funnier jokes in different ways. I'm not trying to be super critical. I still like the episode. I still think there's a lot of really funny jokes in here. I am so glad we get to meet Mindy's family and see Josh act like an idiot in front of them. Like, I am at the floor with some of those jokes.
You're hurting my hand.
Sorry. My fault.
Clearly.
This is like the only appearances of Mindy's parents and her younger brother. And the Aiden scene was cut out from the episode itself, but it was shown during the end credits.
Okay, here.
I don't want it after you put your fork in it.
Okay, well, how about this one?
I don't like the breast.
Well, who knew?
Then we have a strong premise because of the whole gender against each other, and I really like that. And having Josh have to deal with Mindy and her family at the same time definitely was a formula for chaos in a really inviting way. But at the end of the day, the jokes didn't outweigh the plotline. It just felt a little bit boring. It felt funny, but the rest wasn't as good. Then we have Sheep Thrills. So Megan bought a machine that shoots paintballs. At first convincing Drake it will shoot Josh, only for it to shoot Drake instead.
What just happened? You said you were gonna get Josh, huh?
And then Josh to shoot back, causing them to fight. Then Drake and Josh eat pudding, talk about how Drake barely passes his algebra test.
An intruder. We better go wake up Dad.
Yeah, I don't think a burglar's gonna be afraid of a weatherman wearing footsie pajamas.
They hear a strange noise in the garage, only to find out that Megan actually adopted a sheep named Bob, which is a super funny joke.
You hit me repeatedly. What up with the sheep?
It's her secret pet that she ordered online. She talks to Drake and Josh about temporarily babysitting her pet sheep, which kind of gives me the vibes of the babysitting episode of Drake and Josh from season 1, Two Idiots and a Baby. That was a really funny one.
If you two hide him, just till I figure out a way to explain him to Mom and Dad.
Yeah. What?
I promise not to pull any pranks on you for 3 months.
For real?
You swear?
Swear.
Think about it.
We'll do it.
Bob ends up giving birth to a baby lamb on Drake's bed after being assisted by Dr. Jeff Glazer.
If you want my diagnosis, I'd say that Bob was pregnant. Was. Pregnant. Not anymore. It's $100.
When Megan's out, Drake and Josh have to hide the sheep from their parents. So when Audrey and Walter go upstairs, they both become super suspicious.
What? Something in my eye. Something in his eye.
Pinging sound whenever
I'm so black. I'm so alarmed by the pinging sound.
I don't know how the parents aren't even more suspicious, and I always thought this part was really funny when I was a kid.
It might be coming from the alternator unless...
Whoa! Josh, what are you doing? I don't know.
Like, there's no way you can realistically convince your father you have a reason to shut the car door on his face. After all these horrible attempts to keep this a secret, surprise, surprise, Walter and Audrey finally show up. It's about time.
They're suspicious!
They try to tell him it was Megan's fault, but their parents don't believe them, of course, because Megan is viewed as the nice child.
So you want us to believe that a sweet little 11-year-old girl somehow managed to go on the internet and buy herself a pregnant sheep?
It does sound unlikely. It's true! It's true!
When Megan goes into Drake and Josh's room, she pretends she's never seen him, causing Drake and Josh to get grounded for a month, and it's just like they give up completely.
How long are we grounded?
A month.
Fair enough.
After that, Bob and the lamb end up going to the petting zoo. A month later, the night before Drake and Josh are free from their punishment, the boys discover that Megan actually bought a zebra, which they choose not to do anything with.
Sup?
And it's super funny. Like, I love that Megan put them in this position. And this, I feel like, this dynamic would have been really funny in season 1 as opposed to, like, just a random lady and her baby. Like, I like that Megan is in the plot. Megan technically broke her promise and lied about pulling pranks for the 3 months, because the sheep thing definitely counts as a prank. Bob was pregnant, diagnosed by Dr. Glazer. It's been discovered that she gave birth to a lamb on Drake's bed. Drake manages to feed some Diet Mocha Cola to the lamb. The episode was initially going to be about kangaroos, which were harmful and vicious according to the episode's cast and crew members, instead of the sheep. In many, if not all, subsequent episodes, a no kangaroo sign is visible in Drake and Josh's bedroom. Josh wears the same shirt in the beginning of the episode that he did in the second half of Foam Finger, which is interesting. And it's super unknown how Megan got the zebra. Like, that's ridiculous. This was one of the last episodes to air in 2005. Wow, they really spread across these episodes. This episode marks the last appearance of Dr. Jeff Glazer. I'm not sure if you remember him from The Bet or Little Diva, those band episode stuff we did. He's such a funny recurring character. Okay, now that we've covered season 3 with 2 of the episodes I'm thinking are not so popular, let's move on to the 4th and final season of Drake and Josh. You guys are not going to like my picks for this, just fair warning. This whole season is really good, so just buckle down. So season 4, episode 8 is The Storm. So in the talking head, Drake and Josh talk about the things in life that don't go as planned, and Josh has a story about how he had an unfortunate dentist appointment, and Drake apparently had the best time of his life, where apparently the doctor gave him $200 and to go on a date with his daughter. I don't see a world where that happened, but whatever.
Instead, I end up with a hot girl, $200, and a half dozen free burritos. I spent 3 hours having a sneezy dentist sew up my tongue hole.
So we see Drake practicing with his band, and even though it's episode 8, we're reminded that he isn't just plain stupid. Like, he's actually hard on his band, and I like seeing Drake like this. He's more assertive, he's a little bossy. It's funny that he actually does get some character traits from Josh.
A minor, not an A7. And you? Dude, you're wearing a woman's shirt. It's called a blouse.
I don't know who all these people in his band are, like, maybe it happened off screen, but still, like, no one is recognizable? I missed the season 1 band. Apparently a Mid-City Records producer is going to be at the show they're about to perform, and it's super important. I know the finale talks about his music career, but like, it's just so intermittent between the episodes when he's striving for his passion and just plain stupid. I feel like the last time we saw this was in the Go Hollywood movie. I guess it just took 8 episodes to even get there here. Apparently he rented a bus for Drake, which is very sweet. Like, he didn't have to do that. I feel like Drake's gonna do something worse to make him resentful of him anyway. Walter talks about Bruce Windshield again, tries to get better hair just to show off.
If it's a 5-day forecast, shouldn't it really be called a 5-cast? Get it?
Oh, Dad.
And this one guy in the band's sister takes his shirt back, so he has to be completely shirtless. And there's a tattoo of a foot on his chest. Why? Why is this necessary? Is this an insinuation for something? I don't even know. So everybody's at the house celebrating Drake's gig. Helen insults their drink and pours it into the plant.
Josh's world-famous limeade.
His limeade tastes like mucus.
Is like, you're a guest in the house. The drummer keeps taking different girls' shirts, like he has Megan's shirt on now. Like, why can't he just borrow from the dad or Drake or Josh?
I wanted one with a panda on it.
Just burn it when you're done.
And it's like literally a bunch of the characters just being weird. We even have Crazy Steve needing to learn temper control throughout this episode. And Gavin and Walter kind of fight over Audrey, with Gavin trying to make a move on her, not worried that she's married, which is, okay.
Your mom's hot. Dude! How tall is she? Like 5'2", 5'10"?
I'll measure her later and let you know.
Don't forget.
Drake is very rude to Craig and Eric again and doesn't even know their names here. They talk to Drake about having a girlfriend, which I didn't realize was a continuous plot considering that popcorn girl from the last episode. Drake recruits Megan to help keep his exes apart. Jesus, Josh invited the worst people to bring to this party. Like, why are we congratulating him? Drake is at the forefront of this episode, which is kind of funny because he has to be the straight man in order for this to have a lot of plot.
Problem?
I told you to keep them apart.
I know.
Then what happened?
I got them all together.
Pacing is so quick with so many things happening, it feels like it just kind of flies by.
Would either of you guys like the last stuffed mushroom?
Sure, I'd love to.
Craig and Eric are flattered by Audrey too, which is like, why is everybody into Drake and Josh's mom? Like, there's so many appropriately aged girls at this party. Like, why are they only hitting on the woman that's an adult? Walter's in trouble for not getting the weather right and is told that he has to go out and report it. Where is Josh? I feel like it's being juggled between Drake and his mom more than anybody in this episode. I learned later that Josh just wasn't here for most of the filming, but I don't know, it's a nice change of pace. So Walter is told he has to go out in the weather and report. The weather gets worse and everybody tries to keep their heads up that they're still going to be able to perform. They announce pretty quickly that the entire concert's underwater and they can't really do it.
I got wet.
And then the electricity goes out, so they almost have like a new problem.
My uncle's got a boat.
Yeah, well, that's great, Gary. Why don't you climb into your uncle's boat and sail off to Moron Island?
They get a TV to work, but it only can work by being cranked, and they forced Craig to do it, so that's not really cool.
Come on, Dora, it's right over there! Obre los ojos! Come on!
Walter reports in the rain on the TV, which actually does look pretty dangerous, and Gavin keeps hitting on Audrey. This is probably Crazy Steve's longest episode thus far. Like, I like seeing him a lot in this, and his anger issues are completely unhinged.
Do you mind if I go back to my program?
Sure.
Can I rest for 10
Dora!
And Miranda and Jerry Trainer here. Seeing them in the same, like, scene is, like, very nostalgic. It feels like iCarly already. So Drake sees the girls giggling and gets insecure, tries to spy on them, and it's really funny because Gavin and the drummer also spy, which makes it obvious, and the girls find him there. How do you cover this up?
Shh. I'm trying to hear what my girlfriend's talking about with my ex-girlfriends.
I called my uncle. He sold the boat.
Hi, I'm Gary.
Gavin.
Okay. Oh, would you guys get out of here?
So on the TV, Walter gets mugged during his weather report. So Megan tries to cause trouble by suggesting to her mom that they fix the gutters on the roof. And I don't know why his mom would enforce this right now, especially with the dangerous weather, but she does make him do it anyway. And he says, I don't do things like that, which is very true. His character really doesn't. But like the whole company's over. Like, why would Drake go to the roof and do this? He ends up making Eric do it, which is even worse.
But it's pouring rain. What if I slip and fall off the roof?
All right, there's a rope in the garage. Tie yourself to the chimney, you'll be fine.
Drake is just such a disrespectful person. So Drake finally figures out what the girls are talking about. Apparently they were saying who the best kisser was, and it was him, but they want him to tell them who the best kisser is between them. I don't know why it wouldn't be obvious for him to just say the current girl. Like, obviously he doesn't want to go through a breakup, so just say the girl you're with now.
It broke! The crank broke!
In the end, Helen gets everybody to sing We Will Rock You. This character is such a mystery. Like, from her past on a sitcom to singing, like, I don't know what Helen is up to. I sung this song when I was in 5th grade. I wish they sung, like, a better song, though. And then the nerds even have a solo in this, which is funny. I guess the moral of the episode is that you could have a fun time with other people when your concert gets canceled. I don't really follow. So this is one of my least favorite of those bottle episodes where Drake and Josh get stuck in one place. There's just something about it. I mean, maybe the fact that Josh is absent, but I didn't really notice it. They did a good job at that. I think the character comedy is the strongest in this, like jumping from different person to different person. We got a really good taste of the nerds, Gavin, Crazy Steve. Like, it hit a lot of really good nerves. But the fact that it ends on kind of like a bittersweet note with nothing being resolved, and the episode originally wasn't really about making the best of a bad situation, I don't know. It feels like it was just like an insert, a stall episode. I'm not saying it was bad. I feel like every episode in Drake and Josh season 4 is phenomenal, but it was definitely one of the least phenomenal ones, I would say. And finally, we have Dance Contest, which of course is not the actual final episode, but you know what? It was aired last, so it technically is. In the opening, Drake and Josh come up with a challenge to drink as many cups of coffee as possible, and I'm really worried they're gonna die through this. Like, there's so much caffeine in these things.
He said that! Oh yeah, that's what he said! He said it! That makes 26.
26 down! Come on!
Josh pretty much goes crazy in it, and Drake only drinks decaf, which is not fair, Drake. They throw Eric a going away party, taking place at Drake and Josh's house, which is super boring. And Drake just wants to get out of it, which, that's not cool, Drake. He's so disrespectful to these guys.
If you're gonna leave, then leave!
You promised you wouldn't do this.
What's up, Craig?
I'm not in the mood to talk.
To please everybody, Josh ends up showing off his super intense dance move, and it makes the party liven up. And everybody convinces him that he should be going on the Dancing with the Stars parody. This would not only show off his skills, but finally beat Mindy into being number 1.
Well, I thought you brought her.
Nope.
Excuse me, but who are you?
Were you invited to this party?
Meanwhile, Drake is being told that he's doing poorly in school, almost getting kicked out of gym class for no attendance. It's really funny that this is what stops him from graduating, but it's still irresponsible as heck.
What? Dude, why didn't you tell me that earlier?
You never come to class!
Okay. What if I come to class every day for the rest of the semester?
Too late. You still wouldn't have enough credits to pass.
Josh tells him to start focusing on his homework, but he cannot get himself to commit to anything. When he realizes the seriousness of it, he decides to enter a dance contest because apparently that would allow him to receive extra credit. I don't know how the two connect, but okay. At the premiere, Josh talks to this girl named Emily, who is going to be his dance partner. She's actually professional and has been the best dancer in San Diego.
I don't know, I've just always loved to dance.
It's cool. Josh, we gotta talk. I'm gonna fail gym.
I'm kind of with a person here.
Oh, sorry. Hi, I'm Drake, Josh's brother. Nice to meet you. Can I have a sip of this?
Ah, thanks.
Drake talks to Emily himself, and Josh is forced by his boss to take care of gangsters in a movie theater on Josh's day off. That is like the third time Josh is like forced to work.
Sorry, I'm not working today. It's my day off.
5, 4, 3.
You know, you can't make me work on my day off.
2, 1.
Quiet down, hoodlums!
So later, it turns out that Drake steals Josh's partner to enter the dance competition himself, which is super rude. That's like one of the worst things I feel like Drake could do to Josh. Like, it's not his responsibility, you're failing.
I thought we were dance partners.
Well, after you and I talked, Drake asked me to be his dance partner.
Why would you say yes to Drake when you already said yes to me?
Because Drake gave me a digital camera.
That's my digital camera.
So Josh has to get a new partner, Vilga.
Yes, these are the bad people I told you about.
Drake, Emily, I'd like you to meet my new and improved dance partner, Vilga.
When they're actually at the competition, Emily and Vilga fight again and are completely disqualified from the competition.
You just pushed me? It was not the wind.
Oh, all right!
The only way Drake and Josh could actually do it is if they did it together. So they put on this amazing show in front of an audience and entertains everybody. They end up winning, and Audrey and Megan are super shocked that they're actually that good at it, and so am I.
I knew you'd win! You guys are so awesome!
And at the end, we see Drake's gym teacher asking Audrey about how Walter was lost at sea.
I'm not a rich man, but I do live in a very nice trailer. Nothing fancy, but I got a good TV, a coffee maker, toilet.
And tries to woo her, so one last hitting on Audrey, I guess, for the series. Overall, weird finale, definitely doesn't work as one. But it's an episode that Audrey's in instead of Walter, which is not usual.
Dance contest just really didn't interest me. Like, it felt like it was just trying to parody the Blues Brothers episode. If the dance number wasn't so long, I probably would think it was better, but I just feel like so little happens in this episode when it does. Like, I like the conflict between Drake and Josh against each other. It's been a while since we had like a bet type episode, but this feels like one of them. And the comedy in this was really funny, but it felt like it teetered off to be a little too random for me. And if it wasn't positioned as the final episode in the series, I probably wouldn't be so biased, but it really bothers me that that's true.
Overall, we had a lot of crazy experiences with Drake and Josh, and we're still having them like 20 years later. There was a lot of questionable things going on throughout this show. We don't even have to talk about behind the scenes. But in the content they presented us, they really thought they could get away with some hidden things. I also can't forget in season 1 when Drake was going to the bathroom and Walter was trying to talk to him. You guys could look up that scene on your own, as if it's a really big deal. But yeah, these were the episodes I really wasn't that fond of, I would dare say offended by, because they either wasted my time, I thought they were too mundane, or just overall wasn't the best form that Drake and Josh could take on. Like, this is a legendary show that Nickelodeon was absolutely peaking because of. So in a way, we owe it to some of these episodes to thank it for its legacy, because every legacy has to have some negative things happen. But yeah, I'm curious what you guys think about what I said. I know a lot of people are not going to like some of my choices, but remember guys, it's my opinion, I'm allowed to feel. No, but seriously, I'm allowed to feel. There's just something about these episodes that rubbed me the wrong way, and I'm allowed to feel that way. So until next time, everybody, thank you guys so much for tuning into Johnny 2000s. I always love going over this 2000s content with you guys. And we continue to grow by the day, so thank you guys for liking and sharing, and please keep it up, because YouTube is a fragile ecosystem, and I want to keep doing what I'm enjoying doing. And don't forget my link in the description for my musicals if anybody's interested in hearing any of my nice jams.
They've always called me sissy boy. No, that's not me. Maybe because I like to sit down when I pee. They always call me sissy boy when I say I'm sad. No, I'm not a sissy boy. I'm a sissy man.
I forgot forgot to do my wizard presentation, so I'm just making one up on the spot.
Oh, what is your topic gonna be?
Wizards versus mortals. Who is stretchier?
Wizards of Waverly Place is one of the rare shows that just have very minimal bad episodes. Sure, there was a bunch of weird gimmicks that Disney Channel tried to promote, and maybe they positioned them in a really awkward way sometime, but for the most part, rewatching Wizards of Waverly Place has been pretty smooth sailing. Some of the things that take me out of it the most would be the cheesiness of it all, like the costumes, the spells, the special effects of the 2010s.
Those J's are like fish hooks.
Were just not up to the storytelling standards that the show actually did. Today, I'm gonna go through 1 or 2 episodes of every season that I feel like is the most far off from its original plan. What's up, everybody? It's Johnny 2000, focusing on 2000s movies, TV, music, and so much more. And today we're diving into the most offensive episodes of Wizards of Waverly Place. So let's dive right in. So one of the worst episodes in season 1, I definitely have to say, is season 1, episode 18, Credit Check. So this is the episode where Alex actually starts working at this fashion place. It starts out really funny, like it's them trying to come up with a catchphrase for a new sandwich at the sub shop. And Alex has the idea first, but then everybody else takes credit for it, which is kind of crazy. Jerry, in training, teaches them about a new spell that actually freezes things. Apparently, spells are named after famous wizards, which is interesting. I don't remember seeing this at all. Maybe I'm just so caught up in the later seasons. And here's the weird catch. The spell only lasts as long as you could hop on one foot. Something I really was not expecting to be possible. At the sub shop, Alex is serving this fashion designer at his seat. And she's very sassy, very like outwardly herself, and he kind of likes this about her. Although it does remind me a lot of That's So Raven, when Raven became like in the fashion industry. I don't know why we can't just do something different. Like Disney, you know you want her to sing, just have something singing related. Alex has the confidence to literally critique everything this guy's working on and be like, nope, that's not good, that's not good. And it just, he is impressed by this, which I would be angry at this. This is good timing because she doesn't feel appreciated at the sub shop, so of course she's gonna jump out of the family business. I feel like that's the most interesting aspect. When she gets to the fashion place, it becomes a lot more snobbier and conceited than she imagines, which is perfect because this is New York, of course. Like, they give her a kiss and she's supposed to give a kiss back. Automatically, Alex is not fitting into this new environment or enjoying herself. I feel bad for her, though. In the B plot, they end up hiring a new person to work at the sub shop. Of course, it has to be a young, attractive lady for Justin and Max to fight over. Justin makes a goal to ask Millie out. Already kind of a red flag if you're working in the same place. Alex has a really good pitch for this fashion company. It's called Bringing Summer into Fall, which is a really cool concept. The fashionista who actually owns the company is here to accept the pitch. And guess who it is? It's Miss Hafer from Drake and Josh. The perfect person to be a snotty New Yorker. I don't know why, she's just such a good actress. I feel like she was so funny in Drake and Josh. So to see her like be this fashionista is really entertaining. The twist in the episode comes in when Miss Hafer really likes this idea and gives all the credit to Jeffrey, the person that Alex is working for. And to be fair, like in the artist landscape, this is kind of how things work in like kind of a not fun way. I feel like if apprentices or interns have ideas, they tend to not get credit for it. And in this particular episode, it really bothers Alex. I mean, it bothers me. It's really not fair. Especially this guy's just such a jerk. He is not remorseful. He's just like, this is the way things go. And not cool. Meanwhile, we get another funny moment when Max tries to hype up Justin, like his hype man, and he just accidentally says the most embarrassing things ever. I love this part. Look at this.
Did you know that Justin wears his underwear in the shower?
So Alex is still mad at this fashion company, so she actually enlists Harper to make a bunch of dresses, and she's pitching to this guy that she's gonna have a whole fashion show, and then he's gonna invite their boss back, and that's gonna be a really fun experience. And Alex is like, wow, this is the perfect time to embarrass him. She enlists Harper to create a bunch of really ugly outfits just to get back at him. And there's a really funny joke where she's like trying to enter his office, and he's like, who's there? But like, it's see-through, bro. Like, how do you not see Alex? So yeah, she's putting this whole fashion show together, and right at the final hour, this guy decides to let her have the credit. Yeah, Miss Schaefer comes in, and he's like,
yeah, don't worry, all of this is Alex's idea, which is actually a nice gesture. He doesn't know how ugly the clothes are. Alex is able to use that spell that freezes time to make all the outfits, which is really funny. She has to hop on one foot, turn all of Harper's ugly outfits into something passable and impressive pretty quickly. A funny concept, and since Harper doesn't know that Alex is a wizard, it's a lot funnier to see her try to get away with all this and still cover it up. Harper gets really angry when she sees all of her clothes are messed up, and I guess we just don't have to admit the fact that Alex took advantage of her best friend for this, whatever. Yeah, so everything ends up working out for Alex. The new boss loves her style. Great ending. The funny ending, though, is when Justin thinks that he's going to be going on a date with the girl that works at the sub shop, which, by the way, if you're working at the sub shop as like a single girl in New York, it's already not a safe place. Can you imagine the whole family like trying to hit on you? Like, Justin is not super sensitive to her and like the power dynamic that their family holds in this restaurant, but whatever, we're not going to get into that too much. In the end of the episode, he thinks he's going out with her, but then she just asks him to babysit while her and her boyfriend go out, which feels appropriate. I feel like this girl looks a lot older than Justin. Like, he is not ready to date her. All around, like, definitely a funny episode with their moments, but I feel like I laughed the least in these episodes than I did all the other ones. On top of the fact that it's like a fashionista type episode when so many of these shows were doing this at the time. I'm now thinking of True Jackson VP. Like, it's just overdone. And sure, we got the wizarding twist on it. I really like the idea of freezing time and only able to hop on one foot, but it doesn't come until like the very end of the episode. It's just so much of this is the wizard characters doing something that doesn't really relate to the world of wizards, nor does it like kind of help set them up for their future in any way. So I'm not really having fun with this episode. I had to put it here. Sorry, guys. Another episode that really pets my peeve in this season is the season finale art museum piece, which is kind of depressing. Like, if you know me, season finale is always a good opportunity to leave on a high note, especially if you know you're gonna take a little bit of a break before whatever season comes next. Sure, it's a kid's show. It doesn't need to have that kind of exciting ending because you know they're coming back, but I don't know, all around this episode is just so boring. It's kind of like Night of the Museum parody. It's about Alex not completing her history assignment because she's lazy. She keeps wanting to use magic for shortcuts, already a pretty negative character trait, and she ends up going to the museum after hours and getting stuck there. Now she brings all the paintings to life and gets her history lesson from them directly, which also is just a history lesson, Alex. I don't know if you shortcut a lot of stuff, really. It's funny because the security guard that works at the museum is this woman that keeps recurring over and over again in the first season, which I miss this. I miss this concept. Like, I wish she would keep coming back in every episode, or even in the new series. Like, that would be awesome. But they forgot about her pretty quick. It becomes pretty much a Night of the Museum parody in a boring way, because in season 3 they end up having an episode that's a lot more like this, where they get trapped in the exhibit, which kind of feels like a repeat. So looking back on this episode isn't a lot of fun, let alone the fact that there's not a lot of jokes. It's just like one big long history assignment and not super fun. Like, sure, Justin comes in, saves the day, great, but like, why would you end the season about wizards in a boring historical way? Like, even the new series just ended with Alex Russo dying, ? I didn't see it yet either, so it doesn't count as a spoiler because I don't even know what I'm talking about. But yeah, so it feels like they could have done a little bit more here. Whatever. The second season of Wizards of Waverly Place is surprisingly, I would say, the weakest one. Sure, we have Harper figuring out that the whole family's wizards. That's a pretty monumental moment. We have a nice return to WizTech, which is definitely better than the first one, and even a 4-part episode finale, which, by the way, I would argue is what makes it so bad. Like, when they did events that, like, just had like sub names like Wizards versus Vampires and then 4 parts, like, that stuff's not fun for me. I feel like they're not like committing to the idea of being a serial episode, which they do end up doing in the 3rd season, but here it just feels like they're not trying to make it consistent. One of the most boring episodes, I would say, in this one is Hugh's Not Normus. Remember Hugh Normus from the Wizard School episode? Yeah, he's this guy that is convinced he's a giant, but is really just a normal-sized human and looks down on everybody because of this. It's actually a really funny concept. So he runs away from home in this episode, and Alex is already insecure about being a bad person, I guess, so she decides that he's allowed to stay with them without consulting anybody. It's so weird that none of the shows acknowledged that this guy is in all the teen shows. Like, Austin Butler was a background character and had a lot of lines, and so did this guy. He was on Glee, this show, Drake and Josh, and he plays essentially the same mumbling character. But here on Wizards, it is his best work. I feel like we get a lot of time with him, and he's kind of a funny character. It just feels like the intentions in this episode aren't so interesting. So Alex stores this guy in her room, which is very inappropriate for a teenage girl, and she's not even like super helpful toward him. Like, she just expects his problems to be solved the way she talks to him.
Oh my gosh, this helping others thing is taking way too long.
And she accidentally makes both of them ginormous, because he's insecure about being actually small. I do like that concept. This whole episode is like him coming to terms that maybe he's not a giant, and that's really cute. The Giants actually show up at the Russo's place. Jerry knows nothing about what's going on, and Alex doesn't even like admit it when they come here. They like keep him in the room, and it's not fair. I am interested in the concept of like adoption in the wizard world. Like, Hugh had a different parent, and then Giants were able to take him under their wing. Like, that's kind of an interesting tool, but they don't really go into it ever again, which kind of reminds me that the show could be better. A lot of the comedy in this episode comes from like Alex's room being shrunk and they are huge. That's funny because it has to do with the character, but it really doesn't prompt any more plot at all. Alex ends up getting Hugh's real parents to come in and speak to him in the wizard lair, and it's a really nice moment, and it actually makes the episode worth watching. I feel like the offensive or not great episodes of this show are never that bad. Like, this one just felt like it was dragging on a little too long, and I feel like Alex was selfish, and when something did work out for her, she didn't really take a lot of credit for it or acknowledge that she did hard work to do it. So she still has a long way to go as a character. At least she gets like a nice feeling at the end. Then also episode 23 in this season was a little bit boring for me. It's called Paint by Committee, and this is a fun idea for an episode, but not like a great execution. The episode starts with Justin, Harper, and Alex going down to the subway train to acknowledge all the graffiti and art. And it's funny because it's like Justin's way of telling her she was nominated to do the mural at school. And it's cool because it's like Alex is actually pretty good at art. Like, they've mentioned it before, but from this episode on, they do kind of keep it as a character moment for her. But that's kind of not here nor there. The one thing that Alex cares about, like, she actually gets into this. It becomes not really much of a chore for her, and she even likes drawing. Well, that's a great acknowledgement. When they get to school, she's kind of disheartened to see that everybody's opinion gets jumping into her idea, which is the true pain of an artist.
The Statue of Liberty shredding an electric guitar.
And panda bears.
This is like kind of annoying though, because I feel like we're getting to an artist plot line, like as if this is going to be kept for a lot longer. And if they ever did another episode about art and Alex liking art, like that's cool. I feel like they just kind of push it into this episode. And then she becomes a little bit snarkier, not wanting to incorporate anybody else's ideas, and it's kind of Alex versus everybody else. It's cute when she gets like a talking to from one of the graffiti artists. He's a really funny character, and she kind of gets a little bit more insight that like maybe people just want to see what they want to see, and art is like objective. So she uses a spell on the mural that allows everybody to see what they want to see. That way she doesn't have to actually worry about it, which is kind of a crazy cop-out, because clearly like if you make art, like you have a passion for it and you want to do it. So it's like interesting to think that like she has it happen here. In the end, she realizes that she does have a little bit of artistic integrity, and it's okay to have a painting that other people don't approve of. Even if they like it so much, like why sell out just to get everybody to be happy? Which is an interesting intersection between art and commerce that we talk about a lot in America specifically. Mr. Laritate represents like the government pretty much, and he's still funny as ever. And it's nice to see that Alex picks up on a hobby, but it feels like an episode that doesn't necessarily have to do with wizards. Like, even the part where they magically possess the mural, it doesn't seem to go too far. Even the B plot feels like it has nothing to do with anything. It's just Max doing crazy stunts. I don't even want to get into it. The point is, when I watched this episode recently, I never realized how if it went away, nobody would notice. So I had to make a reference to that. If I had to give like a little shout out to an episode, I feel like season 2, episode 3 graphic novel is really aggravating for me. So in that episode, Alex is worried about having her secret revealed to the whole school, that she likes Dean. And one of the popular girls, Gigi, ends up finding her journal and gets whisked away into it. And the only thing that really bothers me about the episode is it's like completely filtered in like this iMovie effect. And sure, like that's a cool idea. Like we used to do that a lot in the 2010s, back when filters weren't normal or like weren't like a common thing. But now that like we're used to filters over everything, this one like does not hold up well. Like looking at it is a pain. I get it. Like it's supposed to be a really cool episode with like one of the characters even almost drowning, but I swear it's such an eyesore. I cannot not recommend it enough. So please don't watch this episode if you have a watch through, because it will not be worth it. And of course, I could get into how Wizards versus Vampires, the 4-part special in the end of the episode, was necessary, but I really don't want to. I feel like when they did this early enough, like it wasn't a great concept. All around, like the second season had some pretty negative lows for me. So much more than the first season, so I just had to mention the extras. Season 3 of Wizards of Waverly Place is when it got really interesting. Not only did they introduce a lot of really cool recurring plot lines, but they committed to having the episodes have multi-layers that transition to the next episode, like a very serial style of storytelling, which you have to admire. It's a risky thing, especially in a Disney Channel show, but, you know, every season has its downfall, and these are some of the episodes in Season 3 that did that. For the first one, it's episode 19, Dad's Bugging Out, and this one, I saw on the internet a lot of other people didn't like it either. For me, it was definitely really creepy. But let's get into it. I gotta admit though, one of the funniest jokes in the entire series is the last line in this cold open where Justin actually wins with one of his disses.
Ooh, no, because I checked your calendar and you got no plans for the next 30 years.
Ha! I don't have a calendar.
Ha! People who don't have calendars also don't have plans. Owned! Oh, sold!
Yeah, that's funny. So Jerry's like working at the substation when the freezer door opens and all these magical creatures from past episodes just escape. I don't know what was holding them in before, but this is ridiculous. Where's the security system on this thing? You're wizards, you don't have any way. Surprise, surprise, it was Alex's fault, and Jerry kinda gets annoyed at her, telling her like she has to be more responsible with magic, which is fair, but Alex does not see a need for it at all. It's this late in the series and she's still not seeing how bad her actions are. Alex, we're on like episode 60 at this point. This really weird fly starts attacking the lair and Jerry tries to kill it, but it ends up biting him. At first they're like, okay, this is gonna be no big deal, not so cool. So Jerry starts itching and there's going to be a bigger problem, I'll tell you that much. We cut back to school and Alex notices that Justin and Zeke are head of the alien communication club where they like speak their own language. It's kind of ridiculous. And they decide that they're going to host this whole thing at the sub shop. So Justin is really adamant about all this going well, and as you can imagine, it's not going to. The kid Frankie comes back for like a random cameo in this. I don't know if you remember him. He was in the first season for a couple episodes, but he has like his own little shop in the substation, and he's the first to freak out when they start noticing Jerry's getting twitchy. Justin tells the whole family how important it is that they have a really good event, and the stakes get raised a lot, especially when Jerry literally comes back fully as a roach, and it is disgusting. I feel like this whole episode is gross. It's literally about keeping Jerry away from their whole event so Justin can actually get away with it. Of course, Alex is always the one to ruin all of his stuff, and it becomes one of those arguments once again. Kind of reminds me of Drake and Josh, the way these two bicker. So Justin is still insistent on getting this whole alien language club off the bat, but everybody is losing interest, with Zeke and Justin barely holding them on. Alex tries to be sensitive and help Justin make up for it, especially when this whole alien language club thing gets super boring. And she has the genius idea of actually using Jerry in it, which I think is kind of a good idea. I feel like it's under the context of like alien language. Of course, people are gonna react to him, and then everybody freaks out. I mean, if it were me, I would just assume this is a man in a giant suit, which I wish they thought that. They definitely think he's like a real alien, but at least Justin's day gets saved. The only thing about this episode that's just so frustrating is how gross Jerry is. Like, he's twitchy, he's like, it's just him suffering for like one mistake that Alex made, and there's a lot of suffering going around in this episode. At least everything like works out in the end, but not a lot of the jokes make up for the mundane storyline. You know, like they're barely anywhere beside just the sub shop and school in this episode. I feel like it could have been more interesting compared to everything else that's happened in the third season. Like, there's just a lot of cool things. Another episode that kind of is not exciting to me is episode 20, Max's Secret Girlfriend. We have a guest star in this, Bella Thorne, but she's kind of like irrelevant in a weird way. So Alex and Harper find out that Max has been seeing this girl at school. Like, it's been like a secret girlfriend he didn't tell them about, which is surprising because there's no way. These hallways are so small, and I don't know why Max would have thought he could have got away with having this in the hallway and not be suspicious. Turns out Max doesn't even have his name Max, so it's just him like lying to this girl over and over again, and it kind of makes him seem like a less redeemable character than he ever was before. Like, it's one thing to have him be the joke or the idiot in the group, but he's borderline manipulating this girl into staying with him. When Justin and Alex get to the bottom of it and actually confront him, he tells them that it's because they don't want him to meet their parents. Like, that would be super embarrassing. So Alex and Justin are like, why don't we pose as your parents? So they use like an age up spell, and this part is so unnecessary. It doesn't even have a lot of good jokes, which I would excuse pretty easily.
Nice cut, Justin. Looks like I dodged a bullet with you.
So Alex and Justin pretend to be a married couple, and they just bicker like brother and sister, and it kind of works perfectly. Like, they look just like parents. Right when Max brings home his girlfriend to meet them, it gets even weirder because Jerry and Teresa come home right then from like a World War II reenactment thing. I love that that's like the concept. Like, why would those parents be involved in something like, you know, whatever. We're not going to question it. That one's just a funny idea. So they confront everybody pretty quickly. They basically sit down as a family and are like, Max, you have to tell this girl the truth. You can't have a relationship based on lie, which is a great message. The funniest part of this episode is after the act break, they come back and Max is like, you're right, I did it. I told her I'm a wizard, so no more lies. And it's interesting because it shows that, like, Max has been groomed into lying his whole life. His entire family are experts on tricking the mortals just to blend in. So, like, why wouldn't he use all these things he grew up with understanding to get a girlfriend? I feel kind of bad for him. Just the reaction to this whole thing is why this episode's, like, kind of annoying to me and why I don't love it, because I wish they weren't such hypocrites and actually, like, saw this as their problem too, not just Max's and him just being silly. So the next goal becomes to invite this girl over and convince her that Max was lying, and lying about everything, which shouldn't be that hard. I don't even know if there's a conflict. And this is interesting because this goal feels very shallow to me. Like, they're trying to help Max lie to her after telling him not to. Like, that's the part that really bothers me. And this girl is falling for everything, which is kind of sad because it's like her and Max are really a great combo. Like, she's weird, he's weird. They talk about a lot of weird stuff. Next thing you know, we're going through a series of a fake magic carpet ride. Like, all these things that essentially tried to prove that Max was a wizard. They're tricking her was like just this fake thing going on. Justin has the skills to make a giant machine to make it look like they were actually flying, and I can't believe he was even able to accomplish that. That's like nuts to me. All around, they managed to trick her once again, and I guess that's the message of the episode, is that if you commit to a lie, keep doing it for the rest of your life. Okay, real mature guys. So yeah, the third season is just so good, it's hard to find episodes that didn't work. Like, I still feel like I liked that dad bugging out episode. I still really enjoyed the Max's new girlfriend. Like, at this point, the show is so good that, like, even the boring episodes are not that boring. So it's hard to find stuff that I don't love. Then we get the final season 4 of Wizards of Waverly Place, and this is the one where it got the most jarring for me, not just because the theme song changed, but because Justin put his hair back up? Yeah, kind of crazy. But yeah, this one got a really serial, all talking about the Wizard family competition, which is actually kind of interesting. I love that the siblings are pit against each other most of the season, but this is one of the episodes I feel like is the weakest in this whole era. It's called 3 Maxes and a Little Lady, Season 4, Episode 5. A reminder that Alex is dating Mason for this episode. Justin has already finished his studies and is getting ready for the wizard competition, and Max is falling behind. And that's kind of where this episode falls in line. Jerry tries to get Max into a club just to free himself of the guilt of Max not learning enough. And it's basically the sophisticated wizard club that he thinks will rub off on Max. And Max is like, oh, I don't know if I need that, but he goes for it anyway. What a nice son. Alex is trying so hard to get ahead in the wizard competition because she knows there's like, it's just no way. Justin is so far ahead, almost by like a full year. And in this episode, he's taking on a bunch of WizTech students and being their tutor, essentially. So I don't know how in the world this guy would not end up winning. He's kind of rude to her and not really helpful. It becomes a lot more of a Alex and Justin bickering episode, which most of this season feels like. I feel like Max is so far out of the picture, it's like they're having a hard way of putting him into the plot again. At least they have this episode though. Alex goes to the Wizard Commission's office, which is the people that are like in charge of this whole competition, which is kind of interesting. They have a whole thing for that. And she tells us what's at stake. Like, basically she can't be with Mason if she loses this competition. And this woman is just like, yeah, I would give up now. No big deal. And I'm kind of worried about Alex too. Like, I want her to do a good job. She basically suggests that if Alex wants to stay in, she could join Justin's tutoring class. And this woman's like, he can't say no to it, which I don't understand whose side she's on at this point. So Alex gets enrolled in Justin's class. In the B plot, we actually have what's going on with Max, which is crazy that the whole episode is titled after him and he's just the side plot. He's with these sophisticated wizards and they pretty much mock him the whole time. And I feel bad for Max because it's like, it's one thing to like not be super smart, but like to have people like openly mock you in your own home, and his parents just want him to be a part of this group, so he's probably not feeling great right now. And the fact that they all underestimate him, know that he's not going to be a part of the competition, is even insulting enough. Alex joins Justin's class, and she's actually really disrespectful. Like, he is literally teaching you now, and she's just become like a nuisance in class, which is not that surprising. I just was kind of hoping they would be a little bit better about that. Max even uses the sophistication of his friends to make fun of Justin, which is kind of not cool. Like, he becomes even partially a bully, and I'm not liking Max in this light at all.
Justin, I'm sure you're far too busy being the president of the I'm losing the wizard competition club. I want you to go have a meeting.
The guys in his group notice, and since they're sophisticated and smart, they are just like, why don't you just move up the wizard competition, Max? And that's kind of crazy. Like, this is such an insane twist for one of the boringest episodes. Justin and Alex are working together because actually Alex does care. And this is how they get moved into the A plot, because apparently the wizard competition's moved up and they are freaking out. So like in the middle of them studying, trying to get it figured out, like the competition's moved up. It is the only realistic way Max could probably compete. So it's hard to argue the logic. It just seems like it's coming from such a cynical place. Like, an episode like this must not be great for the main characters. They realize that the only way they're going to convince the commissioner to put the date back is if they have the original person who changed it go in there. So Alex and Justin turn into Max, not even realizing each other is doing it. They just like go in separately, and then it all becomes like this really awkward hodgepodge. It's just weird because it's like almost like Justin and Alex are sabotaging the Max plot and making it their own, because we still have Max at the wizard house with his sophisticated friends. He gets a nice talk from Jerry where Jerry actually admits like he doesn't have to be sophisticated, that he's pushing Max a little too hard, which I agree. Maybe that's why Max is so funny, because he's been pushed way too hard. And it's really funny to see Alex and Justin both be Max. It makes me realize that Jake T. Austin must be a super great actor, because I'm convinced he is both Alex and Justin at the same time. They end up turning back to normal eventually and get the wizard date moved all the way back, even turn Max into a different person. Kind of random. So there's a lot of apologizing that needs to go on in this episode that doesn't even necessarily happen. It's just everybody kind of turning their backs on each other one by one, and 3 Maxes come out of it. I do think this is a really good Max episode, but they lean into it a little too much. Like, they turn this guy into just being a joke, and now he's like so far out of the competition it's not even funny. It also ends on a cliffhanger, which is super unnecessary for like this new serial format. Like, they can't turn Max back into himself, so he's just this little girl, and everybody is like, oh, I don't know what to do. It's cool that we have a couple steps toward the actual wizard competition, like stakes are being raised, Alex is trying, Justin is trying, but the fact that Max's subplot just became Alex and Justin's A-plot means that like this episode named after Max isn't really about Max at all, and Max is barely in it, except for when Justin and Alex are playing Max. The parents really didn't have a good look in this episode. Teresa was like super conceited, and I feel like Jerry was also pushing Max to do something he didn't want to do, but he did come out on top, like in a positive way. I feel like there was some good elements, but there were mostly negative elements. This season gets a little too repetitive, if you ask me, like in a way that like it flanderizes itself, like it knows what it's about, so it just keeps doing similar plots over and over again. And yeah, so not super fun. Also, season 4 episode 18 is kind of ridiculous. It's Wizards versus Asteroid, and this is exactly what it sounds like. It's exactly that premise from Danny Phantom Planet, when there's a giant asteroid heading toward Earth and they're going to die. Yeah, that's exactly what happens in this. It does start out kind of funny though, with the news reporter explaining that it's the end of the world and Max just trying to wave in the background. That's kind of a funny bit. But for the most part, it feels like a huge tonal shift where everybody's getting ready for the end of the world. And it's kind of depressing to think everybody's going to die. Justin doesn't seem to have too much empathy for them, because the wizards can just escape to the wizard world. Like, clearly they don't have anything to worry about. But their friends, Zeke and Harper, are going to die. A lot of the episode's plot derives from the television news station, which is kind of awkward. It's something they really can't have an actual handle on. They're just reporting to the news. Kind of weird. The wizards are taking it as it is and are like, okay, we'll go to the wizard world. But Alex is the only one that's like, hey, we can't leave these people behind. Something that actually works in her favor for the first time in a long time. Alex is the good character. So the 3 wizards decide to get in a space shuttle and head toward the asteroid, where most of the rest of the episode is going to take place. It's kind of like a Star Trek-esque vibe, which is kind of weird considering it's Wizards of Waverly Place on Disney Channel. And yeah, their wizarding powers and CGI come to a awkward standstill as I'm watching this episode. Like, I can't fall for anything that's happening. Sure, it's cool that the wizards are dealing with something they never would be able to deal with on their own, but this could be used in any plot for any show, essentially. So it just feels like lazy writing to an extent. There's some really good funny jokes in this.
We did it, we're leaving. That thing sounds like Mom when we're late for school.
You know, it breaks up the tension a lot since the stakes are so high, but honestly, it adds a really weird tonal awkwardness to this whole thing. Like, it's the end of the world, but also still funny. The through line in this episode is that Alex wants to graduate, but isn't going to because something she's slacking on, obviously. So the asteroid ends up hitting Tribeca Prep, which is insane. Laritate is the only one alive, it seems, in this school. And to think it was such a random episode to have this happen, I don't get with all these specials, the Wizards versus. Like, they just set up really awkward expectations that they can't always live up to. And this one in particular is a good example of why it's just not working. Overall though, those were all 4 seasons of Wizards of Waverly Place. You could tell that the worst episodes were in the last season, some of the best episodes were in the 3rd, and then 1st and 2nd were a little with only
really being bogged down by the awkward CGI and sometimes out of place plot moments, but for the most part, Wizards of Waverly Place has all their 98 episodes pretty good. I feel like there's only like 10 really bad episodes, and we've covered most of them here today. But I would love to know if you guys saw episodes you really didn't like, and I know most of them are from the 4th season, so I'm not gonna judge you, but put your comments in below. In the meantime, everybody, don't forget to like and subscribe to Johnny 2000. I have so much fun making these videos for you, and I can't wait for you to see what I have in store next week. So thank you guys so much, and have a great day. Look, if you've watched anything on Johnny 2000 before, it should be no surprise to you that me and Zoe Brooks are not on good terms. I've definitely said negative things about this show in the past, and honestly, I stand by them. So yeah, this is not an apology video. This is me taking the craziest episodes I've seen of Zoe 101 and kind of putting them on blast, kind of like isolating them on their own. If you've seen my Zoe 101 retrospectives, this is probably not going to be a lot of new info or even footage for you guys. So I'd either check out that one or just join me for this little banter. We're going to be diving into some of the most offensive and time-wasting episodes I've ever seen of Zoe 101. We've did this with Drake and Josh, we've done this with Victorious, iCarly, but now it's time for Zoe 101, and I expect a full-on roast fest. As we go from seasons 1 to 4, we're going to highlight 2 of the craziest episodes I found in each season. Not only the worst, but the most controversial a little bit. What's up, everybody? It's Johnny 2000, focusing on 2000's media, movies, TV, and so much more. Okay, let's jump into season 1. The season finale, you know, season finales when shows finish their first introductory season and want to have a really enticing plot to keep the viewers watching and get ready for another season, perhaps. Yeah, Zoe 101 ruined all that for me. Season 1, episode 13 is called Little Beach Party. Everything that was exciting about the TV show so far is not present in this, and it's somehow like the weakest episode. There's not even plot in this. The first 7 minutes is everybody getting ready for exams. Zoe is complaining in her diary because it's been so hard and everybody expects her to help them. And I don't know why Zoe has this whole martyr mentality. She's very much like,
Be nice, but I have my own exams too, you know, and it's not like anyone offers to help me study, and I just don't see it.
All right, shh, just calm down.
I live for other people, and it's starting to bother me. Chase tries to affirm her that after the exams are over, they'll have a party and everything will be great and you don't have to worry about anything. This is the one conclusive thing about this season finale, is that we see that they're actually stopping their midterms or whatever it is that you are leaving the school to come back.
David, you left your underwear on the floor again.
I gotta call you back.
So Zoe's hyped, and the exam week ends, and it's time for everybody to go to the beach. Quinn tells everybody about this new coconut-smelling thing.
It does smell like coconut. I know, isn't it cool?
Man, I feel like taking a nap.
What? Yeah, we get sleep. We gotta... We gotta...
Everybody passes out. Oh my god, they pass out again. It's season 1 and they already have a repeated through line with Quinn. And they end up waking up like hours later, and apparently they're pretty much missing the entire bus to get to the beach.
What? The last bus from Mystic Beach leaves at noon.
How are we gonna get there in 14 minutes? We have to, come on.
They find an alternative route and go the opposite direction, ending up at an empty beach.
Mystic Beach is exactly 57 miles north of PCA.
No, it's not. Mystic Beach is south of PCA.
And the entire episode is them essentially lost and stranded. Like, their phones don't work, they have to figure out a way to make fire, but there's not anything really at stake because we know they're gonna be okay. And it does take them a little too long to be like, oh, we're gonna make the most of this and have fun instead.
And Dana, you've got batteries in that boombox? Uh-huh. All right then, let's crank up some music and quit being a bunch of lame losers.
Yeah.
And I feel like that doesn't also solve the problems they had. Like, you still are stranded on an island. It reminds me of those other Dan Schneider bottle episodes, like where Drake and Josh were left at the side of the road, or the Victorious cast was locked in that RV. Like, I feel like these shows like to have a bottle episode of the main characters getting stuck somewhere, having a good time, having a bad time, and just going crazy in the middle. I just... As a season finale, though, like, this is even crazier that they tried to have this in.
Dustin loses his bathing suit and is stuck in the ocean, which you think is going to be the premise of the rest of the episode, but it's just a annoying segment that keeps coming and going, and nobody really helps him enough.
A big wave knocked off my bathing suit! Well, where is it? If I knew, would I be naked from the waist down?
And Quinn is able to make the firework. Okay, it's nice to see that she's helpful now. I feel like this episode would have been a lot more interesting if everybody had something to offer to their survival and they butt heads on trying to do it, and or like went the Jimmy Neutron approach where like maybe one person is super into it but everybody revolts against that person. But no, it's just Zoe studying for the exams and then they're lost at a beach. Can't really do anything about it. Nothing progresses to be worse. And the teacher ends up showing up and rescuing them.
I brought those pants you asked for. Where's your little brother?
He's still naked in the ocean.
Interesting.
Super anticlimactic. Nothing's happening. Like, I'm not worried about what's going on next season. I don't even care if they wake up. Oh yeah, they faint again. Another episode ends with everybody fainting. But this time it's like scary because it's the teacher's pickup truck. Like, why do you have a bunch of teenagers asleep in your trunk? He also falls asleep by taking a sniff of whatever that coconut thing was.
Oh, this looks comfy. All right, I'm right over here. If you,
And this episode just feels like a bullet list of things that are happening. As I'm telling you guys this episode, it just feels like it's like, this happens, then this happens, then this happens. And none of it brings out some interesting sides of the characters. None of it progresses the plot. We got a conclusion of Zoe and Chase's love journey at the end of episode 11, so like these last two are just like, what are you doing to me? If I were Nickelodeon, I would not have renewed the show for another season. Like, it just feels like this really weird experimental comedy drama TV show that doesn't necessarily have a through line, nor does it know when it wants to be funny or wants to be serious. The plot lines get real and the characters have actual stakes to deal with, but because they're such terrible people, it makes it really hard to even want to see them succeed. I remember when I was little, I gave the show a lot of slack. I thought it was funny. I definitely would watch it if it was on, but I remember never laughing, and I don't really know why I was watching it. And looking back, I don't see any reason to keep watching it. Like, it's not funny enough, it's not dramatic enough, and it doesn't even hold a place in history. And I could forgive all of that if the main character was not so bland. Like, Zoe 101, her character is just either whining about somebody else's problems, trying to do favors for other people. It just feels like she doesn't have like a solid sense of ground. I mean, her biggest actions were when she wanted to revolt against the guys or make peace with people. And if you guys like astrology, that's very Libra energy. I guess you could argue they're getting along now. It's kind of the end of an arc, but I'm still looking for hints of Chase and Zoe. Even something going wrong. It feels like barely anything happens except for Dustin losing his trousers. Zoe doesn't grow. There's no need to even watch more, in my opinion. If it were funnier, I would excuse it, but this one just isn't. So Little Beach Party is last on the list. Little Beach Party was already enough for me, so we're just gonna jump right to season 2. The season that added Lola. Let's jump into both of the episodes I picked for this season. The 12th episode, People Auction, comes to mind. Everybody's at Sushi Rocks. Chase still works here, Kazu's still the boss. And all the kids are having dinner there and are acting like really annoying teenagers. Like, they're disruptive. I don't know how this coach eats in silence when they're being really rampant. When it's time to deliver, Chase takes way too much food and ends up falling down one of the PCA stairs.
What was that?
Chase! Oh, no!
The group run to help him, and while everybody's gone, Kazu's restaurant sets on fire. The next day, we see Kazu super depressed, and even Dean Rivers is mad, but I don't know, it was kind of an accident on Chase's part. I don't think it's his fault for taking too many of the deliveries.
Oh, wait. Here's $5. It's not burnt too bad.
Well, we don't usually accept tips, but thank you.
Apparently, even the money in the safe caught on fire, which is crazy. How did the fire get through the safe? But they keep bringing it back up to him. Guys, just give him a break.
Look, we all feel bad enough about the fire.
Feeling bad doesn't fill my gut with raw fish, now does it, Cupcake?
So all the kids are feeling horrible, and they keep blaming each other, especially like Zoe and Chase. I just realized this is a new gym coach, and we're not even seeing the guy Biff from Back to the Future like in the first one. But I guess that doesn't really matter that much.
You just earned yourself a slice of revenge pie.
He ends up vowing a revenge pie. I don't know why he keeps saying revenge pie. Like, is that a threat or a delicious treat? Kazu ends up leaving.
I'm going back to my homeland to see my mother and think about my future.
You're going back to Japan?
Alabama. I'm from Birmingham.
Everybody assumes he's going back to Japan, which is super racist because he says he's from Alabama. This poor depressed guy, he just says accidents happen. But he should know that it wasn't Chase's fault either. I don't know why he's letting him feel guilty about it. And tells everybody she knows how to get the $10,000. And it's by cloning babies.
No, that's an excellent idea.
You think so?
Yes, of course I do. Tell you what, why don't we discuss it some more outside?
For some reason, Michael seems like he's into this idea, but he actually just walks her out and locks the door, which is really disrespectful. You guys just made fun of her in a couple episodes ago, and now you're just gonna lock her out? Like, I don't understand the cynicism of these teenagers. They are just so negative and treat each other so bad sometimes. I wonder if that affected me growing up. Like, I felt like it was funny and quirky to be rude dear friends, kind of tease each other, but now I'm looking back and I'm like, this was kind of an ugly side of us. Like, I'm not proud of it. So in order to get the money back, they decide to do a people auction, you know, where the students can be bought by the teachers to do things for them. I think this is a weird concept, but it makes sense in my head. They kind of did something like this on Hannah Montana, where it's like they were raising money for awareness.
150. 300! Okay, we have 300 bid for Chase and Michael. Do I hear 350? Please?
Oh, please.
Going once.
Anyone, help us.
Twice?
Please, come on, help us.
Sold for $300.
It's so funny, the coach ends up putting money down for Michael and Chase just to get his quote-unquote revenge pie. And I'm so excited to see where this goes. When Zoe, Nicole, and Lola come up, there's a huge plot twist where Logan actually puts $4,000.
300, do I hear 4? Who will bid 4?
$4,000.
Only teachers are allowed to bid. Not students. No way.
Which is insane, but the teacher said since they didn't have a rule saying he couldn't do that, that they have to, which is nuts. So next day, girls show up to Logan's, and he's like literally so condescending to them.
No, you're gonna do whatever I say whether you like it or not. Unless you don't want my $4,000 to help Kazu rebuild Sushi Rocks.
He literally uses the money against them to get whatever he wants, and gives them cheerleader outfits. Apparently he just wants them to cheer him on in his everyday life. Meanwhile, the coach is making Logan and Michael make sushi for him. Which, how in the world would Logan and Michael know how to make sushi? They just give him a raw fish, and it's like, why? And he pronounces it sushi, which is so stupid, but it's such a Dan Schneider reference. Meanwhile, the girls are humiliated as they have to keep cheering on Logan through lunch, and he keeps holding the money over them. It's so... blackmail-y? But they're kind of good at being cheerleaders. They never mentioned having backstories as cheerleaders, but they seem to be pretty good at it. But they seem to be pretty good at the cheers. The coach continues to torture Michael and Chase by pitting them against his son.
Sparring partners.
Kitty, right here.
And this is literally the entire episode. It's just Michael and Chase getting beaten up. Zoe comes up with a plan to combat Logan. And the plan is to essentially lean into it, cheer on everything he does. So they get up super early in the morning, follow him through his day, and cheer everything, even getting rejected by a girl.
Well, thanks, but I really don't like you that way. Sorry.
Rejected! Rejected! Yeah, you just got rejected!
Which is kind of a genius idea. I feel like I personally would call the quits too if somebody used annoyance as a weapon to get me. Like, I hate being annoyed. Eventually, he's like, take the money and just leave me alone. And that's the moral of the story. And it works. The girls got their way. Next thing you know, we fix Sushi Rock and Kazu is being surprised back with his place as normal. Which, how in the world did you coordinate this entire fix without Kazu, and then also ask Kazu to come all the way back from Alabama for a quote-unquote surprise, not knowing that it's Sushi Rock?
What is going on?
You ask a lot of questions.
You don't answer many.
Like, couldn't they just tell him they fixed it over the phone and he could just see it and it doesn't have to be a surprise? So yeah, while that one was kind of controversial, I feel like this next one was a little bit too mundane for my taste, but worth mentioning.
So this whole episode is about like this robot competition, and Zoe and Quinn are kind of the forefront of this episode.
Oh, I'm helping you.
Whatever. You can't beat us no matter who helps you. Come on, guys.
TTYL. Where they challenge some of the robotics boys to have like a robot competition.
1 week from today, our robot will fight your robot.
In the PCA amphitheater after school. 3 o'clock.
We'll be there.
And I guess the whole point of the episode is that all robotics kids are snotty and popular. Like, I feel like they get the character traits as if they're like this really popular group, and that our main characters just need to stand up to them, which doesn't really make any sense to me.
Girls in science go together like sodium hypochlorite and ammonia. LOL.
When Quinn leaves the room, all the rest of the cast of characters start trashing her, and it's really rude. Like, I think Logan does like a weird impersonation.
I am Quinn. I must go get a sprocket from my home planet, Dorkon. I am Quinn from Dorkon.
So, you guys think I'm a dork?
And her feelings are obviously hurt and runs out super sad. Zoe tries to apologize to her about the situation, but Quinn is upset because Zoe was feeding into it and not stopping it.
Come on, that was just Logan being a jerk. It's what he does. I expect to be made fun of by Logan. But what I didn't expect was for everyone to laugh. Especially you.
Which, I agree, that is like not loyalty to me. So yeah, they hurt Quinn's feelings, making it a lot harder to get through this robot competition. So without Quinn, they really need help. So Zoe, Chase, and Nicole go to this really pretentious kid that is also into robotics, which I guess they're just gonna make these guys seem like villains completely.
We're born in the South, specifically a small town in Louisiana, whose name I know, but it's not significant, so I'll keep it to myself. You enjoy athletics, e.g. basketball, and you maintain a 3.85 grade point average. Impressive. To most.
And he says he knows everything and everyone, and even guesses Zoe's address. I didn't realize her character was from Louisiana until I saw this. They definitely don't make a mention of it before, and it's scary that this character of all people is the first person to tell me that information. He's kind of condescending, and I feel like this is where mansplaining comes in. Like, look at him, the way he delivers this. He tells them he's only going to help them if Zoe could help him score a date with Nicole.
I would like a date.
Oh, well, I'm flattered and all, but...
Not with you. With your delightful friend, the perky brunette in the fuchsia blouse.
It's funny because at first, she's like, you want to go on a date with me? And he's like, ew, no, I want Nicole. Which is a weird exchange of services to me. I hate when they have the plot where everybody depends on Zoe to solve the issue. Like, whether it's like a breakup or getting back together, it seems like they go to Zoe for advice when she really doesn't do anything ever. Like, she is not a helpful person. She just kind of complains about things people ask her for and has that like little martyr syndrome.
Don't forget about our arrangement. My date with your friend Nicole, tomorrow night.
I won't. You just... be ready.
I shall bathe like I've never bathed before.
Like, she never makes actions to actually carry this out. Like, this entire plot of this episode is that Quinn is mad at her for bullying her. Like, I don't understand. This kind of feels like a reflection of Alexa Nicholas situation, and I'm not sure if you guys are too familiar on that. But basically, Nicole left the show after the season and talked about how they treated her very poorly on set. And all the main cast kind of ganged up on her, and Jamie Lynn Spears was definitely at the forefront of that. So maybe that's why I have a little bit of a antagonist view of her at this point. Uh-oh. But yeah, this episode feels like it kind of reflects that in real life, because that's kind of how she treats Quinn in the show. This makes it kind of hard to watch. In the end, they finally get to the robot competition, and they're about to win, but something goes wrong and Quinn needs to come in and save the day.
Too much damage. Too much damage. This thing can't fight.
Mine can.
She's still not talking to the group because obviously they are so rude, but does good and decides to help them win the competition despite how they treated her, which already makes her a better person than Zoe. Like, she's the only one in the show to actually make an effort. Quinn tells them that she still doesn't want to have to do with them, and it's nice seeing Quinn assert her dominance in this episode. I feel like it's very cool that she is not just like taking them bullying her, like she actually stands up to them, walks away from them. Like it's a really good message for Quinn in this episode. The cast obviously feels bad, so they try to make it up for her by building their own robot to deliver her flowers and an apology, which I guess that's enough reason to make up for it. This guy kind of reminds me of Neville Papperman. You know, like this is like his prequel character. I'm not sure if you guys remember Neville Papperman. He's that guy that is so pretentious that he tries to like take over iCarly. When she doesn't kiss him, he literally like attacks their web show. We all had that one guy in our grade in high school, didn't we? The episode ends with Nicole on a date with that robot guy, and I can't tell if this is a happy ending. It kind of makes me uncomfortable. The end. Who wins in this episode? Not many.
Okay, so now we have some of the more popular episodes. Season 3 is going to start us with the worst episode ever, wrestling. Season 3, episode 8.
My friend pointed out to me that the fashion in this episode is kind of on point, and I agree. Like, Zoe specifically has a lot of nice outfits. It doesn't make up for her acting, but you know what I mean. The friends are walking when they find two little boys fighting, and I ask myself once again, how old do you have to be to go to PCA? What is the limit? There is just too many people here. Zoe breaks up the wrestling, and the gym coach pretty much yells at her for it, but you think it's negative, and it's actually just positive. He's like, you should join the wrestling team! This interaction is super funny because he definitely seems angry at her and she's definitely angry back, but he makes her agree to it.
Be on the team!
Why do you want me to
join the team? Say yes!
If I say yes, will you stop screaming at me?
Welcome to the team!
I just joined the wrestling team.
Oh my gosh, Rock'em Sock'em Robots. Who remembers Rock'em Sock'em Robots? Lola and Quinn are playing in this episode, and I forgot this was even a thing. Later, Zoe shows up to the tryouts, and Logan is pretty angry that she's there. No surprise, he was angry in the pilot, he's angry now. I don't know why her being in the friend group and him consensually joining them all the time still bothers him. They even reference basketball. Apparently, they've been playing all these sports, and I guess we just don't see it. The coach is mad at her for assuming she would just start, but it's like, dude, you invited her. And he gives her all these complicated tasks to do, like they have her work out and everything, and she's like exhausted. Lola and Quinn can see how tired she is, but they're like, please take one for the team, like be the first girl wrestler, and I guess I'm here for it, although we do never see her fight. The coach has a catchphrase and says, let's get sweaty. Not happy about that. Meanwhile, Lola is talking to this guy named Trotman with the intention of getting on TV. This is the guy from the news that you usually see at PCA campus. He's basically calling her on her bluff, being like, you don't want to go out with me. And you know what? Lola is rude for even trying to do this.
Would you really go out with me?
No.
Walk away.
Zoe kind of confronts the coach and asks why she has not been wrestling, and the coach's interaction with these boys is hilarious. Doug Brochu from Sunny with a Chance is here! Oh my gosh! The coach keeps insisting that she is going to wrestle, and then he talks about aliens in this scene. I don't know what this character is, but honestly, I wish we had a standalone episode featuring him. So Zoe learns that the guy she's going to face is actually really aggressive. Like, he even beats up the camera guy on the screen, which is actually a really funny joke. I love that we see this. See California State Wrestling, so they're definitely in California. Not sure if you guys thought that, but I've been wondering. Trotman comes back, and Lola is still mad at him for not letting her on TV, and Quinn is basically like, oh, I'll help you figure this out.
Want to do sports color commentary? I don't know what that means, but if I get to be on camera, then yes, I do. Okay, wait here. What are you gonna do? Things.
Has him sneak away and basically kidnaps him because we do not know where he is, and Lola basically fills in for him as one of these announcers. Good luck, Lola. I definitely don't think you know how sports work because you're an actor, not because you're a girl. I love how nobody is getting consequences for their actions. Like, this coach is doing so many bad things. Lola is so funny though as the announcer. Like, she just mentions things she actually knows and it has nothing to do with the sports, but I kind of love it.
He's never been defeated in over 74 high school wrestling matches.
Yeah, but look at his scruffy head. I could definitely recommend some hair care products, starting with a deep conditioner.
The coach basically says that Zoe has an injury, and we learn that he was just using her to get to the finalists and be able to substitute somebody who actually can wrestle, which is really rude, but it does make a lot of sense given all the events leading up to this. And it sucks because he's a really funny character. I wish he wasn't such a jerk. Zoe ends up kind of betraying him and going in to wrestle anyway. Everybody's cheering her on from the stands, and it cuts off right before they're about to fight because, of course, Jamie Lynn Spears cannot fight. Next thing we know, she's in the infirmary and her friends are there to comfort her. A great ending, and you know what? This actually gives me a little bit more points towards Zoe. I feel like she definitely is a good character in this specific episode. I mean, given the circumstances, a lot of stuff happens to her, and she's a little passive when it comes to all the decisions she makes, but overall, I felt like this was a necessary episode, especially if you're trying to keep your boy Johnny 2000 watching, which doesn't matter because I'm gonna have to watch these all anyway. I like the appearances from everybody. Chase is super supportive, even though this episode does not revolve around him. And we even get to see Logan get his comeuppance at the end in the nurse's lounge. A lot of fun, a lot of hijinks. Okay, so now we got season 3, episode 15, Zoe's Ribs. It's like a common thing for all these kids to get things from their grandparents or inherit something, like Chase's radio. And the same thing happens in this episode.
Oh my god.
What?
Your great Uncle Morris passed away.
I have a great Uncle Morris?
Well, had. And he left you some ribs.
Like a truck full of ribs for her. And of course the lunch lady is like, I do not want to keep this in the fridge all weekend. But she's kind of funny. I really like this lunch lady. I wish we saw her again.
I did not suffer through 2 years of cafeteria college for this.
They kind of have a genius idea to have a cook-off, make a good situation out of the whole thing. They want Coco to be a judge for the contest, and she's super excited.
Ribs? Can I be the judge? Well, yeah, we were just gonna ask. I want to be the judge!
Okay.
You can be the judge.
And it's kind of about Logan and Michael coming in between each other, about how to sauce the ribs right, and even physically attack each other. Zoe and Chase jump on either one side, and then suddenly they're against each other. The next thing you know, Dean Rivers is trying to get involved, and he found a famous Food Channel chef at the gas station. And this is just all weird to me. Apparently, he wants to judge the rib cook-off. So now they gotta tell Coco that they don't want her to do it anymore, and she actually gets really angry for a second, until she learns that it's the famous chef. And they kind of like each other.
You are a food expert?
Oh, you bet you're sweet Pippi.
Nothing I've heard a human say ever. And Logan actually starts to bribe this chef, and he has like no reaction to it. Each of them like try to win him over, like so determined to win this competition. Even Michael gives him a massage, which is so crazy. I can't tell if he's like receiving it or not, but it's still disturbing that this young child is giving a massage to an adult. It's so weird because it's like there's this huge event that's like really professional, but so little is really actually happening. Until we find out that the cops come to take the food chef because it turns out he's an impersonator. What the heck? Like, what is this premise?
Well, this guy's not Pierre Lamange.
What?
He's an imposter. He goes around the country pretending he's Mr. Lamange so he can get free stuff and special VIP treatment.
The argument about the rib just abruptly ends, and I'm not sure what this is. They celebrate at the end, but I don't know what they're celebrating. This episode, hodgepodge of confusion. I'm gonna say it. I don't think it was structured like a normal show. If this was taken out of the Zoe zeitgeist, I don't think we would miss it. It feels like the worst in all of them. Like in season 1, we had the Drake Bell concert. In season 2, we had the People auction, and now we have Zoe's ribs. It's almost like it's going downhill in terms of quality. I don't think it adds a lot to the series overall. If anything, the characters are jumping out of their usual stereotypes. And I don't know, I think it's just a little too wacky. It seems like an iCarly plot to know that the main character gets a whole truckload of ribs that they have to get rid of by a certain time. Like, it's definitely one of the worst fundraising type episodes. Because they do a lot of fundraising in PCA, and this is definitely not one of the better ones. Okay, I know I mentioned only doing 2 for each season, but I just had to add the Curse of PCA to this list. Like, it's not surprising. This episode is ridiculous. Not only is it out of character, it is out of genre. It is literally like a thriller. And while I actually do kind of like the Zoe 101 characters acting in a Halloween-like thriller, it didn't do it in a tasteful way. Like, the entire first part of this episode was just them going into a desert, and nothing really happened until halfway through the episode. Therefore, it wasn't even relevant to be 2 parts. They could have fit in the important story stuff into the actual episode. I don't know. Like, the second part was definitely better than the first because it picked up the pace and actually went through the issues, but I'm definitely gonna put it this low on the list because you shouldn't advertise to be an hour-length movie
and then be nothing about what the show even intends to be about. Like, it's like if iCarly or Victorious did a full 1 hour episode of that April Fool's Day idea, you know? Like, it just doesn't work. Now it's time to move on to the 4th and final season of Zoe 101, starting off with Season 4, Episode 3, Alone at PCA. It bothers me a little bit. It seems like an obvious idea. It's like all the main characters are stuck at PCA during this trip that everybody else is taking, which is spring break. And since they don't want to go to Mr. Reese's house again for another reality show, it seems like they're going to be staying on campus. At first they're bummed, but then they learn to look at the bright side of it, with Dean Rivers even being like, "You guys are lucky." The whole reason that they have to stay at PCA is funny because apparently they were expecting Coco to take the kids to Yosemite for the week. But apparently her and Carl, this boyfriend that she's had many episodes, has broken up with her because apparently she fell on his mother. Oh my god, Coco.
Oh my god! Was she hurt?
I don't know. Carl says she has a fractured neck or something.
Apparently she broke her neck too. So Coco's running on down to Fresno to try to apologize and get her relationship back, abandoning these children, these under 18-year-olds by themselves on campus. I don't know why their parents aren't getting involved. I don't know why the school doesn't give a crap. It is funny watching her van run off with Ravioli falling out of the back seat though. In a side gag, we have Stacy waiting for her parents to pick her up, but they never do. So she just sits there on the side of PCA this entire episode. Kind of abusive, but I mean, I guess they just like picking on her character all the time. I don't know if being like a nerd or having a lisp is enough to justify everybody hating somebody like this, but the Dan Schneiderverse doesn't discriminate. A lot of this episode is a bunch of little montages. It kind of reminds me of the little beach party episode where they all were finishing their finals and then went to the beach, were abandoned when everybody left. Like, this is definitely giving the same vibe. It's a lot more playful because of all these montages, but then stuff gets real when Dean Rivers catches Logan and Michael playing hockey in the hallway and breaking a trophy. But there's something sus about this situation. It doesn't feel like it's actually them who did it. At the same time, they're the only ones on campus. I don't know what Michael and Logan expect. Well, probably not these security guards to lock them in their dorm and guard the door. Like, you're telling me that there's no other concerns you guys have on this campus? Like, nobody's gonna break in or hurt anybody? You have to monitor these two 17-year-olds? So they're stuck their whole spring break in this dorm, which really stinks. I can't imagine doing that and then going through the rest of your semester in that same dorm room. Like, I would be driven crazy. In the most random bit ever, Lola was giving Quinn makeup and makes it clown makeup, which I don't understand how that benefits her. Michael and Logan start trying to understand why they're being framed for doing this, and they start to turn on each other, which is always a funny trope. And Quinn and Mark investigate the whole crime scene just to kind of get them out of trouble, which I appreciate. That's very nice of her. They find out evidence that it could not possibly be them, and I'm just more focused on when Quinn and Mark are gonna break up. I remember they break up, I just don't remember when or how, so we're gonna have to figure that out on our journey, guys. Zoe and Lola try to contribute to the cause by interviewing different people that work at the campus to see which one of them could have framed these kids, which you don't think these adults have anything better to do? They ask the lunch lady, and Lola likes to play bad cop while Zoe plays good cop. Another funny poke at her acting trope.
We're not idiots!
I never called you an idiot.
Where were you last night between midnight and 1 a.m.?
Now you're scaring me.
There's this really suspicious janitor that keeps being aggressive toward them, which is definitely him. I feel like I could put my cards in that right now. The only thing Quinn is able to find with her investigation is the fact that the hockey stick was in fact the thing that broke the trophy. Therefore, it has to be Logan and Chase, which that's all you figured out? I could have figured that out. I don't even have cereal in my fridge. Stacy ends up coming in and actually giving them the solution, questioning Seamus, who actually is the janitor they were just interrupting. He buried Logan and Michael's stick after breaking the trophy himself. They find out that there's actually a really deep history between this janitor and Dean Rivers, which it's very random. I feel like we started out as this episode where everybody's going on vacation, fun, friendly montages, and suddenly we're caught in this big frame scheme, which this could have been done on any episode. Like, why did it need to be during a spring break? Why couldn't you just focus on the fact that they're alone somewhere, or have the plot be about the fact that they are alone there, not just have them come back to campus for an episode that they probably would have done anyway? Like, it doesn't need to be alone at PCA for this. But whatever, I guess that's just something they did in the first season. They wanted to bring it back. I don't know the logic here. The whole episode ends in Dean Rivers and this janitor literally wrestling to the ground. It surprisingly takes another twist when the main cast just wants to enjoy their time on campus, so they sit by a fire and the episode is resolved. I guess there's no legal implications for the fact that Seamus
Seamus literally broke the trophy and now they're all just hanging out. Like, you were literally willing to put Logan and Michael away behind bars, and now this guy just gets to hang out by a campfire. It's not fair, I'll tell you that much. The fact that this episode didn't need to take place on campus when it was empty is ridiculous to me. I feel like this whole episode is about the fact that Michael and Logan are framed for something, and it didn't need to be while the place was vacant. Sorry. I like the idea that we get one episode with all the main cast and no Chase before we just shoehorn James in there. But with most of the episode being montages or the dean being rude to the kids, it's not that memorable. The next episode is season 4, episode 5, Anger Management. It takes this next episode to finally get Dustin back. I feel like I've barely seen him, if at all, and his hair's a little raggedy and longer, and he's looking older now. He doesn't look as old as he should. I feel like at this point it's been 3 years, like he should be a lot taller. But hey, that's just my insecurities about my height at that age. He's working for Logan, it seems, and trying to deliver him coffee. Of course Logan's gonna take advantage of this kid. Zoe's all smitten over James and everybody's teasing her about it, and it almost like makes me feel like a little bit of injustice, because it's like, poor Chase, like he got 3 seasons worth of episodes and now she's just dating somebody. It makes me think that they were possibly intending on her dating Chase in this season and it being about that. And I would have loved to see how they work in a relationship actually, as opposed to seeing them get together and then never talk again. So a part of me feels like maybe they rewrote a couple episodes to fit James instead of Chase, and it kind of works. Like, they managed to do it in a way that doesn't get in our way, but I do remember watching this way back when and feeling a little bit of betrayal, so there's something's going on. It's weird, but randomly in this season, I guess they started this habit of the characters watching cartoons together. Dan Schneider must have had people animate this. There's no way these aren't original characters. And now Quinn and Lola are watching it in their dorm. Quinn actually built a paint grenade, which I don't know what that would be useful for.
Relax, it's harmless. It just blasts you with 54 different colors.
Which I view as harmful.
It's so gross though, like there's this bowl of nuts that Quinn eats and then Lola eats it after her. It's really unnecessary to the plot. We get a glimpse into Dustin being Logan's assistant, and he's basically begging his teachers on his behalf for an extension on his homework assignments, which is so funny. I wish they did this plot earlier. Seeing Dustin try to be so attentive to this jerk's lifestyle is just so funny. Definitely reminds me of PAs in the film industry, if you guys catch my drift. Then it seems that Logan verbally abuses Dustin. Like, he shows Zoe and James and Michael this message he got, and it's just him screaming at Dustin saying, like, I don't care if you're 11! And it's, like, definitely borderline toxic. I don't know why he's doing this. He's a kid. Well, I guess he's so rich, he obviously thinks everybody can work for him. But it's just crazy. They end up putting this whole message on the news, which I find hilarious. I can't believe he got that kind of comeuppance. And people start to harass him on campus. It kind of reminds me of when Josh was in that movie as the theater thug, and everybody was like, it's a theater thug! Yeah, that's what this reminds me of here. Everybody trying to hurt Logan and get back at him for being a jerk, which definitely feels like a fair retribution for all that he's done to Dustin. Like, this is kind of verbal abuse. I didn't realize that they had a parody of The View on this series too. It's called Point of View, which actually is kind of better than The View's title. I like that a lot. And Logan even gets sucked into Dean Rivers' office. He tells him that his daddy's money is not going to help him this time, which is really scary. Kind of reminds me of Logan Cut Off, which definitely is a concerning episode. He says he's going to enroll him in anger management for 10 weeks. Oh my gosh, can you imagine? I'm so excited to see this play out. So then it's Logan with a bunch of people all in this group with a teacher. I don't know which campus this is that they have anger management. And he's, of course, trashing it the whole time. Basically like, I shouldn't be here. Not with the accent, but you know what I mean. And everybody gets angry at each other, starts yelling, and oh my gosh, this feels just like what a stereotypical portrayal of a anger management class would be. Like, clearly nobody who wrote this episode was in anger management. Logan comes back to the dorm to tell him that his daddy did get involved, and if he can go 2 weeks without screaming at somebody, he'll be off the hook for anger management. And obviously this sounds like a win, but there's no way Logan can get away with this. That's why it's about to have comedy ensue. The only way they're gonna figure out if Logan is following the rules or not is this anger management teacher follows him around. He's literally standing outside the boys' window show. I don't know any job that would allow somebody to do that, especially a professional. Poor James, though, he just got introduced the last episode. Him and Zoe are dating, and we talked about it for 5 seconds. I guess we just accept it's a part of reality now. Zoe and James kind of get devious about this, and they're like, we should poke fun at him. I don't care if he's trying to grow. We should make sure we can get an outburst out of him, which I'm starting to wonder the morals of these characters. And James is very, like, silent when it comes to his responses. He's not a very theatrical actor, which is why he's, like, pretty good at this sarcastic tone. Zoe presents his project to him super late, so he'll yell at her, but he holds back, keeps a thumb up, and tries to stay positive. And then after Dustin oils up his bike, he pretends he's not mad and just keeps on going, which I don't know if it's safe to drive now. The B-plot in this is really distasteful. Like, basically, Quinn is trying to get Lola to forgive her for eating those nuts and leaving them out for Lola to eat. And Lola says the only way to get her back for this is to drink water that she already drank. And I really hate it. It's definitely not a fulfilling finish. It's actually really gross, and I don't like it. I feel like they just molded Quinn to be this pick-me girl, because originally she was only caring about science and experiments, and then Lola kind of got her into caring about guys, which in turn is like Lola was supposed to be an artist, like this performer that ended up being a little creepy sometimes, but now she's like fully taken on the role that Nicole had, where it's just gawking over guys, being overtaken by those plots, and it's kind of annoying because it's like clearly girls go through other things in a PCA format. Like, you don't have to have one character always hitting on other guys, and the fact that Quinn is even involved is really annoying. It's like the writers are just getting lazy with the characters and giving them tropes of all liking guys. Like, Quinn is in a relationship and she's like, yeah, let's go gawk at guys. Like, you guys don't have to mold just to fit each other, unless that actually makes a lot more sense. Yeah, I guess in real life, humans would mold themselves to kind of be more like another person the longer they hang out with them, so maybe Quinn is an experiment on psychology. Whoa, guys, pause the video and go talk to a therapist. Tell them what I just said, see if they like it. After a lot of slapstick comedy of Zoe and James trying to get Logan to cave and actually be angry, Zoe uses the paint bomb that Quinn made earlier, puts it in the closet, and it explodes on him. And I'm like kind of feeling bad for Logan a little bit now. Not really fair to fight fire with that much fire back. He's successfully not angry about it, and his counselor comes in to congratulate him on going 2 weeks without screaming. Although he hears him actually let out his anger, goes back with Dean Rivers, and suddenly Logan is in trouble once again, which I definitely think they would expel him now, but I guess they give him one more chance because next thing you know, he's in anger management again. I wish the whole anger management plot was a little bit more funny and not more about James and Zoe trying to push Logan, but like a genuine effort in trying to not be angry anymore. Like, even Dustin doesn't end up being a part of it either. It feels like it becomes somebody else's episode, and it's like, where did that come from? And I wish I could have seen more of them in the anger management class. Like, that would have been really fun. It's just another torture Logan episode. So yeah, there you have it. Those are all the episodes of Zoe 101 that I am ashamed to be reporting about. I mean, given the fact a lot of them are pretty tame, pretty boring, it's just the fact that it wasted my time. But the moments like Logan hiring a cheerleader, like the girls, having cliffhangers that don't really lead to anywhere and ruin the end of a first season. The point is, Zoe 101 has taken us all on a wild ride that I don't know if I consented to be on. Thank you guys so much for watching and continuing to support my channel. Johnny 2000 has grown from like 10 to 25,000 subscribers in the last like 3 months, and I am so grateful. Like, it's been so much fun to speed up my process and make as many videos as possible, just because like I have an endless amount of shows I want to cover. And I personally am looking forward to working on my musicals for a bit, so I wanted to make sure I front load you guys with as much content as I can. If you guys haven't already, you could support me by liking, subscribing, just sharing with your friends. Overall, just thank you guys so much for your support. And until next time, everybody, this is Johnny 2000 signing off.
Snakes on my boat!
The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody is one of my core memories, one of the best nostalgia factors of the 2000s. And even though we had the Sweet Life on deck, I'm gonna pretend like we had a complete awesome franchise here. Yeah, I know, we didn't, okay? I'm trying to just make it work for you. So Sweet Life of Zack and Cody is the first part of a 2-part series. Sweet Life of Zack and Cody is about these 2 blonde twins that hang out around the Tipton Hotel, famous hotel in Boston. There's Maddie and London, who are this rich and poor girl that also are involved in the general zeitgeist of the Tipton, and Mr. Mosby, the neurotic hotel manager who kind of fights against Zack and Cody's mom a lot of the time because of all the hijinks they get into. It's a lot of fun. Some of the best parts of this show are Zack and Cody's manipulation tactics, how immature they come across, how kind of the adult world and the child world kind of clash a lot of times. And there's not a lot of bad episodes, honestly. At worst, it's boring, but at best, it's a really exciting show. And I'm gonna go through each of the seasons, tell you kind of the weaker episodes, the ones that essentially almost took me out of this whole watch. So sit down and get comfortable as Johnny 2000 welcomes you to the Sweet Life of Zack and Cody franchise. So one of the episodes in the first season that I felt like really didn't do the show much justice is season 1, episode 20. It's called Christmas at the Tipton. So this episode is a Christmas episode. Weird because I don't usually choose episodes that are supposed to be holiday themed, but there's just something about this specific one that kind of got a little bit boring. Basically, it's Christmas at the Tipton and Zack and Cody's dad shows up. There's a lot of conflict between the dad and Carrie, but it's one of the parts of the show that I do respect the most, like having the divorced parents, kind of diving into that world and the experience of Zack and Cody through that. That's something another Disney show didn't do a lot of. The episode very quickly is about a storm coming to the Tipton and nobody is able to come or go. So everybody's kind of trapped in the same place. A stuck episode. If you know me or seen other videos on my channel, I don't usually like stuck episodes. They're like usually bottle episodes, and this one particularly isn't super fun because it's not necessarily about Christmas, it's about the snowstorm, and a lot of the conflict centers around Zack and Cody trying to get their parents back together, and Mr. Mosby and Arwen trying to keep the Tipton safe. Like, it's a lot of normal stuff that I feel like the show is known for, and really good for. It's just this episode feels like there's way too much going on, and none of the plots, like, interact in a way that's, like, meaningful to me. I feel like having something like Christmas themed, you kind of are set with that expectation that there's something exciting about to go down, but it just ends up them being in the lobby most of the episode. It's just a down point for the first season, something that, a rare moment that I felt like this is not something I'm enjoying as much as the rest of the show. It's not to say that it's a really bad episode, it's just to say that one of the best seasons of television's it's kind of mid. Zack and Cody do have a lot of funny moments, along with Maddie and London, which really keeps the show thriving. But it's really the focus on the parents that kind of bore me a little bit. You kind of know they're not going to be getting back together. It's like established pretty early, so seeing Zack and Cody try so hard to get them back together is almost sad because, you know, like the dad's flirting with other people at Tipton. It's not a great light. They get trapped in the elevator at one point, though, which I find super interesting. I feel like if that was, like, the center point of the episode from the get-go, that would be necessary, not to become more about this couple at the Tipton that can't have their baby. Like, the real stakes almost overshadow the characters we know and love, and this special just doesn't really do it for me. It's not the worst episode, but it definitely doesn't represent it. If we had to choose an episode that wasn't Christmas-related, though, I would definitely say It's a Mad, Mad, Mad Hotel. This is season 1, episode 12. I didn't love this episode. I felt like it could have had like a great payoff if it was really about finding treasure that mattered. Let me backtrack. So this episode is about them finding out that there's treasure hidden within the hotel. So Zack, Cody, Maddie, and London, all the characters kind of get on board with the same idea that, like, if they find this treasure, their entire lives will change. It's a really entertaining premise, and seeing everybody's little moments of fantasy of what they would do if they got the treasure is priceless. One of the funniest concepts, but still, like I said, like, it's just because it's not as funny compared to the other episodes. Esteban and Carrie together, which just feels out of the blue. Like, the out-of-character fantasies are the only parts that bothered me so much. Like, having Maddie play younger Muriel. Muriel is the centerpiece of this episode with her ex-lover knowing where the map is, knowing where the treasure is, so she's kind of like an important part of it and super unhelpful when it comes down to it. I'm not sure if you guys remember, but a part of contention for me in the first series is you never realize that Muriel left until the 3rd season when she comes back and she's a lot older. I wish they gave her like a proper send-off in the show, but that never happened. I feel like if the characters were playing themselves as opposed to past characters in this woman's life, I would have been more interested, but unfortunately the episode kind of loses me in that context. We don't feel like there's characters actually going through something, although they could have. Like, you could have had Zack and Cody and Maddie like have a consequence for not getting this treasure, pushing them to actually want to get it, but the fact that it's coming all out of like their own selfish greed is annoying, and we could have learned a little bit more about them but in the process, but that didn't happen. It's just everybody kind of doing their worst character things in order to get this treasure. London is even more selfish because she wants the treasure too, and it's like, you're rich, London, why do you need the treasure? Inevitably at the end they find out that the treasure is like hidden in the heart of the Tipton, but they just end up accidentally breaking into a bank, so the episode doesn't have like a nice payoff. All of the fantasies are never justified, so it doesn't really work out in the end. Yeah, not a fun representation of the show. I feel like the Christmas at the Tipton and this episode in particular are bad representations of it. Like, if you saw these episodes for the first time, I could see you not want to watch the show, and it's a good show. Like, it's totally worth watching, so please don't judge it by these episodes, you know? Then we get to the 2nd season, which the episodes don't get bad, they just get kind of boring. Like, for example, like I just went over all of these in my complete 2nd season video. There's 39 episodes. Ugh. Can you imagine having to watch 39 episodes to do a single video? Like, it was very annoying. So the worst part of this season is when they have these moments that get a little bit more boring, where they're repeating storylines, but the concepts of the new episodes are not getting more interesting. They're just kind of rehashes and less funny than their original. For example, Books and Birdhouses, season 2, episode 9. So in this episode, it's about Zack, instead of Cody, becoming the class pet. And Cody's not used to this, so they have a lot of conflicts between each other. Cody ends up not doing well in the class, so Zack offers to tutor him. And we see this really negative side of Cody that, like, it's one thing to be smart and to, like, sometimes feel like you're better than everybody else, but to double down in the way Cody does in this episode is a little out of character. The jokes were a lot funnier. If we cared about what was going on, I feel like that would matter more, but it's like the whole episode takes place with the woodshop class and the teacher not really respecting Cody having an ego. In the end, Zack ends up being the bigger person and gives him his final project just so Cody doesn't fail. And that's very sweet. Like, it's a very Zack sweet episode, but it's not like done in a fun way. It's just like one of those sitcom tropes where you bring in a new class just for the episode, just to give them a conflict. It just reeks of not genuine. It's good to know that we have like a Zack positive episode. I wish I could have said it was the best Zack positive episode. Like, they've had better episodes. Honestly, it's kind of weird to think about, but the other boring episode is also a Zack-centric episode. The Boston Tea Party, season 2, episode 17. This one is kind of like that first season episode, Mad Mad World, where they're seeing flashbacks of things that don't involve them. Yeah, so it's basically the park that Zack and Cody know and love is about to be taken down, and Zack is the least interested in this fact. Like, everybody else feels like it's an injustice and something's going wrong with the park, but Zack is like, no, it's not really anything to worry about, which is kind of depressing. It's like he's like kind of an anti-hero in this episode, and he doesn't want to learn about history. He's like too bothered to do anything about this. So it's rooting for a character that doesn't necessarily have like good intentions. Cody's really funny in this episode though, because he's like trying to write a letter to the government essentially to try to get this to stop, and it's very sweet. Like, it's funny and sweet at the same time, not just like him trying to be an environmental nerd and like aggressively attacking people for that. Like, this one actually has him being pretty funny. The episode is mainly a rehash of the Boston Tea Party, with each of the main characters taking on different roles that would have happened back in that age. Like, London is the rich character, Esteban and Arwen are the only people that could vote because women couldn't vote at that time. That's a funny concept though. Like, to imagine that like the only guys that are capable of voting are those two. Like, what in the world? The costumes are interesting, sure, but they like take me out of the things I used to love about the Tipton. It doesn't even look like this is like a rehash of the lobby. It's like a whole new place that doesn't have anything to do with the show. Yeah, I feel like if they made this more of a character development thing and had actual stakes for the characters to worry about, more than the park, or at least remind us of the park, it would have been more interesting. But it's a Zack-centric episode about everybody else that doesn't really feel like it coincides in a great way. If anything, it's weird because the very end, the exact moment about the Boston Tea Party that is known for is just skipped over. Like, we just have all the characters come back and be like, yep, Boston Tea Party's over. I guess that was crazy. And then that's it. Like, why did it have to end there? Yeah, so we get back to reality, and it's not even fun. It's them protesting this tree. They're, like, all sitting on a blanket when the bulldozer comes, and Mosby ends up being the one to save the day. That's where the action actually gets cool. I just wish we were reminded more through the episode that this is what they were fighting for, and not just an awkward amount of jokes to recreate this old thing in history. Yeah, like I said, the worst part of The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody is when it just gets plain old boring. That's exactly what I feel like this episode was for me, just like a boring episode. Not that bad, but not that fun, you know? Birdman of Boston, Season 2, Episode 28, is also a boring episode, in my opinion. It's an episode where a baby falcon hatches at the Tipton, and Cody kind of takes it under his assumption to take care of it. So it's like kind of like a Cody-centric episode. This one's just boring too. Like, it's just Cody acting like he's going to be the mother of this baby. And I like that. I'm like, okay, cool, this is going to be hilarious, but they don't really do a lot of jokes about it. It becomes a lot more about advocacy again, with Maddie defending the rights of these animals and how the Boston Zoo isn't necessarily going to take care of them. But it's not like the writers are doing anything about it. It's not like there's like a message at the end. It's just the same exact premise as like the Boston Tea Party, like Mosby's the villain, Zack and Cody are the ones trying to keep everything in order, but Zack is explicitly trying to turn this into a money deal. He tries to take videos of Cody having this bird, and it doesn't even lead to anything. So all around, this episode is also a bad representation. I feel like they could have had funnier arguments, Zack and Cody. It could have been a little bit more about Cody and trying to be a mother, but it just ends up being about like Maddie fighting for the Tipton and Mosby, and nobody really feels justified in this episode, or like anything really paid off, unfortunately. So this one's kind of a miss for me. I feel like you wouldn't like it if you remember loving this show. And then Season 3 is the final season of Zack and Cody. It definitely kind of got a little bit more serialized, with Cody and Zack both getting jobs. They were committing a lot to ideas that didn't necessarily work in the past, and they're hoping they work this time. That's why Season 3 is kind of annoying. For me, I feel like the most annoying episode in general is the Super Twins episode. It just veers off way too unrealistically into like this fantasy world where everybody has superpowers. Arwen, Esteban, they all are evil villains with Mosby, and then Cody and Zack are the heroes. Their powers aren't that interesting or super reflective of who they are. It feels like a lot of awkward jokes. I mean, it's tied into this whole Wish Upon a Star special. Not sure if you guys remember that Disney Channel did this whole event where like there's a wishing star and all the characters have one episode to pretty much go haywire, which Zack and Cody have done in the past. They've gone haywire anyway. Why do you need to make it a star? Hannah Montana did this, Corey in the House did this, and Sweet Life did this. It's kind of like the Boston Tea Party, the Mad Mad World, where they have these fantasy cutaways, but this entire episode is the fantasy cutaway. Sure, it does good because it's actually the characters going through something. Mosby is himself, Cody and Zack are themselves, and it's about them trying to like fit into the adult world, which really doesn't want them anyway. Kind of sad. It gets a little too cheesy, a little unrealistic, and to think these events are the ones that would be canon in the Sweet Life universe is almost kind of ridiculous. Sure, Mosby is born to play an evil villain. Like this is his acting debut, okay? Well, that's kind of insulting. You know what I mean. You know, it's a fun episode, but it's only fun, and I feel like watching it again, it just confuses me about this whole quality of the show. Like, it's not working if this is the best they got. There's so many episodes you can do in this concept, with the Tipton being the main place and all these characters, but this is not an action show. It's not a superhero show. I don't know why they tried so hard to make it work. I wish there was just like any other dream they gave the twins. Yeah, I'm just very disappointed. but not more disappointed in the actual worst episode of this season, which is also the worst episode of the entire show, the series finale. It's Mr. Tipton Comes to Visit, and if you saw my Disney finales video, you'll know that it's all because it's a clip show. It's just a clip show. I can't believe you take one final attempt at being able to send us off of the Tipton in a fair way, but instead they just have a clip show. It's all the employees thinking that they're going to be fired, essentially, having a clip show of all of them defending themselves on why they shouldn't be fired, and it's all moments from this show being rehashed and resurfaced, and it's really annoying. I feel like it would have been really funny if we got moments that we never got to see in the Tipton experiences, but it seemed like they were so focused on Sweet Life on Deck that they didn't even care of wrapping up the first half of this franchise. Like, guys, this is the prime of the show, and they didn't even take the time to put a cap on it in a meaningful way, especially for the people that grew up watching it. It's not really fair that they had to do it this way. Maddie is a lot less present in this season, which is also a part of its downfall, but if you thought that this franchise had a downfall, it's definitely not this first series. It's what's next. So yeah, this is Rosie. She is my partner in YouTube. She manages the channel. She gets in a lot of fights with people on the internet, so just be cautious. It's just hard because Sweet Life on Deck all around is offensive to exist. It feels like a lazy, broken down version of the Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, honestly. Later on in the series, you'll see how really bad it gets when there becomes a lot of genre shift, character ads and takeaways, just a lack of what made the original show so charming. It just kind of all falls apart with this series. I'm not sure if you guys seen my Sweet Life Season 4 recap, but I made a whole video assuming that the Sweet Life on Deck is shrunken down to be the 4th season of Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, which is kind of an interesting concept. Check that out, but here we're just going to talk about the episodes I find the most insane. There was a lot of really good moments for the Sweet Life on Deck. Like, I felt like I was in from the get-go, like jumping to a cruise to be the new setting. Like, that's very unique, it's very interesting, and for me, I'm like, it must be not hard to take the magic and essence of Sweet Life and put it on deck. Gosh, was I wrong. I didn't realize how hard it would be, because it really didn't work out. I mean, credits to the writers for trying to make it work out, but I wasn't a big fan of this. I feel like the characters that they added and took away almost fought with the vibe of the original characters, making the entire show almost like compete with itself. The conflicts just felt a little bit fewer and far between to just go with what they thought the Sweet Life was supposed to be. A lot of it just didn't work for me. So let's jump into all the most offensive episodes that I swore were a waste of my time to even watch. Okay, so one of them is It's All Greek to Me, Season 1, Episode 7. So this one is actually cool because it's about to be canon to The Sweet Life because it has Arwen in it. The actor, Brian Stepanek, plays Arwen. He's in this, but he just doesn't play Arwen. He plays a new character that is named Milos, and this entire episode is an insult to me because I was so close to getting my reprise of Arwen, and it didn't come soon enough. It didn't happen until Season 3, actually. So this episode was kind of like a big disappointment. When I thought The Sweet Life was getting on track with its original characters and its like quirky nature, it felt like this episode just kind of like smacked me in the face. Cody and Bailey are really not fun to watch in this episode. I feel like a lot of unnecessary stuff happens with them, and it's not even like the main part of it. And then we got this whole aspect of The Sweet Life loves to do like historical like episode ideas where like they're in a museum or it's back in time at like an old tea party. Like, that is so ridiculous to me. It would be cool if they actually made it in a hilarious way, but they do it in kind of a plotty way where it's like they don't really have a story in mind, so they have the characters act how they would in that. Yeah, Bailey and Cody are annoying in this because the whole first season is like Cody chasing after Bailey, and she does not look interested the whole time. It kind of reminds me of Zoe 101 when Chase and Zoe were on again, off again. That's kind of what Cody and Bailey are like here. She takes a shining toward the guy at the museum, which is not that surprising. The surprising part about it is she clearly is capable of liking somebody and being interested in somebody. So Cody, this doesn't look like you at all, and she doesn't act this way toward you. So if I were you,
I don't know why your relationship would work out ever. So then this becomes a new plot about Milos, essentially, this character we've never met and will never see again. It'd be one thing if we saw him again. He was a recurring character, but he's not. And he suggests that Cody gets her the souvenir replica of the amulet of Aphrodite. Already a Wizards of Waverly Place plot, if you ask me. Yeah, they find out it's the real amulet, chaos ensues, and it's too late. Bailey ends up wearing this thing. And, you know, Cody has to pretty much break it to her. It's just a bunch of crazy stuff going on, and I can't even believe this show even exists. Oh, and then there's like a B-plot of London having to do a speech, Mr. Mosby and Miss Tutwiler trying to guide her through it. It's cool to know that this is like when the relationships are established, like Miss Tutwiler is more so a parental figure like Mr. Mosby. It took him a while to get to this point, but it feels like it got solidified here, the chemistry between all of them. London having to not take this school on boat seriously is consistent. It makes her a hard to like character because she's just so defiant toward everything. It's one thing to be snotty and rich, but this is just like her just acting like a spoiled brat for the sake of being a spoiled brat. And it's funny to see Tutwiler and Mosby like be in this dream and be essentially the old Greek gods or whatever. It's a little too cheesy for reality. Like I said, it feels like a Wizards of Waverly Place thing. And Zack and Cody end up sneaking into this museum dressed as these white characters. Actually, the heist idea, like them sneaking in just to put it back, is kind of a funny concept. Getting the entire party be involved in this like huge dance party is funny, but all around kind of a waste of an episode. And we do get to see Arwen at the end, which is like kind of okay, but I really wish he could have reacted to any of the other cast members and not just himself at the other side of the webcam. Hello, Zoom? Yeah, but it's cool that he still has the Carrie mannequin, but all around, kind of a waste of an episode. I feel like I was really hoping for more. Okay, and then a really close follow-up to one of the worst episodes in the season is Splash and Trash. It's one of those concepts that they did in the original series where Cody gets like this huge environmental complex and he's like, I have to do everything for the sake of the environment, which only comes in the episode centered around it. Like, I feel like it's not following Cody through his day-to-day life until he feels like something gets really important about it. In this episode, he's kind of using the entire cruise against everybody to prove that nobody is following the rules of the environment, I guess. He creates this giant trash monster on the boat. He collects everybody's trash, puts it all together just to show them and prove a point. And this is like the 6th or 7th episode where Cody does something like this for the environment, and it's getting a little bit too intense. Like, it's one thing to not have Bailey be involved, and like usually that's his plot, but this time it's going back to the worst aspect of him from the original series. Like, we don't need to see this side of Cody all the time. You're on a boat. It feels like he's almost like hijacking it and making everybody uncomfortable just for the sake of uncomfortableness. Like, I'm all for helping the environment and preventing global warming, but this is essentially him torturing everybody the entire episode. I don't need to see it happen. And of course, the A-plot is the main event. Zack believes that this girl he likes is a actual mermaid, a physical mermaid. Definitely something that would be in a Wizards of Waverly Place episode. I guess that's just the era that Disney thought would be funny, and since that was successful, maybe that's why they did it. But it is kind of ridiculous that Zack could genuinely believe this woman is a fish. Like, sure, there's a lot of misunderstandings. We've got a lot of funny moments of like Woody and Zack sneaking onto the sky deck at night. Like, you gotta like the heist stuff. I like it when Zack and Cody leans into that, whether it's the first series or this series. It gets a little too outlandish. This girl they essentially save onto the ship. Zack is just not worried about her mental well-being. He just wants to date her. And both Zack and Cody look like bad people in this episode. And this whole relationship with him and this girl feels very inauthentic. It feels like he desperately does not like want to be with her. And it's just because of the fact she's pretty. And he's just trying to make it work, and it's just a bunch of hints. The whole episode just has escalating hints that this girl might be a mermaid, and that's supposed to be the comedy of it all, but there's not a lot of jokes. It doesn't really come across as super funny, and it culminates in this giant fantasy where Zack imagines them being together, but he would have to live underwater. And that's not even funny either. It's like a funny concept, but in practicality, it just sounds like he's gonna have a loveless marriage if he's with her. I don't understand why we even had to dive into that. You didn't ask me. The first season of Sweet Life on
Deck did not live up to the expectations. Even if they kind of convinced me for like a couple minutes they did. We're gonna get into the next couple seasons, and this is where it just gets insulting. Season 2, Episode 6, Family Ties, is a really offensive Sweet Life on Deck episode, so it was almost impossible to not acknowledge this. It's called Family Ties, but Ties is spelled T-H-A-I-S. And yeah, it's essentially making fun of a whole culture in a nutshell. I've seen this covered in other YouTube videos, so I didn't want to get like super into it, but essentially the premise is London and Maddie are going to visit London's grandmother. She turns out not to be rich, but more on that in a moment. The whole B-plot is Cody walking around sad that Bailey's gone because they just started dating and I guess he's insecure, so he's making a bunch of video vlogs to talk to her in kind of like a Good Luck Charlie way, but if it weren't sweet or to anybody who cared. Yeah, so he's just going around the boat being pitiful this entire time, and here we have a London and Bailey episode essentially. And if this was funny as like a Maddie and London episode, I feel like this would have a lot more meaning. Like maybe the friendship would be a deeper connection, but it's just Bailey being by London's side as a bunch of hijinks happen, somebody for London to complain to, and essentially be culturally inappropriate toward. So yeah, London is visiting her grandmother, and it just happens to be her being the opposite of her morals completely. Like she lives out in the woods with this bamboo, and they make up a bunch of reasons for survival. It's kind of depressing though, because like London thinking that her grandmother would be super rich and not necessarily loving her after it makes me harder on her as a character. I feel like we had like intermittent moments where London has actually been like a good person or really cares for the people that aren't rich, but they seem to be doubling down on this episode and making her super apathetic to somebody who she considered her family. But she discovers that she's a farmer, and London screams in horror. It's so stupid though, because Cody's plotline culminates in everybody thinking that he had a girl dog. It's interesting because this episode actually mirrors Twins at the Tipton, that old episode from the original show where Zack ropes a reluctant Cody into a double date, and he's just like upset over his pet, and the girls end up falling for him. That's kind of what happens to him in this episode. But yeah, the offensiveness with London's expectations to her grandmother escalates as she ends up like in the mud, trying to clean herself off. Like, it's just her mocking her grandmother the whole time. And in this situation, it's almost like we're following London as it's a part of a culture we don't really understand. Like, we have preconceived notions about it. So when things get worse and worse for London, we start not feeling bad for her after a while, because we're like, okay, why couldn't she even like open her brain up for a second just to like care about her? I mean, in the end, they do have like this kumbaya moment where she comes to accept her grandmother for who she is and that she still loves her, but this woman never comes back. It never seems to matter in the long run. It's not like a huge step in London's character development. I really wish I got like a little more insight on Mr. Tipton throughout an episode like this, or even Mr. Mosby. Like, he could have provided a lot more insight. I feel like Mosby and London have a really good connection when they come together, you know, and I feel like we didn't even get that. But honestly, it's not as bad as this other one. There's an episode called Any Given Fantasy, Season 2, Episode 17, and this one crosses a line with me because it's about sports. And it's not even like completely about sports, it's just enough to get me uninterested, and they don't even like commit to the characters actually getting good at this. So like by the end, I'm very much like, I know none of these elements are gonna have any longevity considering these guys are on a boat the whole time. So like, why even get involved in this? But let's at least go over it. So if you don't remember, a couple episodes earlier, Doc Shaw entered the cast in this season. His name's Marcus, and he was this famous guy named Lil Little, a rapper. And in this episode, Zack, Cody, Woody, and Marcus are all playing football. They're forbidden from playing it on the boat, which is super logical. It's fair that Mr. Mosby gets mad. Like, I don't know what they would expect from an experience like this. So the boys, except for Cody, start a fantasy football league, with the award being that trophy that they stole from Mosby. So London hears that all this is going on, and she's excited to choose the cute guys, which is crazy. There's no world where somebody this rich would be into something like this. I feel like it wouldn't make any sense. They don't want to include London, so it's kind of hard for her to jump in. She chooses Kurt Warner as her quarterback, and Zack is tricking her into trading him by saying that she could have Brad Pitt instead.
And when Marcus finds that out, he attacks Zack and pretty much insults him. So it becomes like taking this fantasy football league to the next level. When Cody explains to Kirby that the friends are excluding him because he's not physically inclined, that's where it gets intense. So once Kirby finds out that Cody isn't involved in this, he almost feels bad for him. It's because Cody obviously doesn't have a sports-like bone in his body. He doesn't mind to fail, but Kirby is like, hey, like, I will help you catch the football, learn how to do this, and get better at it. So the next day, they're having Cody injured in bed, and Kirby's like visiting him. And Cody doesn't even think he should keep doing this until he realizes that he could use science to learn how to do it. And it's really not that interesting watching Cody learn how to play football using this method. London realizes she doesn't really know anything about football until the former Arizona Cardinals quarterback comes in. I don't even know why they had to have this guy be a part of it. It feels like they wrote this entire episode on just having this football player be a part of it, but he's not even like interesting enough to justify a whole episode being about this. I do not vouch for Cody to get good at this because I know he doesn't even like the sport. So it's more kind of like a revenge episode in a way that didn't need to be. I gotta be honest though, like, I didn't know anything about fantasy football. I do think it's fun to like tie that into this, like having not known about it. It reminds me of like that whole Dungeons and Dragons era where like they actually kind of weave that into storylines because it's so common. This is kind of like a primarily male-driven sports thing. I wasn't really into this at all, so learning about it wasn't super helpful. I'm glad there's an episode representing it, but if you know the Disney Channel audience, I bet they don't care either. This kind of feels like a waste of an episode, like one of the writers just had an idea, or were like a fan of this concept and wanted to write about it. It just doesn't feel authentic to the show, Sweet Life, and like if this were in the original show, it wouldn't even make any sense. That's why I'm like judging it so hard. The part where they're all in costumes watching the game is really cringy. I feel like they don't fit in the costumes at all. Like, why in the world would Marcus be wearing a baby outfit? I don't know. This is the part that is kind of off track for me. I do feel like it would be relevant seeing it in person, that they would have like something like this on like the Sky Deck or some kind of way to watch sports. So it's cool, it kind of fits into the universe of a cruise, but it doesn't feel like it panders to any of the characters, doesn't incite anybody to grow except for Cody, and I don't know if I'm interested in watching Cody do something he didn't want to do in the first place. But yeah, I hope people are excited that this football player's here, because I sure as heck am not. And aside from these two episodes being like really annoying, there's also the one where they have a whole spy mission. The Sweet Life on Deck is so all over the place when it comes to what it wants to be, whether it's like a sequel to the original series, whether it's trying to be more unique on its own. It feels like it doesn't use the parts of being on deck that would actually be really cool. The opener of this season, The Spy Who Shoved Me, is about them becoming secret spies, and there's actual real world stakes, something that I feel like makes me feel like it's a completely different genre show. Like, it's a cool concept watching the boys work together, like Zack and Cody together are like the whole point of this show. But then when Bailey gets involved because they started dating and they have a whole guest star that is already a spy, things just get lost in the sauce. Like, too many plots are colliding here. Cody and Zack go to this like really fancy party where they're looking for a woman with a red finger, and it gives me the vibes of when they thought one person in the Tipton Hotel was the hotel inspector. Like, that was a really cool episode when they were trying to get the whole kitchen together. But here, it's with this really out of this world objective that doesn't even feel like it matters. An off-genre episode like this, I feel like these usually work pretty well. The Super Twins episode from the original Sweet Life that had them getting superpowers, and even though it was like a tinge unrealistic at first, I feel like it did have like its quirky moments. This took it a little bit too overboard. I feel like believing that they could actually be super spies is a little too much. I get accepted in Jimmy Neutron, but not in the Sweet Life on Deck. Sorry, guys. Honestly, guys, season 3 of Zack and Cody is a new level of bad that I didn't even know how to comprehend. There's just something about it. Not only did it get Flanderized times 10, but it feels like it's like not even the same show anymore. They keep just doing wacky things for the sake of being wacky. For example, this is season 3, episode 14, Frozen. And we got a couple of teenagers on a boat going to a sea school. So I don't know why we have an episode where they get locked in like Antarctica. And keep in mind, it's not even just like for a day. It's like they get stuck here for at least a week. Yeah, so I guess this ship is docking at Antarctica. Zack wanted to go snowmobiling, and Woody wanted to go to the South Sandwich Islands, even bringing a jar of mayonnaise this entire time, and he does not let this go, like, ever. So yeah, this doctor ends up being really weird. And the cheesiness of them snowmobiling is really unforgivable. Like, it's one thing to have a borderline wacky show, but like to go this overboard and think we're not like smarter than that, like, guys, come on. The Sweet Life franchise is starting to insult me at this point. In the B plot, it's about London and her Arturo Vitale, some kind of a designer, and Bailey accidentally convinces him to give up all of his work on designing. This actually affects London really bad, and she's having a hard time, and it's all coming out of like a selfish reason. At first, it's like, oh, this designer's finally taking care of himself, but then London literally staple guns him to one of the rooms until he can come up with a new design. And I'm like, that cannot be legal, London. You cannot do that. I mean, eventually it works. Like, he gets inspired and finally put something together, but if I were him, I would have called the police. I don't know why London and Bailey had to get up all in this guy's business when he's just trying to enjoy his cruise. It's kind of intense for no reason. So yeah, the entire episode serves as this like stuck type episode, something that they've done in Drake and Josh a lot, you know, like where they get on the side of the road or stuck in the tree house. The only difference between that and this is that's actually funny. These events aren't even interesting. After the scientist steals the kids' mobiles, leaves them out for dead in this Antarctica bunker, they just have to fend for themselves in the most non-entertaining ways ever. Zack and Cody go ice fishing and end up getting a bunch of plastic bags. Haha. Woody keeps joking about eating the boys alive, which is kind of real because they genuinely are stuck and possibly going to die. It feels like it's got all the high stakes but none of the fun, kind of like that Lost at Sea special where they all get trapped on that island, but it's escalating and getting worse and not funnier. It's not improving. We don't know more about the characters. London ends up getting her way by the end of the episode with the fashion show still going on and her not being embarrassed. What was that really worth in the end? I don't know, something about the Sweet Life on Deck is just really starting to bother me at this point. There's also another episode in this season, and honestly, I could have gone over every third season episode with how bad these are. The next bad one, I would say, is called Snakes on a Boat. And this takes everything to the next level in the stupidest way possible. For one, this is one of the last episodes before Graduation on Deck, the series finale, so it should be like really good. It reminds me of that movie Snakes on a Plane, which is a very popular comedy movie from way back when, and this pretty much takes its concept and makes it more of like a survival type thing, with involving everybody on the boat as snakes keep coming out everywhere. It doesn't have anything to do with the characters. There's no arcs, development, anything worth mentioning, honestly. In fact, Cody's whole B-plot is he wants to be funny. Like, Bailey says he's not funny, so while this whole snake endeavor thing is going on and they're filling up the entire boat, Cody is just trying to be a comedian. And I gotta admit, this is a funny concept, but it didn't really get that interesting at all during this whole time. Woody and London spend a lot of time together, and I don't really think these guys are that funny together. It's not really like working in the same way that Maddie and London used to work in the original series. If this was like a Sweet Life of Zack and Cody episode, that would be really interesting, like snakes attacking the Tipton or like being put everywhere, but they wouldn't have this odd amount of vignettes between like Cody and Bailey or London and Woody or even Mosby being the one to capture all these snakes. I feel like they took the angle that was the least interesting, and the original show wouldn't have gone this bad ever. Oh, I do like that Mr. Mosby has like his heroic moment where he is the one to stop all the snakes on the ship, but it's not really that entertaining outside of that. Oh, there is one like funny part. It's where Cody's giving Zack advice about a girl, and he says that the best way to give advice is to always use numbers of sixes. Like, how many girls did you date? 6. How many girls haven't you dated? I don't even know. And that's like semi-interesting, but it's so crazy that like there's these two mundane issues with the main characters, and yet an overarching plot of snakes getting all over the boat, in which none of the three kind of collide in a natural way. It just feels like an overdramatic plot and really boring dialogue throughout the entire episode. I mean, Maya's an interesting character, but it's kind of sad to bring in so many new characters for this show that you just inevitably abandon. We had Doc Shaw in the second season, but then now he's gone, and then now Zack has a girlfriend, Maya, and she's literally here just for the tail end of the series. Like, what else can you do for this actress? They did something similar to this on Wizards of Waverly Place. They actually had like a recurring new character for a little bit. I think her name was Stevie from the third season, and that's a lot more interesting. They actually attached a real plot line of like them becoming friends and everything. This, they just wanted to stamp on a girlfriend to Zack. Zack even talks about how he's been with so many girls, but knowing the show for at least 5 years at this point, I kind of don't believe he's with that many. I get it, like maybe he kissed them or some point, but like we've watched them grow up for the most part. I feel like we would know a little bit more if Zack actually was involved with this many women. He's no Drake Parker from Drake and Josh, especially since we don't actually see when he's with these people, unlike Drake. But yeah, like I said, everything works out, and the snakes part is given the least amount of time, despite the fact it's the most interesting part of the episode's title. This whole thing just feels like a giant waste of time, and I would forgive a lot of it if it wasn't for that really awkward montage of Mosby personally one by one getting rid of every snake. It's cute, it's a funny idea that Mosby's the one to save the day, but why does he have to do it by himself completely, have a whole montage about it, and then like nobody else is helping him? Like, it could have been like a huge come together moment, everybody putting aside their differences, maybe Woody and London even undoing their mistake, but it seems like they don't really take a lot of accountability in this episode either. So all around, I just don't understand why the Sweet Life of Zack and Cody on Deck had to go on this long. But yeah, all around, Sweet Life on Deck, major disappointment. If these episodes don't convince you to not watch it, I don't know what will. Maybe you'll like it, maybe you get the vibe of the original. I feel like just having the funniest actors be a part of it is definitely something that is its high point. I could see somebody liking this show, but I can't see somebody being a major fan of it because of all the inconsistencies. It's almost like the more you know about the lore and what they've set up, the more adapt you are to fail when you're watching it, because it doesn't keep in contact with all the stuff it's set up before. All around, it's nice to be a part of the nostalgia, but this is definitely out of my comfort zone, and I will try to not do this show as much as possible, so please don't make me. Thank you.
Thank you guys again for your ongoing support. I love talking to you guys and hearing about your experiences with Disney. This is Johnny 2000, and have a great day.